Here, Bolton, who we saw a bit last year, likes to drop the gloves up to center ice. Too far for everyone, but no icing. As Lieberman will retrieve it, we speak of fights. Here it is. Justin Nakbar is going to go, and he's going to drop the gloves with Artem Kulikov. Nakbar, we saw this last year. He is not afraid to throw some punches at the blue line. Up over top with the right to the face of Kulikov. Nakbar has him spun around like a top, swinging wildly right now. Those two duking it out. A little preseason fight, not even 3 minutes in. Justin Nakbar doing what he does best.
Yourself notice. He's magnified it. Takes a hit a little bit up high. And Elon in control. Now we've got gloves off because Jabril Torre did not like that hit. And he's going to square off against Will Deneen. And Jabril has just a bit of a size advantage against Deneen, and he's making the most of it here. Torre switching to the left hand now as Deneen tries to wrap things up, and Torre just continues to connect. Jabril Torre 6'7", 208, and Will Deneen 6'2", 201. Rockets lead the Belleville zone, and that's what Brady Simmons to Fisher can do. He throws a hard hit in the corner, and now he's got gloves on against Tyler Thorpe, and this is a heavyweight tilt. 6'8" Simmons Fisher, 6'5" Thorpe, and it's Simmons Fisher got the first couple shots off, and boy, can he ever throw. He got top of one, but he's back on his feet throwing some more. Now the Lions people are hitting again here.
Carries into the high slot, leaves it left point for Ufko. Weisblatt took a hit from Feist, and now Ryder Ralston goes after Tyson Feist after that hit. Ralston and Feist swinging in the far circle. Feist landing rights to the back ahead of Ralston. And now Ralston falls backwards as Feist falls on top. 5:40 will get fighting majors. Near dot, stick handles by one, feeds it center point. Ufko fakes the slapper, steps up, nothing there. He moves to his backhand, gets around defenders, goes to the net, tried to tuck it in, and the puck was stopped, and then gloves drop back in front of the Admirals bench between Boucher and Marino. Boucher trying to keep Marino at arm's length. Marino throws a right, that one connected. Here's an uppercut. Boucher with a left. Marino trying to free his arm. Boucher throws one to the back of the head, then one to the face mask. Marino and Boucher continue to throw hands. Now they hug, and linesman will step in at 18:37. 2-1 Rockford with 11:23 to go.
Scored by number 74, Ryan Gagne.
Fight at center between Nychuk and Feist. Nychuk and Feist, Lapide and Weisblatt are holding on to one another. Nychuk and Feist are trying to get free. Feist throws a couple to the back of the head of Nychuk. Feist was involved in a fight early in the second period. So that's going to be the gate for Feist here, I believe.
Pieta Niemi. And he sends it in, and there's a big hit there at center, and Chouinard is down, and Tucker Robertson is going to drop the gloves with the guy that got him, Max Graham. Chouinard is hurt, he's getting up. Tucker Robertson dropping the gloves. Max Graham throws a couple rights on the undersized Tucker Robertson, who doesn't step away from this challenge, and he answers the bell for his teammate. And now Tucker Robertson coming back with a couple lefts and a right. Well, good for that guy. And now back on the other side, Garrett Wilson is wrestling down Zach Gallant. So we had two fights there. Garrett Wilson in the other corner.
At the point is Cholach was hit by Kuntz, and a penalty upcoming against the Roadrunners, and now Uchaz going after Michael Kuntz. Cholach was hit by Kuntz right along the wall, a bit awkwardly so. There was a penalty upcoming on Kuntz.
Conversation. Not going to be 5-on-5 or more. Number 66 and then 2 minutes for Rutgers. Toronto's number 85, Red Horses. 2 minutes for Rutgers. Toronto's number 42. Here we go. It's Hookie and Dallas. And the older rookie, Landon Hookie, is on the right hand side. And closes him down. The shot. And now we've got gloves off. Stevens, Fisher, and Smith are launching punches at each other at the side of the net. Look at these two go. There's another scrap away from this one, but the main event continues with these two giants still on their feet. We've got Magnowski and Kressler tied up. There's another tussle going on in the far corner. It's on it though, he intercepts, sends it back door. Garou got a shot, and he's knocked around a bit and lost the puck as it's out at center. And now we've got Mixoff. Garou was tangling with Rayon, and Rayon didn't even get Phil a chance to get their gloves off. He threw his down, and the officials now in between the two of them. Got a stick or something in the face. I think it was after the bell on that, but now Jordy Donovan is being jumped. And is trying to answer back against Landon Sim. With both officials in between them, I think Jordan's saying, hey man, give me a chance to get my picks off.
And Cheveldayoff from the red line will get it the rest of the way in. Now we're going to get a penalty. It's Fraser and Cheveldayoff with words, and they're going to drop him. Cole Fraser fought on Friday in Providence, and he drops the mitts again here with Cheveldayoff, who this was almost exclusively what Cheveldayoff did in the ECHL a year ago, to the tune of nearly 180 penalty minutes, and Fraser still firing rights at Cheveldayoff even after the linesman came in to try to break it up. So we'll have to see how the penalties break down here. Play, and we're going to get more rough stuff as Sam Bitton and Colin Felix have dropped the mitts. Sammy getting his fighting practice in here in the preseason, and he gets a couple of right hands in over the top on Colin Felix. Right over the dasher, the T-Bird bench, they continue to throw some rabbit punches. Felix hanging in there, not allowing Bitton to get that big right hand free. Of course, Sammy loves to do in that situation. Now the linesman will come in and say enough.
Lardia is stick lifted. Good defensive play by Lazinski. And the loose puck covered up by Lindbaum. And now a little bit extra after the fact. Maillet and Setoff getting involved with the pushing and shoving. And Maillet, he got someone down to the ice. And now Joe Fleming and Michael Kuntz taking things a little bit more seriously. And Kuntz down to the ice as he took 2 or 3 big swings from Fleming.
Of Lecision, and he tips it all the way the rest of the way down. Oh, big hit in behind the net. Now the gloves are dropped as Shaw goes after the Rochester player who delivered that hit. Is that Joshua? Who was that?
No, it may have been Kuntar, I believe.
It was a big hit in behind the net. Kuntar not necessarily all that big, but Rochester picks it up again as we go ring around the Rosie and across the blue line as the Emmet player nailed from behind. It's going to be another big hit and another scuffle as it was the hit delivered by Benning. And the Emmet player on him as they go down.
Out of room. And Thorpe is over to it to move it on for Condota. He's checked though. Thorpe on it once more. Taps it into some open ice. It'll ring around to the near side. And sent out to center where Clegg has it. And the gloves are going to drop on the other side of the ice. Condota going quickly to the ice. Haven't caught which Moose is all tangled up with him. It's Tyson Empey.
Cameron Hebig and Austin Pagansky. Draw one back by Taylor Ward. A quick shot, and the Reign score! And now a fight after the goal. It's Doty dropping the gloves for the Reign. He's going toe-to-toe with Anya Bucci. How about this for a start on opening night? Doty pounding the right. Anya Bucci tugging with his left. Doty hanging on. This is fantastic. Doty over the top lands a big punch, and he brings down Anya Bucci. Oh, baby. What a start.
Here's Hardman in the zone. He'll spin it along. The end boards took a heavy hit in the high slot, and he's slow to get up. And here comes Nathan Legray. He's going to drop the gloves. Nathan Legray coming in to defend his teammate Mike Hardman. And he's going to go at it with Riley Bezo in the near corner. Trying to get their way free, and each player trying to get some punches in, and then Legray wrestles Bezo down to the ice.
With some staff and players, and has been with the organization ever since. Hard forecheck by Bakersfield. Cagnoni, the recipient of some punishment. Now the gloves are off. Cole Clayton is going to drop the gloves with Plattenberg of Bakersfield. Those two holding on to one another and now are free. Clayton over the top of the right, another right. Plattenberg trying to get free, but Clayton holding on with his left hand. Clayton over the top. Clayton is a tough customer. Now Clattenburg trying to get free, a couple of rights over the top. Good spirited scrap. Clayton rips the helmet of Clattenburg off. And then a couple of straight rights, and both players crumble down to the surface, so a good tilt.
Mitchell on defense, and offensive zone faceoff is 1-0. And as Hunter Drew is looking, I think we got a fight. Here we go. Billy Sweezy and Hunter Drew stepping up at center ice. Here we go, baby. No one locked up yet. Now they are. Drew with a right hand. Takes one. Takes some lefts. Gives a right. Oh, another one. Drew with a right hand. And they go down.
Up into the rafters. Now it is the goaltender, Michael Layton. That'll be a night you certainly will not want to miss. And here we go. Connor Milmock and Kyle Marino. They tried to go in the preseason game, and the Lions people got in the way as the two heavyweights size each other up in the Rockford offensive zone. They engage. Milmock tries to drill Marino with a right. Marino goes over top, has a little bit of a height advantage. Milmock's helmet goes off. Then he goes southpaw with some lefties up along the boards. Milmock keeps chucking. Marino's got him up along the glass, and the Lions people get him away.
Sean Chisholm on his left. Stars' fourth line was excellent last night. Semenov scored a goal. He took a shot up high. There's a penalty coming. I think we're going to get a fight. Carson Bantle and Matthew Semenov, who comes across with a couple of rights. Semenov with the first fight of the season. Bantle now has him tied up. Semenov's jersey comes up a little bit, and because of the danger area, the Lions people will step in.
Yesterday's game, he'll have a point tonight in the goal, and now we have, I believe, there's going to be a fight. Here we go. Luke Rowe's going to go with Donovan. They're tied up right in front of the Bridgeport bench. Right arm held on to. Now it's loose. And now left hand's coming. Left hands. Luke Rowe's going to try to get loose here. Throws one. His helmet pops off now. Luke Rowe throws a right. Takes a left. Now throws a right. Another one. Look at him go. Rowe's bench is standing. An uppercut. Rowe fights back, and they go down.
Shot from the line, gobbled up by Bjorklund. He'll hold it. The crunch, fire in their belly right now. We're going to have a melee in front of the net. David Gucciardi is in a fight right now. He's going to Lucas Mercury and the takedown there, but Gucciardi's hot. Still feeding to Mercury over the top with one, right over top of the lines person. As
Lewinsky trying to trample ahead. He's met and thrashed by Legault. Those two go to the ice. And Lewinsky with a little extra on Legault. And they're going to go. Lewinsky's first fight in a Wild uniform, and listen to this building. Legault doing a nice job handling the rough and tumble Lewinsky here. Trying to get his jersey over his head. That won't work. A big uppercut from Legault. Boy, Charles Legault standing in there with one of the fiercest players you'll find in the American Hockey League. I would strongly advise you to not do that.
And here, we got Turcotte. Look out, look out.
And now this could get crazy pretty quick. Lewinsky was out there, so was Turcotte. Those two have tempers that can blow in a split second. Now Lewinsky getting up. He wants Turcotte. He's trying to climb over the officials to get to him.
He's got to be careful here. You don't want to have a situation where you're continuing an altercation. The linesmen are trying to bust up.
Oh, here we go. Bezo shaking the gloves at Sawyer Bolton. Remember, I told you earlier in the show, March 9th, 2025, those two delivered the fight of the season in the AHL. Seatbelts on, folks. Here we go. Puck drops, and so do the gloves. It's round two. Bolton and Bezo, they latch together. A quick swiping left from Bezo. Bolton comes over. Oh, some big hammering rights. Oh, and a punishing left. Bezo knocks the helmet off. Bolton grabs him and takes him down. It goes to the scorecards and a good honest scrap.
Rose goal. Turnover to the neutral zone. Here's Dowling. His shot didn't get all of it. Backhander went wide. We had a whistle, and now Chase Pietila is all over Trey Fix-Molanski. There was a whistle there, Sean, as Pietila then drove Fix-Molanski in, and now Fitzgerald's going to drop the gloves. Ryan Graves is the third man in and should get a penalty for that as Fitzgerald wrestles down Raphael Harvey-Pinard.
Doulard, belle manœuvre, un tir du revers qui est bloqué défensivement. Il y a un contact et le combat qui éclate entre Stillman et Didier à la gauche de Fowler. Et Stillman qui chute, qui fait chuter Didier solidement sur la glace et sa tête malheureusement a frappé la glace.
Perfect. Even ringing one off the iron, that just goes to show you, big collision there between Boucher and the goaltender Remy Poirier, and Arttu Huru is dropped by Boucher. That is a one-punch KO.
Now Klerman at the end of his shift, right back to Bisson. Headman pass, and now we got the fight. Jack Guy drops the gloves of Stillman, and down goes Stillman. So the fight did not last long. We figured something was going to happen. Was Tolopilo. Minio trying to jam it up the wall, stolen by Belzile behind the net. In front, Waters intercepts. We got a penalty coming up, and now a fight. Davidson drops the gloves with Cambites. Cambites loses his helmet as Davidson throws a couple rights. Now Cambites throws him to the ice. So Cambites scores a takedown, and Davidson had his helmet on, so that's all good.
Was fanned on, and Merrick still can't get to the bench, and now he'll be able to as Skoog in front of the Checkers bench. Look out, a fight at center, and it's Mitch Van de Sample in front of the team benches. Van de Sample wrapping up with Lewinsky, who can really throw him. Lewinsky with an uppercut and a second as he drops Van de Sample.
The Texas zone full of that puck, and now some pushing and shoving with Navrin Mutter. He gets tangled up there with Jack Becker. A couple other players getting tangled up now with Petrucci and Marino. Marino not shy about dropping the gloves. That's something we've learned over the last couple of years. He got himself in a fight, wasted very little time dropping the gloves in the opener last week against Rockford. Now here we go. They do in fact drop the gloves. A couple of big right hands. England against Jack Becker, knocking Becker down.
Indeed, Mirka there for the Amerks, and now it's Mirka and Flinton dropping the gloves. Flinton's dropped them. Mirka hasn't yet. He's throwing punches with his glove on at the moment. Now he's got it loose. As Flinton comes across, they're right at the benches. A gate is open. That's causing havoc as well. Now they wrestle down the ice. Oh, my goodness.
Net lost control of it. Denton Heinen. And it's clear that's a penalty. There's no doubt about that. As Larson was going in, and now as a result of that, there's going to be a fight here. Schuster and Kemper going at it. Schuster took exception to the way Larson was hauled down, and the veteran steps up for the youngster. As Jeffries races after the puck against Aho. Aho, by the way, will remind you, you know this already, a New York Islanders draft. Here's a fight going. Right hand. Mitchell, Pienta, another one. Uppercut. Mitchell avoids it. Holds on, and the linesman trying to step in. They'll do that now. Bottle up this first period. Whistle down on the offside. Stopping things with 3:18 left. And now we have a scrum taking place. Everybody getting involved. I see Miroshov skating out to the scrum. I'm not sure what he's doing over there. What is the Russian goalie doing? So Hunter Drew has got a hold of Alexiev, and they're throwing hands here. Both men go down.
Out in the neutral zone, 12:31 to go in the second. Big hit from Josh Brown. He just upended Ostapchuk. He's going to get called for it, though, as it was Thompson, who took it. Now Stillman involved. That's going to draw the 3 black jerseys over. Condors have the guys out here you'd like for this occasion. Brown absolutely uncorked there as Clattenburg's at the end of the pile here against White. The lines are trying to get there. Now Brown's throwing right the other way. Brown will take this man down. That's after the save, and the line will have to separate them. And this crowd is fever pitch now.
Points on the season, including an assist today. We're going to get a fight back behind the play. Dominant Yannick Turcotte, the Candyman, has dropped the mitts as he squares off with Connor Millimok. And this will take some time as they stare each other down. Turcotte in the black trunks, white sweater, throws the first couple punches as Turcotte comes up throwing. Millimok trying to answer back. Millimok's dad had 222 penalty minutes with the Wolves. It's a tough guy, and Millimok has the right going. Turcotte looking to tie up and switch the momentum as Millimok fires another one. Good long bout between these two. Turcotte and Millimok exchanging right hands. Heavy fists in this tilt as they continue to swing toe-to-toe. The line staff looking on. When do you want us to break it up? These guys want to keep on going.
They're shaking their heads, no.
Millimok knocks the helmet of Turcotte off. Turcotte trying to reset. They're not done yet.
Oh, stay away. Oh.
And Turcotte gets a body shot in, and that will do it. A good long bout by 2 middleweights.
Juggled forward, and here we go. Kessie and Nakbar at center. We thought we might see this. They've dropped the gloves and are holding on to each other right in the middle of the ice. Nakbar 6'3", 205 with a couple of rights. Kessie with an uppercut. He's 6'4", 225. Friend turned foe. Haymaker right to the head of Nakbar. Dislodges his helmet. And a body blow from Kessie. And the referees and linesmen will step in.
as both teams were able to grab a line change. Face-off won by Calgary. Pushed back towards Stauber. Pushed again towards him. Now we're going to get a fight. Onyebuchi is going to go against Gallant. These two were pushing at it last night. Onyebuchi and Gallant both circle. Gallant goes to loosen the helmet. He doesn't. Onyebuchi waits. They'll start to engage with each other. Left hands forward. Here it is. Onyebuchi just kind of inching towards Gallant. Gallant throws the first. A good couple of rights by Gallant. Onyebuchi gives a couple back. Gallant and Onyebuchi are slugging at each other now. Right on, right on, right on, right. Onyebuchi and Gallant get tied up. They'll push at each other now, holding each other at an arm's length away. Onyebuchi gives a couple more rights to Gallant. Gallant back over the top with a couple more. Now we're at a stalemate. The referees will break it up. 12:22 to go in the first period.
Geekie digs it out, turns it into the Emmerich zone. Stood up there nicely by Rathbone, and he's dumped. And certainly Geekie being a little bit bigger of the two. And the puck to center ice. Nice check by Rathbone. But out of center ice, Peltier coming over, grabbing onto Rathbone. Gloves are dropped. They get up off the ice, and the linesman will step in. So no decision there, just a tackle, and that's about it. Spins away in the corner, pulling it off on the near side once again. And now a check in the corner is going to draw a penalty to the Amherst. A hit from behind by Komarov, and the whistle finally stops play. Now the gloves are dropped. Komarov over the top with a right, nails. That's Carlisle. Comes back with a right of his own, and they pin up against the backboards, and the linesmen step in.
Now that is more of a fight. And
Morrison, who takes it off the shin, shakes it off. And we're going to get a tilt. Lucas Siona trying to make out that other number. Ian McKinnon, so a couple of veterans going at it late in this third period, as McKinnon able to get in an uppercut, but Siona drives him into the glass. Siona without a helmet, McKinnon still with his bucket on, and the linesmen jump in, so a pretty spirited tilt under the saddle here.
Up high, left point, across the blue line. Middleton a blast, sent it wide. Rebound, just handcuffed there was Connors, looking for his second of the game. Now Sendin with it. Good relentless work from this fourth line. Connors, just takes a stick to the head, swung at it by Cini. And now Cini throws a punch. Now Connors will retaliate with a left of his own, and they fall down to the ice. Well, Cini cracked Connors over the top of the helmet with his stick. Carr trying to win it loose, back in the corner, hands it off. Jedlichka with it, upstairs, rink wide, Barron's left point, he'll fire, deflects it, just skips wide. Looked like McCarr got a piece of that one. And now Jedlichka gonna drop the gloves and go Nolan Allen. Couple of right hands. Jedlichka trying to grab hold. They'll spin round and round, and the linesman will come in and pull those two apart. Nolan Allen landed a couple of shots there, especially the onset of that one.
In front of the Barracuda bench. Now LeBurge comes out, and he'll chip it forward. Huntington will run the puck down, the former Admiral. Behind the play, we got a scrap. Weisblatt has dropped the gloves behind the play with Kasper Halttunen. So Weisblatt certainly giving up some size, but he's a tough customer. Cut from the same cloth as his older brother, Ozzy Weisblatt, the former Shark prospect. Weisblatt got the jump initially. Halttunen tried to settle into the fight here. Couple of lefts there from Weisblatt. Not necessarily something that Halttunen does much, and Weisblatt, the smaller of the two, is dishing out a little bit of punishment. Here we go. LeBurge is going to drop the gloves with Andreas Englund, who is a tough customer and a big body, and LeBurge ends up wrestling him down to the ice. Two periods of play as the puck's going to be iced here by the Cuda. And now LeBurge comes over and gives an Admiral a shot. Marino didn't like it. He runs over LeBurge, gives him a shot as he gets back up. Marino, you got to give Marino something. He got away with a very blatant slash back in the first. Here we go. LeBurge is going to drop the gloves with Kyle Marino. Big over the top right. Marino answering back. Two tough customers. and Marino just pounded on LaBerge as he's on both his knees, and then LaBerge with a football tackle puts Marino onto his back.
Face-off dot tonight. Torrance won another one there on McGing. Luke delivers a crunching blow in center, and then Peterson absolutely had Torrance lined up, and he's going to answer for it now. Dorrington goes right after Peterson and takes him down to the ice.
Season last year against the Bears, 2 last night. Slap shot from the line. Berger put it wide of the goal, and now we're going to have a fight. How about this? Nakbar and Wilson. The rookie against the veteran. Justin Nakbar, tough as nails, not backing down. Both guys trying to land some pops. Over the top, Wilson with a couple. Nakbar fires back with a right. And a off balance on Big Garrett Wilson. Justin Nakbar's second fight of the season. Both players connect with rights. Wilson up and over the top. And both linespersons will step in. Big Garrett Wilson, 6'3", 229.
Rob Brendan, their head coach, I don't know if you saw his quote. He said, arguably, he's one of the best players. We're going to get a fight. Empey, and is that Montgomery? Yes, it is. Bryce Montgomery in his first game with the Wolves, 9th defenseman used. He comes out with the rights. Empey, who fought last night in Grand Rapids, trying to answer back. Montgomery throwing the heavy rights, and they are hitting the side of the helmet, maybe the cheekbone, and back comes Empey, giving up some size. Bryce Montgomery trying to duck under those overhead shots, and now an uppercut, and they go to the surface. Well, Billy, we started the broadcast talking about
Klimovich finds McEachran, who dumps it deep, takes a hit. And he'll go off for a change. And now we're going to have a fight. Chase Waters didn't like that, and he's going to drop the mitts with Millar. Maybe this will get the Canucks going. Waters trying to get his right free. Millar holding on, and now Waters responds to the right. Millar loses his helmet, and he better be careful. And now the two tie up. This one's not over, and now it is, as Millar is on his knees, and that's a good captain right there. Thought the hit was a little high on McEachran.
You find that they find open spots. Now here's Lettieri on the breakaway, shoots, and it climbs up a little high. The rebound and banging into Sogard. We see a penalty coming up here as Quillen, and the gloves are off as he battles with Dorian Donovan, and both of them tumble to the ice.
In the Griffins and the Wild. At the blue line, Alex Kanek-Liepert got one through, and now right at the blue line, it's Kanek-Liepert and Lewiski. They've dropped the gloves, and they are throwing haymakers here. Lewiski's got his jersey over his head here. Kanek-Liepert's feeding him some uppercuts. That was a quick but ferocious fight.
Waved off, and now Daschke after it. Ties up Gridden. Morton takes a pass. He gets buried from behind by Waters. Play goes on, and we're going to have a fight. Waters gets jumped by Gallant, and Waters is down. Gallant's still throwing, and now that's going to bring other players into the fray. Gallant should get the instigator. Now he's still throwing punches on Waters. Waters hasn't thrown a single punch. He knows what type of customer Gallant is. And now he's getting ready for a point shot that is, what do you know, it's blocked. This time Stromgren in the way. And now we're going to have a fight. Ottenbreit going to drop the gloves of Joe Arnston. They're going to square up and let them fly. Here we go. Ottenbreit and Arnston tie up inside the Calgary zone. Both of them trying to get their rights free. Ottenbreit takes off his elbow pad. Arnston protecting himself, throws a right. Ottenbreit responds. And now they're in front of Prosvetov. They're still chucking him. Two big boys toe-to-toe. And now a body shot by Arnston. Overhand right by Arnston. Ottenbreit holding on. They're both tired, and now they separate. Good scrap.
Puck is down, and gloves are down, and here we go. You could see this coming from a mile away as Kessie and Nakbar start the shuffle. Over by the penalty boxes, they grapple. Kessie trying to get his right hand free. He gets one shot in on Nakbar, who tries to adjust his chin strap. Kessie comes with a right over the top. Nakbar hanging in there very well. He's no stranger to this himself. It's already round 2 for these guys this season. A good uppercut from Kessie. Nakbar came back with one of his own. Kessie still getting some good rights in. Neither man really landing a definitive punch just yet. Kessie with an uppercut once again to Nakbar as Kessie keeps swinging over by the boxes, and now Kale's got a couple over the top before the linesmen jump in to intercept.
Night. It's fantastic.
And as you mentioned, Doty didn't play, so he's pent up.
Yeah.
Didn't get a chance to participate last
There you
night.
go.
Here we go. So John Gormley's going to drop the gloves of Jacob Doty, who's one of the tougher customers in the league. So good on Gormley, a young player in just his second game of the year, and those two are going to crumble down to the ice. So for Doty, a much more experienced fighter.
Schoenemann, though, doesn't get it out. Schwintz firing, and that hit Johannesson in the face. How many more T-Birds can take pucks up high? Johannesson already took a puck in the face earlier in the season, and now a checker starts throwing punches in the corner on Wagner, as Wagner had already dropped the mitts with Entwistle. Heward was the third man in as Wagner continues to throw punches with Entwistle and takes him down to the ice. I'll be very interested to see how all of this shakes out.
Side as they take over inside of their own territory. It's now Warner, and we're going to get gloves thrown here. It's Colin Felix who will go toe-to-toe with Justin Nakbar. Nakbar, two right hands. Now Colin Felix, who's ever so aggressive, going right back. A trio of punches. Now back to Nakbar, not holding back. Losing the helmet there was Felix. Nakbar grabbing on for dear life. Felix, a pair of punches. Merkulov, and now Patra's gonna go at it. There they go. Patra with Devine inside of the far corner. Patra drops him in seconds. Patra wasn't taking any of it. He took an initial blast just outside of the bench.
Fourth line shift here. Lucas Siona was getting mixed up with everybody, although I think he might be the only one who's getting a penalty here. Oh, we gotta have a scrap too.
Oh, happening behind the play. Looks like Nick Cicek dropping the gloves. Connor Clattenburg, and there's actually a story behind this yesterday because Clattenburg scored the tying goal late in the third period, and he beaked the Calgary bench as he was walking by, waving, sort of blowing kisses towards them as they joust, and Clattenburg trying to get his right hand free. Nick Cicek hanging on just a little bit. Both of them with their buckets on until that last punch connected.
More off the near wall, Pagansky for McCartney, who drags and shoots, blocked by Sandelin. Lewinsky and McCartney are going to dance. Here we go. Fourth fight of the year already for Mark Lewinsky, and they're going to skate right to center stage. These two can really go. This should be a big one. McCartney and Lewinsky, their rights are free. Looks like a couple of pugilists here. They know what they're doing. Big right from McCartney. Lewinsky throws him to the ice. Awesome.
Drawn a shot. That one hits a skate out in front. Now we're going to get a fight. Boucher and Canik Liepert. Canik Liepert about as tough as they come. Boucher, Dylan Boucher, trying to show his worth as a fisticuff performer, and he's throwing a lot of right hands right now, and he's got Canik Liepert on the seat of his pants.
Up from Schuster, and then George. Now Andre Schuster goes indirect. We have a fight coming here. Hunter Drew and Cale Kessie. Here we go. Two tough kids, and they're ready to throw right hands. Locked up now at center ice. Drew with a right. Kessie misses. Drew tries. Now an uppercut from Kessie. Drew, oh, he got him good with the right hand that time. His helmet pops off. Kessie throwing lefts. Linesman watching. Drew once, twice. Stays on his feet, and they go down.
To have a fight behind the play. John Hayden and Ronnie Adder. They drop the gloves.
And get ready to throw the first punch. Hayden wraps him up. Couple of lefts, and Adder falls down to the ice. Oh, a quick takedown for John Hayden. Knew that was coming at some point.
Side tried to center for Bailey. It was picked off by Kometz. Silverknight turned it the other way. Big hit in front of the benches as Connor Smith stepped up on Euronin, and now gloves are coming off. Euronin was hit by Smith, and William Kometz went right over to him, and Smith has the right hand loose. Euronin was hit hard by Smith, and Kometz went right over, and right now Connor Smith getting the better of it as they tangle up, and now the linesman will step in.
That'll breeze wide too. Big hit as McHugh lines up Sweezy, and Sweezy's got to be in his bonnet as those two behind the play get back to their feet. They'll drop the glove. Sweezy and McHugh. Overhand right for Sweezy. Helmet tumbles off McHugh's head. Big crushing right from Max McHugh. Oh, and more rights from Sweezy too. They're at arm's length now. Sweezy gets the right hand free and finishes with a couple over the top. But a good on it, a scrap there.
Ottman qui sont atteints par un bâton au visage. Et là, Fowler qui s'interpose sur Ottman. Et Condota engage le combat, c'est parti! Condota et Ottman! Et quelle droite de Condota qui vient répondre. Il n'a pas apprécié le contact entre Fowler. Et là, je pensais que le combat était terminé, mais non. Ça se poursuit dans le coin. Condota et Ottman. Il n'y a pas de coup qui est donné. Ottman réplique. Et la Condota, quelle droite! Et il touche l'attaquant Ottman.
Lead past the attacking line, moving in for a shot by Pedersen, saved Dawes, and then he was crashed into, and Dawes shaking up on the play. Edwards is going to drop the gloves with Washkarak. Washkarak, a couple overhand rights and uppercut. Edwards with a couple big rights as he connects on the chin of Washkarak. Edwards with a couple heavy rights, trying to get that left hand jab working as well. They wrangle in the corner. Linesman still letting them go. Body shot from Washkarak. And now the linesmen step in.
Red line lobs it deep. Out of the box is Gibson. Gravel in the far corner. Somebody went for a hit. Boucher, Gravel. They're going to drop gloves. It's Milmuck, and Gravel in the far corner. Milmuck and Gravel throwing hands. Milmuck with a couple of pops. Gravel's helmet popped off, and that'll do it there.
Number 26, Connor Milmuck. For the Milwaukee Admirals, number 5, Kevin Gravel. Both 5 minutes for fighting at 13:23.
To Willis. Engelbert comes for the hit. The puck into the far corner. Mutter got it to Willis. Willis in that far corner still. Scoots behind the net. Now Marino helping, and the gloves drop between Mutter and Parrott in the far circle. Mutter and Parrott. Mutter wrestled to the ice. Marino. Kyle Marino on his backhand on the left wing wall. He'll feed it right circle. Good feed to Osterley, who shoots right, and they scored! It looked like Comesso ate it up, but it gets in. And at 12:55 of the second, the Admirals have tied the game as fists are thrown between Milmuck and Englund. Rockford has 6 guys on the 1, 2, 3, 4. Rockford has too many men on the ice, so Milmuck's night is over. Milmuck came off the bench. He and Englund fight at the end of the play.
Puck is dropped, and we are underway here in downtown Rockford.
Here we go.
And right off the draw, 36 versus 36. Dylan Boucher and Kyle Marino was brewing all overnight, and now they square off at center ice. They engage with their left hands. Boucher trying to get his right free. Marino counters over top, got Boucher down on his knees, and then puts the headlock over top.
No look across the entirety of the zone was nasty. We got a scrap here.
We got it, Tilly, as Alex Gallant back in the lineup. He's taking on Anthony Vincent. Vincent, 5'10", 195. As for Alex, we know him, 5'11", 180, and Gallant unleashing.
Oof.
But he goes down to ground first, but a good twist and tie there for the officials to break it up, and I think that's some good energy.
In between stoppages.
All right, Nick Cicek lining up with Jimmy Huntington. Huntington, 6 feet tall, 200 pounds. As for Mr. Nick Cicek, 6'3", he's 220. As the bucket is off for Huntington, Cicek and him just grappling. Vincent trying to get that hand free as is starts to connect with the left.
Whoa.
Oh, that one goes cross face as they now grapple. Pretty good tilt.
Soccer to Long, nice pass. Lundmark shoots off the crossbar. What a pass from Entwistle, and then a hard hit on Lundmark. That was late at 6:45, and that'll cause a crowd as Flinton and Sabarin pushing and shoving with Gaber and Hewer. And now a fight behind the play. At the far circle, it's Entwistle and Mercury. Mackenzie Entwistle trying to get his right hand free and over the top strike. Mercury as well, swinging into the far circle, and the both players go down.
Bye. Oh, big check there by Pavlichev. He's challenged. We're going to get a fight. Lambos? Carson Lambos and Nikita Pavlichev. And the big reach for Pavlichev. He saw Lambos want to come in quick, and Pavlichev lands a couple rights, and he gets the takedown. Nikita Pavlichev will wear the belt to the penalty box. Popped it up the boards. Rhoda hit, open ice hit, Suzuki, and then the Wolves go right after him. Lambos, and now Merritt. Bryce Montgomery is throwing some body blows here as we get our second fight of the game. And now Merritt comes back. These two fought Thursday in Des Moines, and Montgomery gets the takedown. That was a big hit.
Tail between your legs and admit it was a beautiful play. Russo clears this one down into the far corner. Kuntz is going to get knocked off it by Dragovic. Now joining that fight is another new addition to the lineup for Coachella Valley. That's Lashko. Through the legs of Lutz it goes, near side for Rakoff. Now we got a scrap. It's going to be Connaughton. He's getting tied up with it. He'll throw a couple lefts in the battle. It's McKinnon across from him. Another good arm's length away. McKinnon throws two overhands. Connaughton waits for his time. Two overhands back. McKinnon slugging off it. Connaughton tied up now at the top of the circle. Connaughton's got him in an arm's length away. Big right by Kevin. Knocks the helmet off McKinnon. Another big right. Down goes McKinnon. Connaughton makes sure the job is done.
Get him, Kev.
Takes it along the wall. It'll be picked up by Kuntz, who takes a shoulder to the jaw. Now Moore comes in to lay a hit from behind. More pushing and shoving ensuing. It's Lutz who's tied up there with Price. We saw him get tied up in one scrum already. Lamoureux across the top to Moore. Moore towards the far side of the net. Lamoureux down in front, trying to spin it in from behind. Julian Lutz is going at the top of the far side with Price. Lutz has him pinned down to the ice, and Lutz wins his second scrap of the year.
We haven't gotten over the fact that he's Islanders and I'm Rangers. We're just kind of ignoring that. But we're both. Oh, here we go.
Now we're going to get a scrum. Maverick Lamoureux's going to go. Lamoureux with a good right to Adavainen. Adavainen turned one back. Another good right from Lamoureux over the top. Two continuous good ones. Adavainen's going to hold him out, as is Lamoureux. He's going to wait for it. Underneath from Adavainen over the top. Now it is to Lamoureux, and hauled down goes Mav Lamoureux. Wowzers, that came out of no. The play wasn't even going on, and they started fighting.
And the outlet pass to center goes off the stick of Dineen, and he'll have to trundle back into his own end to get this one. Now we're going to get a fight the other way. Here comes Josh Brown, going to drop the mitts. Brown in front of his own net, drops it with Mitch McLean, who went right after him, and he sends McLean down on the ice.
Across for Poland, and now a fight breaking out. Oh boy, punch landed there. Gagny going at it with Ulrichsen. Gagny grabs hold of the shirt collar. Tries to land a little jab. Now comes across with a right hand. Oh, another right by Gagny, and Ulrichsen will spill down to the ice. And there's the rookie, Alex Gagny, dropping the mitts.
The center, or wasn't? No, it was caught before it left the zone. Puck is loose between the circles. Now we got a fight. How about this? Good morning, everyone. Luke Rowe going with Galan. Galan with right hands. And they both go down.
Renko will come out to move it up the left side. Stenberg together with Thorpe. Stenberg took a heavy and high hit right by his bench, and an immediate response comes from McGing as he wants a piece of Luke Tuck. As those two drop the mitts with 4:09 remaining in the third. McGing did not like the hit on his line mate Otto Stenberg.
Krishnikov at center.
Oh, here we
Oh,
go.
and we've got a tilt. Clark Bishop dropping the gloves. Taking on Taylor Ward, couple of AHL veterans for the captain. 6 feet tall, 200 pounds. Taylor Ward, 6'2", just shy of 200 as they grapple at the blue line near the center of the ice in the Ontario zone. Not sure what this is stemming from, but both of them getting a couple of arms free and chucking those lefts and rights as they exchange blows. Bucket still on, both of them. This is a good tilt, and the captain with the takedown.
Right side. Carlson to Iorio, now a one-timer. Stop, puck loose in front, and the goaltender, Koskinvoa, falls on it. And now we're gonna have a fight. Joe LeBate drops the glove of Shane Bowers. Bowers has his helmet off as LeBate throws a couple of lefts. Bowers is in trouble, and down he goes.
Will skate the puck to neutral, feed it right, Marino. Cut off by a hip check from Doyle, and now Ratcliffe goes after him, and Ratcliffe is all over Braden Doyle. Now Marino's going to jump in as well. Marino is just unloading on Braden Doyle. Yannick Turcotte is going after Ratcliffe. So we're going to get a lot of penalties here. Doyle had the hip check rather low on Marino. Ratcliffe took exception, went after Doyle.
Last year, but the road team won 6 of the 8 games, and now we'll drop the mitts here as Roland McEwen will answer the bell near side as he steps in against Clattenburg. McEwen kind of wrapped up here, and they'll haul him down to the ice.
Out of his net to grab it is Kaapo Kakkonen. And we're going to have a fight here. Behind the play, Connor Mackey and Lucas Condota, the captain of the Rocket, squaring up with Connor Mackey. And they engage. They got a hold of each other here. Mackey firing with rights on Condota. Condota returning with a few of his own. They still have a hold of each other. This one behind the play, it felt like it was developing. Still a hold of each other. They're trying to break free here. Mackey, a couple more rights. This is turning into a wrestling match here with the captain, and down goes Condota. Swings around Mackey at the end there. Steady presence. Behind the net, Xavier Simoneau. Hammered down by Yaroslav Hemelash. And Simoneau struggling to get up behind the play. Another fight. Fabian Jacki is going to go with Yaroslav Hemelash. And he is hammering Hemelash with rights. Hemelash able to wrestle him down.
4 goals, 3 helpers for Poulin over the course of this now 5-game point streak. And we got the gloves dropping here too. 2 heavyweights going to go at it right at center ice. Boko Imama for the Penguins and Cale Kessie of the Springfield Thunderbirds. Imama grabs a hold of Kessie. Kessie gives a couple of quick right hands, but the helmet knocked ajar from Kessie. Short left-handed jabs by Imama. Now a big right, another big right by Imama. Kessie standing on his feet. Swings back, Imama returns the favor. Imama now tugging at Kessie, tags him right on the side of the head as Kessie loses his balance. Officials jump in.
So down a couple here with 6 minutes and 22. We got a fight. Hunter Drew's gonna go at center ice. Tyler Kopp tries a right. Drew with a couple of rights to the body. Right hand over the top. Another one, and he takes him down.
5:14 to go in the second period. The faceoff would be down in Syracuse territory. Now, gloves are dropping here. It is Lucas Mercury and Landon Hookey, and my goodness, Mercury just decked him.
But he keeps the puck there. taken away by Conley, and back behind the play, it's Ashton Sautner throwing hands. That all happened behind the play. Protects the puck, takes a bump from Tony Nato, got it down low into the corner where Shaw will scrape it off the glass. Del Mastro hustles over to grab possession. Here's Dewar. Oh, and we got a fight here. Oh, and Allen is trying to rip the head off of Mason Shaw. They're dueling to the right of the Rockford cage. Allen's got Shaw to spin cycle. Allen's lost his lid, and then the Lions people get in the way. Oh, Allen wants to keep chucking, but the Lions aren't going to let him. The Moose defenseman takes the bump from Empey and up and out of the box. Oh, look at this. It's Empey who's got a hold of Fitzgerald. And the boys up along the glass are loving it. Oh, that's Tage Harding. Harding's chucking him. Harding's got Vitelli up against the glass. Oh no, get down. Harding just buried Reese Vitelli into the ice.
So Szymanski with the tally, and now out at center ice, we're going to get a Kladberg fight with McKinnon. Here we go, right at the center dot. Kladberg holding to McKinnon. Kladberg fell down, and then he dropped McKinnon as he turned around. No real punches connecting. Get it out of the zone. Akey will have to regroup on the far side, and Kladberg comes across. He's going to get a penalty here. Goyette's going to grab him. Goyette goes after Kladberg, and here we go again. Kladberg throwing bombs over the top of the right. Kladberg an uppercut. Goyette threw the gloves down, and I don't think that was a great decision. Kladberg's got him, and he takes him down.
Arnson's got some size on him at 6'3", throwing some rights and a couple of lefts. Trying to get that right arm free. Mishak holding on right now. Arnson comes over the top. Mishak delivers a right that dislodges the helmet of Arnson. And now Arnson with a couple uppercuts, throwing rights. Mishak tumbles down to the ice, and he'll bring Arnson down with him. I didn't see what happened to spark everything. Where Dashke keeps it alive. Noah Warren leans in on a man. Got to go after Noah Warren. The puck's onto neutral ice here. That battle continues. And now Warren just drops the gloves with Waters behind the play. Noah Warren throwing rights. Haymakers. They pin along the near boards, tussle and tumble to the ice.
I think there was something to that one.
Et son opposant, on est au centre de la glace.
C'est
Pietro Nero.
Ouais.
Exactement. Et la toque. Deux droites. Quel solide combat. Une gauche et finalement Pietro Nero va faire chuter.
Back. Shine on a clean entry. Pulls up as he hits the near circle. Tries to spin away from Kevin Fitzgerald. The Hogs veteran defenseman seals him up. Lapina touching to center. And now we got a fight with Connor Milmock and Austin Watson. Milmock's got Watson up along the Grand Rapids bench, using his left hand. Milmock throwing hard rights. He just took down Austin Watson.
Bounces back out towards center, and the Stars will have to regroup. That puck went out of play into the Texas bench. And now we're going to get a fight after the whistle, so this could be additional penalties here as the play was dead and gone, but it's going to be Becker and Harding. Jack Becker, Tage Harding. Harding swings over the top with the right. The 6'7" defenseman has Becker tied up. Becker might have got one good one in, but then his jersey started coming up over the top of his head, and he's going to hit the ice here as the Lions people will step in and try to put an end to this. Bench. On the right wing come the Stars. McKenzie, he scores! Jason Curtis swinging away. Curtis with a right over the top. I think it's Kuzmin. Oh my goodness. The roof came off this building.
And then there was some traffic for him getting back to his crease.
Celine back behind the net here of Copley, and we got a fight at center ice. It's Connors. Kenny Connors dropping the glove with Matt Capone right behind the Ontario blue line. First fighting major for the rookie Connors, and he's doing pretty darn well. He lands a couple rights, and he brings down Capone. Have a night. It's a Gordie Howe hat trick for Kenny Connors.
He compliments them really well.
Oh boy. Iso guy dumped from behind in a vulnerable position by Jones, and Zemer coming in. Zemer and Jones gonna throw a couple punches here. Jones over the top of the rookie Zemer, and the official coming in to separate that one. Iso guy appears to be all right. Drops back for Yamson. Down low for Gaudin behind the net. And Wright frees it up, trying to smash it home near side of the post. And Ingram will hold his ground, and Stillman gives a couple of jabs to Wright after the whistle, and they want to unload. Stillman especially did, and they've dropped him. Jared Wright and Stillman tussling here at the goal line, just off the net of Ingram. Wright gets one in, Stillman also does. Oh baby, a couple of big punches from both Jared Wright and Riley Stillman. And the officials will come in and break it up.
Though, not a lot of time and space to make plays, so you have to get those short little dumps behind you. Oh, there we go.
Here we go. Wallstrom and Berard are going to drop the gloves. Berard initiated it. Wallstrom over the top. He can scrap. First time he's doing it as a member of the Barracuda, and he threw a couple of straight rights and finished the job on Berard.
Diego in the first period. As Brstevich carries to neutral ice, and here you're having a fight from center ice. And this is the one we thought we'd gone to get. It was on the marquee. Travis Howe, Alex Gallant. Third time that they've dropped in the last 3 years. Everybody's on their feet. We'll square up at center. They'll size each other up. Here's Howe, Gallant. Reaching it is Gallant. He'll throw it right. Howe's got him tied up now. Gallant trying to get loose with the right hand. A couple years ago, they went for about 90 seconds as Howe delivers a right. He's got the right hand loose. Rights from Gallant. And Howe's going to ditch the helmet. Lefts from Gallant. Haymakers from Howe. He's swinging a miss. Now he's got a couple uppercuts. Travis Howe with a few. Gallant back with another. And another right from Travis Howe. Gallant has thrown about 20 punches now. They tie up again. Trying to push the officials away, and now they will call it on a square bout from Gallant and Howe from Pechanga Arena.
Back to the point, borrows a shot, a cross check on D'Amato, no call there. Now a body check the other way, here goes Kempin, he wants a piece of Hicketts. Kempin steps in, he's grabbed the captain of the Reign. The gloves are off, the linesman trying to step in. And that's on the officials.
Zach Hayes goes rink wide. Rolston out to center. He was trying to get to Willis. And pile up of bodies in front of the benches as McLean came in to jostle it free. Silver Knights will regroup in their own end, and now in the neutral zone, gloves are off as Navrin Mutter got Joe Fleming down to the ice quickly. And the officials will pull them apart. That's a
that being the stickiest of sodas, by the way, just in case. We got a penalty coming up here. And Butler is going to square up here with Blake Smith as they get into it. An overhand there, trying to reach in on Blake Smith. Butler not a small man himself, and the two of them just trying to land one as an uppercut there doesn't quite reach the distance. And now they're tangled up a little tighter. Nobody quite ready to pop into this one. as it looked like the Lions folk were going to get in on it, and back and forth the punches keep throwing, but I'm not sure anybody quite landed.
And now a chance for the Bruins. Abate, a shot from wide of the mark, and we are going to get a fight down the other way. Colin Felix is going to go at it. A bunch of right hands by the Wilkes bench. Getting involved, he's smothered inside of the boards. The officials working diligently to separate both parties.
Will be wedged past the right defenseman Chesley and back to center. 12-15 left, we'll have a fight. Here's Smallman and Malatesta. 11 versus 11 as they circle at center. Size advantage to Smallman as Malatesta latches. And they're measuring one another. Uppercut Smallman, couple overhand rights, but Jimmy responds, and a quick stinging takedown for Malatesta.
De Harrington qui a fait rentrer Dauphin dans le gardien, personnellement, Vincent. Moi, c'est comme ça que j'ai vu le Belzile qui veut s'en prendre. Et on engage le combat. Belzile et Gilbert en zone centrale.
Deux vétérans.
Belzile. Et c'est tout un client, ce Gilbert. Et là, une bonne droite de Belzile. Gilbert ensuite. Et il fait chuter le numéro 48 chez les Sénateurs. Parsons remise pour Gilbert. Carré qui est frappé dans le dos par Denis. Et là, Hookie qui veut venir engager le combat avec Denis. Et là, le combat qui est engagé entre les deux. Hookie et Denis et la chute de Hookie. Et Denis gagne la lutte.
Un jeune joueur, Landon Hookie. C'était plus.
Up to the point again, it's Del Mastro. Slap pass is tipped on goal by Engelbert, and another save by the Stars netminder. And now we get a fight. It's Connor Punnett and Andrew Parrott. And Parrott's coming across with the top. Punnett will now land a right. He gets another good right in. Parrott with an uppercut. Then he connects on one over the top. And Punnett gets back to his feet to deliver one more. We get a second scrap here in the Texas zone. Milmock jumped Cole Lind, I think. And so Rockford trying to get some payback for the two Texas players they felt maybe should have earned suspensions last night and did not.
Joshua on the goal line, backhander save, Dawes. It's still loose, and then the whistle blown. And Hardman wraps up Kuntar at the side of the net. Bigger part, Addison and Kuntar. Hardman was tied up with Fiddler Schultz, and now we got Addison still going at it with Trevor Kuntar. And then Strand tied up. Oh, and he takes a right-hand jab at Jagger Joshua. They're going to drop the gloves. Austin Strand and Jagger Joshua with some heavy rights. A couple left-hand jabs from Austin Strand. Joshua with a big right hand. And then they both go down to the ice.
That'll get you guessing.
Firebirds got the best of Owen Say in their first matchup of the year back in late October as Caden Hamill takes a penalty and Calgary goes to the power play. But before we get to the man advantage, time for our Desert Texas keys of the game. But before we do that, we're going to have a fight. Caden Hamill drops the gloves with Alex Gallant.
Yeah, and if you're Caden Hamill, you best be ready for this one.
Waiting for the first punch, and they both start throwing. Look at this, Caden Hamill gets the best of Alex Gallant. Are you not entertained?
Against the crunch. So they do have the upper hand in the all-time series. Oh, then hit hard in the far corner, slow to get to his feet. Mike Hardman, it looked like, leaving his glove, one of his gloves and both gloves now in his stick behind. And now we're going to have a scrap at center between Legare and Schmid. Schmid took down Legare, then continued to throw a couple right hands as he was on the ice.
Yeah, it sure looked like it, didn't it?
Here's Hardman. Barrels into the right corner. Now we're going to have a scrap at center. Sabrin with some left hands. Jabs on Dmitry Ozapov.
Because typically when you see that, to the point I just was making is, usually it's a clear-cut breakaway. There's not, obviously there's some impediment there by by John McDonald, but I don't think it's enough for a penalty shot. You know, it's pretty bang there. Yes, it's up in the hands, and yes, it you know, takes the puck away, but not too much there from John.
No, I agree with you, Garrett. Initially, off my vantage point, I did not think that was going to even be remotely considered to be penalty shot. Dalton Smith and Imama are going to shed the gloves here. So Imama scores, now he's going to fight, and this is about as heavyweight of a bout as you're going to get. Gloves are off at center. Two veterans here, and Smith swinging away with rights. Back over the top, Imama. Dalton Smith teeing off here, getting the crowd fired up, and he gets the takedown. Imama with the goal, Smith with the takedown. Up top, gets it back left circle, rolled away from him, and then got smoked in the boards by Kemp. And standing up for him and saying, let's go, is Bitton with his first fight as a Bear. Kemp, the captain, and Sam Bitton going at it. And Kemp winds up down on his knees with Bitton on top. And that's going to do it for that scrap. But Sam Bitton trying to spark his club, saw the hit. The wires crossed and stands up for his teammate. Big hit by Belpedio on Pickering. Finished his check on him. Luciani with a cross-checking penalty here on McGroarty. And that is going to draw a crowd. As we're going to have a full-fledged fight here. Why not? Tomasino and Gucciardi going at it. Gucciardi winds up with a takedown on Tomasino, who got spun all around.
As Roost falls on top of it, Marino pokes it free toward the front of the goal. Lambos is there to ice it. Now they're going to drop the gloves. Lambos and Mutter are going to drop them. Lambos and Mutter back their way to center ice. Lambos reaches in as Mutter grabs him. Lambos throws a right. Mutter's helmet flies off. Now Lambos, as Mutter throws a right that lands on the left ear. Then he tumbles him to the ice with a shot. Lambos got back up, and Mutter gave him another what for. Austin Roost to the goal line, centering for Marino. It comes through to the right point. Andrew Gibson with a shot. Stick save Peterson, and the horn sounds to end the frame. As now it's on again in the crease as Butler and Marino drop the gloves. It was initially Lewinsky and Marino, and now it's going to be Cameron Butler jumping in, and he and Marino set up above the far circle away from everybody else, and the officials are going to let it go. Marino clutches, throws a right that doesn't land, a couple more that don't land. Butler over the top. Now Marino lands one. He lands another uppercut from Butler, misses. Butler trying to free his left hand, trying to switch on Marino. The helmet of Butler pops off. Marino throws a right. Another one, and that one scored. Another one that scores. Another one that glances off the left temple of Butler, and now the linesman will step in and break it up at 20 minutes of the period. It comes to center where Lewinsky from the left wing. Gloves drop now between Gibson and Iowa's Merrick. Gibson and Merrick. Gibson throws a right. He was falling back. Linesman helps him up, holds him up. As Merrick tries to land a left, Gibson with a couple to the left ear of Merrick. Gibson has a good hold of the collar, and now the linesman will step in the way. That one comes out of nowhere. Andrew Gibson and Bradley Merrick
are here in Cedar Park. That leads me to the officials. Nolan Boyer and Chad Ingles are the two referees. We're going to get a fight. Austin Watson and Curtis McKenzie, two veterans, two all-star teammates last year. Big swing by Watson. McKenzie down to his knees. Watson will land an uppercut, and the lines people will step in. Watson checking on McKenzie to make sure he's all right, as there's a lot of respect between those two.
All the way down the ice. It's McWard and Marshall Warren in defense. Oh, we got a fight. Here we go. Hunter Drew's going to go against Cale Kessie. Two kids, tough customers, right at center ice. Gloves are off. Fans are standing. Benches are standing. Here we go. Ring the bell. They're locked up. Right hand, Kessie. Drew, right hand to the body. He misses. Drew throws one right back. Kessie once, twice. His helmet comes off. Drew takes one, gives one right back. Kessie loads up. Oh, he once and twice. Drew keeps throwing him. Kessie to the body. You can imagine how tired these men are, and they keep throwing right hands. And the line linesmen step in. Way to go, boys. Way to go.
The Checkers 5, the Marlies 1. The point streak continues to 7 games. As Entwistle at center ice, will he drop the gloves? This time with Smith, they do! Entwistle and Smith. And then Lundmark at the same time with Pizzetta. 2 face-offs and fights around the center ice logo. Lundmark is down. Entwistle swinging against Smith at the Checkers blue line. Entwistle trying to get his right arm free over the top against Smith. A couple of rights that don't land from Smith. Entwistle and Smith are done.
Words being exchanged. And they're going to have a fight. Carson Bantle drops the gloves and drops his man. Oh, Bantle hit him with a big punch, and now he just wrestled him down to the ice. That did not go well for the Wild. And now the two of them throwing punches over the linesman. Not a good look.
The upright at the Syracuse bench, and the puck around behind the net, added momentarily. Now the gloves are dropped in front of the net. That's Gertson for the Amish over the top with the right hand as he's pounding away on Sturts, who's trying to get back with a right hand of his own. Again, pumping that right hand is Gertson. He's a big boy, that one. Over the top now. That's enough as Sturts really couldn't do anything.
Was mashed by 2 Rockford players in the zone. Weisblatt and Marcel are going to drop the mitts at center. Weisblatt offered. Marcel happy to oblige. Still waiting to engage at the center logo. Marcel connects with a right. Weisblatt tags the chin of Marcel with a couple of lefts. Marcel trying to get his hands free. Serious height advantage here for Marcel, and he's working Weisblatt over. Weisblatt got his head down. Marcel goes over top at the red line. Lands him with a couple of rights over top. Marcel's just connecting. And finally the lines person get in. Out to center. Banked ahead by Ratcliffe. He has O'Hara in stride. Parrott takes him down, and O'Hara has lost his helmet. Ratcliffe comes in to defend. Parrott going southpaw. Already the second fight of the game. Parrott connects with a left. Ratcliffe has the height advantage, but Parrott's holding his own up along the glass. Ratcliffe takes Parrott to the boards. Captain recovers. Osterley shoots, and Berezhnoy makes his first save of the game. A pad stop for the Russian. Big hit there from Harding. He took down Molendijk along the boards, and a penalty's coming up. And now Marino and Harding are going to drop them. Well, Tage Harding's been picking up his fighting as the seasons go on. This is going to be his big test. Harding and Marino in the Rockford zone. 3rd fight already of the opening 12 minutes. Marino connecting with a right. Harding trying to use that long reach. He goes for a big swing and goes tumbling down to the ice.
Enter the zone. The feed to Singleton. Now to the slot. It's a shot. Oh, and he barrels into Martin, who made the save. As now there is a reaction from Hartford after contact with Martin, and Martin himself is going for it here as he's got Richard wrapped up. Mackey hammering at McCown. McCown never even got his gloves off here. And Mackey is teeing off. It was not even McCown that went into Martin. It was a shot.
Pass here, get it to the red line, get it deep, and then change the D. It's offside.
Miro Stachenko is pushed offside, and that will draw a crowd. Louis Belpedio is going to drop the gloves here with Pietila. Belpedio and Pietila inside the Penguins' blue line, and Belpedio ragdolls him down to the ice, but Pietila jumps back to his skates, and they're still exchanging blows.
Yeah, I think Louis trying to get his arm free. He's got his right hand tied up.
Pietila is 6'2", 190. Belpedio 5'11", 200. Pietila's getting some rights.
He's trying to reel him in so he can pop him. There it is.
I told you. Bang with the right hand. Belpedio's lost his helmet. Pietro with an uppercut and it missed. Belpedio comes back with a left. Long bout here. And Belpedio has Pietro bent over. Force feeding him a couple of rights here. He'll pin him into the glass, and that will do it for a spirited bout.
Yeah, very good job.
Drills it into the offensive zone, slowed up a bit by Dawes. It works to the left wing side, now the gloves drop. It's Dylan Duke and Xavier Perrot. And Duke wrestles him down to the ice. Well, you knew it was coming. And an early scrap tonight.
It's tapped out in front of the goal. Moyle battles forward into the right wing corner. Tied up, Iowa takes the puck away. Now we got a fight behind the play. Nolan Moyle drops the gloves with Bradley Merrick out in front of the Iowa net. Merrick throwing the right hands, and down goes Moyle.
Lucky number 13 save of the contest for Caden Primo. And we're going to get a fight. Yannick Turcotte has dropped the mitts with Tyrell Bauer. Two of the baddest boys in the American Hockey League are going to go right to the middle of the ring. The Candyman and Bauer, who trains UFC, sizing one another up. And early left hands from Turcotte, and now they're going to go rock'em sock'em, toe-to-toe, each of them firing rights. Bauer sneaks in a couple uppercuts, and Turcotte trying to wrestle the helmets off. A lot of knuckle shots on the helmets here as they continue to go toe-to-toe. Bauer switches to his left hand, and back with the left comes Turcotte. His helmet comes off. It's already been a long bout, and they want to keep going. A great scrap here between two of the toughest in the Central Division. And they have now moved towards the Wolves zone. Bauer feeding the rights. Turcotte a little bit off balance. Comes back with a hard right himself. And boy, they're going to need oxygen masks after this one as the fight gets close to a minute. You can see some blood on the jerseys as they've been rubbing helmets. And now they go to the ice. And players banging their sticks at both benches. You won't get much better bang for your buck than that one.
Battle for it. Kara can't muscle it out. Parker Bell, nice job to keep it in for now. Puck's underneath him as he fell. Now he gets back up. And now we're going to have a fight. Jujhar Kara drops the gloves of Siona. Two big boys. Toe-to-toe in front of the Canucks bench. Kara loses his helmet. So does Siona. Siona trying to get a right free. Now Kara knocks him with a right. Siona trying to respond. Kara ducks out of the way of one. Now another right by Kara, and down goes Siona. The veteran against the youngster.
Certainly helps.
Samuel Fagemo tripped up across the blue line. Spot check back for Lambos, and here we go. It is Mason Shaw stepping in with Mark Lewinsky. Shaw, no shrinking violet. Lewinsky with some big rights. He's got his right arm free. And those two will get separated by the linesman.
That was a fantastic tilt between two willing combatants.
Off the doorward, getting it into the slot. The Phantoms setting up some of these glorious chances. Dawes made a nice glove save. We're mixing it up behind the play. And in a fight, it's Nathan Legaray with Devin Kaplan in his first pro fight. And Kaplan swings and connects and knocks him down.
Cleared away. Nice job by Beirut Luther, Lucchini, and Fensori back behind the play. They're going to drop the mitts. Fensori lands the first couple of shots. Dom Fensori starting strong. He gets the takedown, and the crowd roars here in Rosemont.
It's as far as it got. Melanson hustles it back in the Abbotsford zone, takes a hit from Arnston, and Arnston's gonna have to fight. John Hayden wants him to answer the bell, and we got a scrap between two big boys, Arnston and Hayden. As Hayden tries to get his right free, Arnston's got him tied up. They're along the boards, and now Arnston holding him with his left. A couple jabs there from Hayden. Arnston tries to reply. Hayden misses an uppercut. Two guys that aren't afraid to drop the gloves. And now some body shots. Arnston trying to hit him in the stomach, and now an overhand right. Not many punches have landed, and that fight is over and done with. I wonder if Hayden will get an instigator call. You see that?
So much confidence in those three, whether it's a Sean Singleton, Bezo, to be out in these types of moments in a fight. Riley Bezo against Trevor Carrick. It's Carrick's first fight of the season, and it comes against his former teammate. Bezo can really swing, as can Carrick. And Trevor Carrick, some over-the-top rights on Bezo. Carrick trying to get his right hand free. Bezo's a southpaw, swinging wildly, and Carrick throws him up into the glass. As those two celebrate.
Period one.
Calgary controls off the defensive zone draw as far as center, played back in. Cicek controls deep in his own end, and here we go. Game 401 for Alex Gallant as he drops the gloves. No surprise here. Caden Hamill surveying each other out on top of the C as Gallant. Oh, he gets that arm free, the right arm, as they exchange. Helmet is off for Galley. He'll get a couple of lefts in there. Oh, they are connecting. Jab, jab, jab. The right now free. Stick taps all around. They continue to tussle. Oh, this is a good one. And Alex Gallant with the takedown. That gets stick taps, maybe a standing ovation.
There's one thing that'll bring the crowd out of their seats.
Trying to see who the object of the ire is for the Saskatchewan right next for Rochester. Ture's paired off. Looks like Tiger Joshua, perhaps? Would be surprising. Tiger Joshua, Dearborn, Michigan native, has been around the block a bit. Like 100 plus UCL games. Over Youngstown and sneaking in the USHL. Well, now they've got Ethan Hodgson with gloves off, and Joshua's got gloves off too. Ethan Hodgson was fighting two errors like that. Now he's got that left hand free. Him and Joshua have separated themselves. Hodgson with a big overhand left. Wanting to get another one that uses well, and does right through the line.
Here, 1-0 on a pretty goal. Now we're going to have a fight at center ice. Canuck, Leipert, and Marino are going to drop the gloves. Marino gets the right hand going. Leipert comes back with a right of his own, and then Marino with a right, and that'll put an end to it. Kyle Marino, one of the league tough guys.
Vincent's going to run down the puck far side. He just absolutely hammers the pressure and goal trying to get to him. That was Cedroff, and now here we go. Behind the play, Gaucher and Vincent are going to drop the mitts. Gaucher not allowing for Vincent really to get his bearings. And we're going to get a scrap now off the face-off draw. So Braden Hache is going to drop the gloves with Noah Warren off the draw. So here we go with 4:43 left in the second. We're going to get a scrap between Hache and Warren. The two lock up, two big bodies. Warren with a couple of jabs with a straight left arm. Hache trying to answer Warren with that long reach. It's hard to really get the arm free. Hache trying. Couple of jabs from both sides. Equipment starting to loosen up a little bit here. Now Hache's helmet popped off. Warren with a straight right. Both guys long, so it's really hard to connect. Warren trying to throw a right over the top. And the linesmen are going to come between those two, so a good scrap.
Do that and get in on the forecheck, create space, move the body around.
And on the dump in, we're going to have a fight. Benton is going to drop the gloves with Joey Abante. One before, Benton over the top with the right. He's swinging away right now. Sam Benton's a tough customer. Didn't like the end at center. Abante's lost his helmet. And Abante firing right after right. Benton responds. Chuck and Knuckles right here, setting the tone. Benton, big punches, and the takedown. That will get the Giant Center crowd on their feet.
Del Gaizo à Farrell, à Del Gaizo, on est de retour à égalité numérique. Del Gaizo sorti, il est frappé par Pezzetta sortant des balles de punition. Et c'est Jacky qui va engager le combat. Florian Jacky face à Michael Pezzetta dans l'angle mort de Mark Del Gaizo.
Évidemment, on le voyait cette situation à risque, Cédric. Del Gaizo reste en rang de la glace.
Jacky qui se défend bien devant Pezzetta, le vétéran. 2 bas droits, 3, 4, 5, 6 et là Pezzetta est en train de goûter à la médecine de Florian Jacky. Quelques coups au corps. Pezzetta reçoit une droite au visage et tente d'y aller derrière la tête et les officiels, un uppercut de la part de...
Je viens de voir la reprise, Cédric, ça m'avait tout l'air d'une mise en échec à la tête directement.
Ça, on l'a vu d'ici, là, en sortant du bas de punition. Et là, ça continue! Parsons déroie tous les joueurs sur la glace avec Alex Belzile. Jacky s'en va s'en mêler en plus de ça.
Jacky retourne dans la mêlée.
Qu'est-ce que je t'ai dit tantôt? Parsons et Belzile. Et on engage le combat devant le bas du Rocket.
Évidemment,
Jacky s'en mêle, on est à deux.
Et Thorpe également.
Thorpe avec Paré.
Exact.
Il y a beaucoup de joueurs sur la glace.
Et Del Gaizo s'en va au vestiaire. Ça, c'est la moins bonne nouvelle. La pire des nouvelles sur la séquence. Un des meilleurs défenseurs de la Valois qui tombe au combat.
Belzile, ça se poursuit avec Jacky et le défenseur Parsons. Je te l'avais dit, Vincent. C'est exactement ce qui allait arriver.
Ouais.
Le scénario était...
This year, you're going to need it. We got the gloves dropped behind the play. It's McDonald and Lucas Mercury. McDonald's been involved all night, and he is getting rocked so far by Lucas Mercury. Mercury stuns him. Now he spins him around. A couple of wild rights by Mercury, and they're landing so far. As they now wrestle, Mercury down to his knees, and the officials are going to hop in there. Well,
Ryan, who fired it towards them, missed it wide. Far side, Perunovic at the circle. Now we got a fight going on at the center ice circle. Terrell Goldsmith and Ethan Keppin. This one came out of nowhere. Goldsmith and Keppin will square each other up. Goldsmith's going to engage first. One right from Goldsmith, one from Keppin. Another circle, another right, 2, 3 consecutive. Goldsmith takes one from Keppin over the top, then underneath, then delivers another. Good right from Goldsmith over the top. Good left from the front. Goldsmith throwing slugs at Keppin. Both helmets come off. They'll continue to tie up. Goldsmith, a good more couple rights from underneath, another couple over the top. Pulls the jersey over Ethan Keppin. What a scrap from those two.
Here at Canada Life Center, moves onto the puck and not too surprised to see the gloves hit the ice early here as Tyson Empey and Mark Lewinsky are going to go for a twirl right at center ice. 6 seconds into the hockey game. They're sizing each other up. The former teammates will go toe-to-toe here. MP corks off a couple early. Lewinsky over the top, swinging and missing. Tries another shot. Now MP tags him one good. Lewinsky trying to get in and take the helmet off. All tangled up now. MP trying to loosen up a hand. Lewinsky's got that helmet and gets away a good shot. Now MP uncorks a couple. They're still going here. MP swinging away. A couple uppercuts. Staggers Lewinsky. Another uppercut. Now they'll tangle up again and fight down to the ice. So an explosive start to this one. Glove down by New Power. And lets the Wild get back on side. And gets back in the offensive zone. And now the gloves are going to drop as MP is going to go with New Power. This will end MP's night with his second fight, but he's going to try to make the most of it now as he gets a couple of shots in on Wyatt New Power. New Power loses his helmet. That's bad news as MP starts to swing. Tyson MP has his man tied up, goes over the top. New Power tries a big swing. MP, couple of body shots, gets New Power off balance. Switches to his left, now back to the right with a big shot. And now he's got the jersey up, and he's going to start teeing off. And the officials will step in to close it there.
It was Lardis at 1:18 of the period. Then Cini just a few seconds later. We got a fight here. It's Zach Hayes and Parrott stepping up for Thompson after the high hit from the Milwaukee defenseman. They tangle up at the red line. Hayes has got the lid off as Parrott tries to go over top. Parrott lands a right uppercut. Hayes tied up, trying to get his hand free as they tangle in the neutral zone. Another fighting major for Parrott. They come to a standstill. Here's Rinzel walking it over the line. Now we're going to go. Ratcliffe and Nolan Allen. Allen giving up some height, trying to rip the head out of Ratcliffe. He goes over top. Allen's got a good hold. Oh, with an uppercut. He tagged him.
Yann Scum. Oh, ça vient frapper. Itolio que c'est là. Il y aura de la visite de la part de Sean Day. Biancom n'a jamais voulu engager le combat. Il n'y a pas de punition sur le jeu. Et là, le combat est engagé entre Cooper et Biancom.
Biancom accepte finalement l'invitation de Kepler qui est capable de se débrouiller au point, lui.
Devant le banc du Rocket. On attend avant de s'empoigner. C'est fait. La droite de Kufler, Mianscom se protège, retient l'attaquant des Islanders. Une droite, une deuxième. On fait en l'air là les coups. La part de Kufler, on tente de faire perdre le casse à Mianscom, le fait chuter alors qu'il est sur la glace. Des coups.
Corner boards by Slaggert and recovered there as now the Phantoms slow it up, take time as both teams make changes. And played 2 minutes, now the gloves are dropped. Got some heavyweights out here. Gertzen for the Amerks, the big guy, and the guy he's up against, he seems to be equally as big. Who is that?
That'd be Roman Schmidt.
As the puck is, the fister, the gloves are dropped. Where am I? And the uppercut attempt by Gertzen over the top. Spinning around is Schmidt. His second game coming over from Syracuse at a trade. As they get tied up, Schmidt stumbles, but he gets back up again. Still has his helmet knocked off. Gertzen tying up as they're nose to nose. Gertzen over the top of the right. Another roundhouse right. Schmidt coming back with his own right hand. And Gertzen over the, big uppercut by Gertzen. And he buckles the knees of Schmidt.
Goes up the referee, and Amama is being tackled here by Felix. Felix got his gloves off. Now Amama regains his balance and will oblige the invitation. Well, we didn't get to see the teddy bears fly in, but now the fists are going to fly in between Amama and Felix. They grapple with one another early. Felix lands an uppercut. Amama gains space, tries to return with a right. Hits him with another right hand as he presses Felix up against the boards. Felix trying to break free. Both players hanging on here. Amama takes his right hand loose, grabs someone right on top of the dome. Felix's helmet dislodged, and Amama Out of the way of Cole and Felix. The crowd on their feet. The official still letting them go. Now the linesman to step in between.
Dragged away by Biondi. Penalty coming here to Chicago as Anglin and flattened Biondi in the near corner, and now everybody's going to get involved. Lind and Hamo Salome in the slot. Biondi and Anglin. Biondi and Anglin are really going at it. There's a big pile in the corner. Lind just hauled Hamo Salome to the ice. Anglin is on top of the Wolves. Biondi, but they rolled over one another again, and now you also have Turcotte at the bottom of a pile, of course.
Traffic, Gallant parked out in front. Good shift for the fourth line for Calgary. Gallant finishes his check. Here's Etienne Morin. Swings it to open ice. Cicek from the near circle. Back to Morin. All sorts of stuff happening behind the play and dropping the gloves. Who guessed it? Alex Gallant, and it's Chase Waters. So a couple of veterans of the American Hockey League getting into a tussle, and not a lot of punches exchanged. For the Canucks down the far wing, but that's taken offside, and Gallant taking exception to that shot post whistle. Klimovich on Murphy.
Yeah, it's Joel Arnston, or pardon me, Klimovich, who shot that puck late. I thought it was 3. Joel Arnston. Now Jet Wu's getting involved here. He's going to drop the mitts with somebody.
Andrew Basha and Jet Wu.
Yeah, that's not much of a fight. That was more Jet Wu jump Basha.
Yeah.
He still has his gloves on.
Within this particular group, and
young ones too.
Yes, so he can be a leader in terms of, okay, how are you going to be a pro? Oh, and here we go. Okay, this coming after the whistle, Alex Gallant, and I guess you knew it was coming, Jet Wu, and they get into it literally inside the net. Tolopilo still there.
This one wasn't much of a fight. This was Alex Gallant jumping.
Oh, we got some line brawl action here now.
Yeah, we'll see if this escalates at all, but Wu wasn't going to go with Alex Gallant, and Gallant said, you don't really have a choice.
Over to Ottenbright, and he'll guide that down the ice, forcing Tolopilo to make a save, and Cicek getting into it, and now more pushing and shoving in front of the Canucks bench as things continue to get out of hand. Cicek and LeBate, and the linesman was in the middle, but now they're chucking. They get the arms free. Another fight off to the other side. Ottenbright taking on 2 players. And a quick takedown there from Cicek on LeBate. And now Parker Bell getting into it with Vilmer Ulrichsen. Absolute garage sale out on the ice as Tolopilo and Connor Murphy just observe. Parker Bell chucking now with Ulrichsen. The arms are free, helmet still on in front of the glass. Parker Bell does get his bucket off. Ulrichsen to the ground, and that's a big boy. And Parker Bell getting the stick taps and applause here from the herd.
Since his return from his personal leave, which is to say, some nights one has to be enough. This might be one of those nights. But right now, gloves are on the ice as Riley McKay is going to square off with Tyson Hines. And this might go back to the exchange at the end of the second period. Hines and McKay lock arms, and not a lot of defense. defense here. Rock'em sock'em for Hines and McKay. And you see the linesman wanted to step in there.
Hines shook him off.
Riley McKay said, nope, nope. Oh. And now Hines down to the ice.
I still think of him as a Syracuse crunch guy, but he's actually been, oh, we're dropping the gloves back here. Sawyer Bolton is going to go with their new guy, Troy Murray, in his AHL debut. They have agreed to party, and they come out to center circle, and Sawyer Bolton gives a little size disadvantage here to Troy Murray, who is 6'2". Bolton pawing away at him, now got a little left jab, now comes in, grabs him, throwing 3 and 4 and 5 rights in a row. Bolton is blasting away on him, pummeling him and knocking his helmet off. Now Troy Murray, he's not going to give up. He comes back, throwing right uppercuts, overhands, spins, and Bolton takes him down, and now they both go down to the ice. Well, we certainly knew this was a possibility.
Pouted like a dog on a leash when he went back to the bench and quickly told the head coach, I don't serve bench penalties.
Mike Keenan was the guy.
We're going to get a fight here.
Yeah, here they go, the two heavyweights.
Yep, it'll be Yannick Turcotte and Kyle Marino, an afternoon bout. Turcotte, the Candyman. Marino, the former heavyweight champion with the Wolves, sizing each other up. They don't come much tougher. And a couple rights by Turcotte. Marino lands one, and they're throwing big bombs. Toe-to-toe they go. They'll try and reset and maybe work in a little defense. It was early offense. And Turcotte sneaks one in. Marino willing to take the punch to give one himself. Marino and Turcotte wheeling around. Marino, some short jabs. Good tie-up by Turcotte, and the line staff will intervene.
With the puck. Now Lucchini with a wrist shot, glove snag by Tiefenze. 24.2 seconds left, and LaRue just cost his team with a huge penalty. He caught Kyle Loft up high, and he's going to go after him. LaRue has lost it. Loft's going to swing over the top, hammering away. Kyle Loft says, no thank you. This is our night.
The rest of the year, okay?
Hey, we'll believe in those guys.
Well, here we go.
Hit Rice, the gloves are dropped. That's Joshua for the Amerks against Donovan of the Senators. Little shadow boxing right now. Gloves are dropped. Here's Joshua with the right over the top. Donovan trying to retaliate, missed. Now some left jabs from Joshua over the top with the right. Again, they poke away. And Joshua getting a few shots in. Donovan trying to keep him at arm's length, ducking that head. Here's Joshua uppercut, and a connection there. Stung Donovan. Joshua's helmet's knocked off. Now a big left hand from Joshua, right in the mush on Donovan, and the linesmen figure, well, we better step in.
He missed it wide. Racing away with the puck. Oh, big hit at center. Wisdom got rocked, and now Drew is going to mix it up there with Garrett Wilson. Wilson's getting at Vorobyev. Vorobyev and Wilson are throwing punches at the bench. Oh, they are really swinging. Garrett Wilson fired up at Vorobyev and tackles him down to the ice as he shoves it around. I mean, Vorobyev came over with just a rocking hard hit. Phantom side, bouncing around. Let's see what Lehigh Valley can do here. And, oh, there's Teesing running a Phantoms player into the bench, and it's going to go here at the bench. It was Adam Yenning who he got. Yenning is up, but it is a big old scrum, and Garrett Wilson is standing there at the bench getting his 2 cents in while others grabbing partners. Oh, Tucker Robertson's going to go with Joey Larson. Larson is trying to get his right free. Tucker Robertson swings. They're a little tangled up there, the Bridgeport bench. Now Tucker Robertson, 3 and 4 black punches into the back of the head of Joey Larson to knock him down to the ice.
Chips this down. Firebirds get it changed. 2 minutes down in the opening period. No score between Coachella Valley and Bakersfield. Here on a Friday night, we'll have a fight. Ian McKinnon dropping the gloves in the corner. He's going with Josh Brown. McKinnon a couple of lefts. Overhand right. They get to the glass and they keep them chucking. No linesman coming in yet to separate the two. McKinnon still trying to get his hands free. Brown gets a right and then a left here by McKinnon. And now the linesmen come in, separate the two. Some excitement.
Good saves from Dylan Garand on Tristan Allard before the break. As, big collision in front of the Crunch bench. And we're going to get a fight. Connor Mackey and Mitchell Chafee in front of the Syracuse bench. Chafee with a big hit on Kerry Torrance, who went hard into the bench. And now Chafee and Mackey have each other at an arm's length. Not much going here. Mackey trying to get that right arm free. He does. Chafee with a couple of jabs. Now Mackey over the top of the right. Second right from Mackey. Third right from Mackey. He's got it free. Mackey. Chafee doing a good job defending himself here. Mackey's lost the bucket. Couple more jabs from the right arm of Chafee. Now Mackey trying to get the reach with the right arm, and that'll do it as Brent Colby and Nick Briganti get in the mix.
Minutes ago, both teams didn't record a shot during that 4-on-4 stretch. Now we have a fight. It's Jet Wu dropping the gloves with McCartney. He stepped out of the box, did Wu, and off came the flippers. And now Wu throws down McCartney. And this scrap is over as McCartney tries to get back up and throw some more fists, but the officials getting between them. And you can see that coming. And all of a sudden, the Canucks lead by 2. Puck's on net, kids. Here's the overhead cam, which will tell you who scores, and it definitely is Minio's goal. So that's his second of the season, or third of the season for Sawyer Minio. Now Simashev wants to fight, and we're gonna have a scrap between Simashev and Kambites. Kambites just bowled him over on that Minio goal, and now they're gonna have a scrap, and Minio, or make that Kambites gets a right in, and another one. Simashev loses his helmet. Kambites has more experience, and he's showing it here, and they both go down to the ice. Boy, Kambites looked like he popped Simashev a couple of times. Just missed the oncoming Julian Lutz. And now we got a fight. Kara and Connaughton drop the gloves. Two big boys going toe-to-toe. Here we go. A couple of veterans tie up as Felice Navidad plays over the speakers. Connaughton now loses his helmet. Kara with a right. Has him tied up along the glass. Connaughton's in trouble. An uppercut by Kara. Look at him go. Now a body shot. Kara feeding Kevin Connaughton, both without their helmets. And both men are tired, and that's going to do it. I want to wish you a
with the left pad on that one-timer. We've got a fight at center. Kyle Loft and Oasis Weisblatt. Second straight night for Loft. Weisblatt gets a couple of lefts in. Loft comes over at the top but doesn't connect, and then they go to the ice as Loft lost his footing. 2 straight games for Loft.
And we are going to get gloves dropped in Syracuse territory. It's Abate, toe-to-toe with Matteo Petroniero. Abate, back to business. Gets a shove. Looking for the left hand. Petroniero throws a right. Now Abate retaliates. Abate, a right hand. Tries to go for 2. Petroniero fights back. 1 blow, 2 blows. Abate gets a shove. A stalemate from both parties. Abate gets a blow. Takes a right from Petroniero. Both of them will be separated and sent back to the North Pole.
Out of the lineup with his 20 points that leads the team. Oh, there's Murchison crashing into a man. He'll drop the gloves with Brisson, and here we go. Ty Murchison's first pro fight, and he's mixing it up in there with Brisson. And Brisson throwing with a couple of rights. Murchison comes back with a right. Boy, are they tangled up. Murchison is fired up, and the officials come in and separate them.
Offside on the entry there for Laval. Singleton and Tuck now going at it. They're going to fight. Gloves go down. Tuck with an overhand right.
Couple of rights there as Singleton trying to get his hand loose. Tuck's got him pushed up against the wall. Takes Singleton now, spun around, feeds it, some left hands. Oh, couple of quick punches there, and the linesmen step in. It was Tuck early, it was Singleton late.
Forced back out to neutral ice. Here's Clegg, backpedaling. Puts it ahead for DiGiuseppe, who's got an assist in the contest. Now, gloves are going to hit the ice. And we're going to get a tilt here right at center. As it'll be Boucher and Bauer sizing each other up. Tyrell Bauer will allow Boucher to engage first. Bauer tosses off a bunch of quick jabs. Now Boucher will return, both keeping each other out wide. Now Bauer comes in with a big shot. Boucher gets away a couple. Now they're just going to throw. Back and forth they go. Bauer gets the helmet off Boucher, who comes in. Now Bauer switches to the left. They're all tied up. Bauer trying to free his hand up. Boucher loosens up as well. And now Bauer over the top with a good shot. Bauer with another one. Boucher hitting the helmet a couple of times. Bauer swinging. Ties his man up again. Bauer now unleashing on Boucher. He's teeing off as Bauer swings and swings and swings and will finish things off with an uppercut and a hard cross. Both men stay on their skates to wrap up that epic tilt. You see Tyrell Bauer is going to need some repairs as he's soaked up. A couple of stiff shots from Dylan Boucher.
Playing from behind, 1-0 for the second straight game. Doty back on the ice, lays a big check, and he wants to drop him. Van Roboy's not going to go, however. Now Doty chatting with Hashi, and here they go, right in front of the rain bench. Doty pounding with the right on Hashi, trying to get his team jacked up. Doty underneath, hanging on, keeps going, and it goes over the top, and he brings down Hashi, who comes back up on his feet, and Doty brings him back down to ice level. Welcome back, Jacob Doty.
Going after him, gloves are off. That's actually Haltonen. Haltonen gets the right hand free and starts checking him. Kasper Haltonen, his second pro fight, and he's taken in there with Dvorak. A couple of big rights right off the bat. Now the two sizing each other up. Dvorak trying to wiggle Haltonen's arm free, and the linesman will separate those two.
And Parrott's going to go with Jack Becker at center ice. Becker stands up for his teammate, and Parrott more than willing to oblige. They engage right at the red line. Parrott wrestled down to the ice by Becker. Neither guy really getting any punches in.
Now behind the play, here's one way to liven things up. Dylan Peterson dropping the mitts with Colin Felix. They're both in tight inside the Bruins zone right now. Both players trying to get a hand free. Felix got a rabbit punch in. Peterson answers with a right of his own, and then Felix loses his balance right as Peterson connects with a right hand. And that'll bring about the halt to play. A screen set up in front, and now behind the play, Felix and Luff are locked nose to nose. And we're going to have play stopped here as Luff has dropped his mitts, trying to get Felix to do the same. And Felix has dropped the mitts. So Luff and Felix will fire. And if I'm not mistaken, with this being Colin Felix's second fight of the night, as Luff got a right hand in on him, Felix comes back with a couple rights up against the glass. Luff fires back one more himself. And now Luff is taken down to the ice by Felix. I have to consult the rule book here, but I think Colin Felix might have just gotten himself tossed from this game for 2 fights.
Zone where Kanik Liepert cuts him off. The puck slides to the near corner. Valender is laid out by Marino, pinching his Osterley to hold to the right point. He gets behind the net, stops on the far trapezoid line. 3 Griffins, 2 Admirals, and out of the near corner, Kanik Liepert, and now the gloves drop as Marino and Watson are going to throw in the far circle. Kyle Marino with a good right, another good right. Watson comes back with a left and knocked Marino's helmet off. Marino with a right, Watson falls backwards, and that'll be that. Big hit on the near boards, knocked Moyle to the ice. And now the gloves drop between Hillebrand and Lind between the circles. Hillebrand and Lind between the circles of the Admiral zone. Lind throws her right. Hillebrand lost his helmet, and now his sweater's pulled up over his head, and he twirls to the ice. And then he threw another right after the linesman had broken him up, knocking Lind to the ice.
Devine drags it along the boards, and a hard hit and a late one by Bitton on Devine, and that's going to be a penalty. And Trevor Carrick goes right into Bitton, and now we've got some extracurriculars as Bitton has to be restrained. As J.P. Waleski, the linesman, had to grab Bitton, and now it's Belpedio in the far corner with Devine. And Carrick has his helmet off. His gloves are off too against McDonald. But you knew Sam Bitton was looking for something to try and energize his group.
The near side for Ottenbright. Now back to the far side for Mack. And here we go. Lamoureux and Ottenbright are going to meet at center ice. They had some words exchanged pregame. Lamoureux and Ottenbright will engage. Front hands go. Lamoureux with a couple good ones over the top. Caught Ottenbright on the chin. Ottenbright with a couple more rights. Lamoureux couple underneath. A couple back over the top. No helmet on Ottenbright. Lamoureux throwing slugs at Ottenbright. Tied up at the blue line in the defensive zone. Lamoureux hauls him to the ice. He wins the fight. They were talking at the center ice circle pregame.
Into the Henderson zone. Jagger Ferguson and Mitchell Stevens have the goals for Coachella as William Kometz got laid out, and Tanner Lazinski goes right after John Hayden, who put the hit on Kometz, and then Lazinski went down to the ice. John Hayden caught Kometz behind his own net with his head down.
Ice. Noah Warren from the near side, punch it along the near side boards, comes right to Neil Zaman. Left wing side, run over by Solberg. And he's down along the ice, and in to step in is Arnston against Stian Solberg. Arnston throws a couple of rights coming over the top. Solberg just trying to protect himself here as he tumbles to the ice as well.
Young Solberg throws a clean body check. I want to get that out straight. Catches an Abbotsford player with his head down. Clean hit. And yep, you get a player that stands up for your teammates is fine.
Stian Solberg. He was jumped, so I'd imagine the goal should be going to the power play because of the instigator call.
It should be.
Stian Solberg.
They'll send it from left to right into the Admiral zone along the back wall, met halfway by Krona. Oncoming pressure. Krona got taken down, falls to his backside. Tony Nato knocking him down and then dropping the gloves. Tony Nato and Gravel. Gravel with a right hand. Gravel. Another right hand. Another right hand. Has Tony Nato up against the back wall to our right, and then a right hand sucker punch by Tony Nato. Another right hand hook by Gravel. Another right hand by Gravel. Right hand by Tony Nato. And then Gravel with Tony Nato up against the back of the net. Gravel another right hand. Helmet's flying. Gloves are down. And the officials break up the fight.
1.57. 15-1 record.
It's crazy.
And he's got 4 shutouts already.
And what were we talking about? Number one in this, number one in that. Now we got a fight down at center ice.
Yeah, we got a fight between Alex Kanik-Liepert and England. Is that England?
Yeah,
Yes,
England,
it is.
yeah.
It's England. And
he's a bigger guy.
England's a big boy.
Yeah.
Oh, big right uppercut by Kanik-Liepert, but then England comes back with a right of his own and seemed to buckle the knees of Kanik-Liepert.
Yeah,
pretty good scrap there at center ice.
Yes, sir.
You know, don't get beaten, don't take bad penalties. But there had been some conversations all the way back to a couple years ago with Garrett Wilson as well. You know, he'd get tossed out of games, you know, late. You know, sometimes it doesn't matter when the game's already decided. Garrett is having a word with Sam Bitton, and he's a guy who used to tussle back in the Springfield days when they were setting up on the face-off there. Oh, we will fight. Let's go. Garrett and Sam Bitton have agreed to party. And Garrett and Sam Bitton. Bitton's helmet comes off. Garrett connecting. Garrett trying to come back. Bitton getting aggressive. Garrett comes back and connects on 1 or 2. And then they lose their balance and go down. But they were swinging.
Israels He'll dust it down, dump it in, and now we're going to go. It's Turcotte and Dylan Boucher. Now Turcotte injured Boucher about 2 months ago and kept the Rockford forward out for about 3 weeks. Now Boucher seeks revenge. They engage at center logo. Boucher giving up a couple inches. Boucher with quick left-hand jabs. Turcotte misses over top with a right. Swinging around as Turcotte shakes off the elbow guard. Turcotte's off balance right in front of the Chicago bench. Boucher wraps him up. Oh, he's got him in a tough position. Hammering away with a left. Boucher loses his lid. Countering back. Turcotte got some good jabs in there. They're tying up. Boucher wants to keep going. Pleading with the linesperson to let him continue. And finally, they're separated. Both guys wanted to keep going.
Gloves on, it's the captain, it's Jory Donovan for Belleville, the sophomore against the veteran. And Donna's got a little bit of a height advantage on Jory Donovan as well, but as we know, Donna not afraid of anybody. Not a lot of punches here yet. Here's a few from Donovan as the crowd comes to late. Donna got a couple more to wrestle it down.
Cedric Pare trying to get back, and Pezzetta comes over to enter into the conversation as now the four of them are involved in something, but the play continues to go on, and now Pare is lined up here with Lucas McCurry, and you knew it wasn't going to break apart easily, and a couple of overhands here that do not connect, and Pare, the helmet off now of McCurry, and a couple of shots at the side of the head as they tie it up, and they both head down to the ice and have resolved their differences. Unlikely, but say.
This is part of his role now as a professional. Take another look, just jostling here with Sean Behrens. And for Behrens, he's only 5'10", but Attard a little bit bigger, 6'3", 207 pounds, and kind of ragdolled him a little bit there, but Grishnikov has been all over this game, his fingerprints everywhere, and we'll take another look. So they both drop the gloves, and then Steinberg loses his footing, and Grishnikov, he could have thrown a punch there.
Drifts into the Bruins end. Gallagher, left wing side, Brunet, and here we go. It's the captains, Brown and Fitzgerald, and they go right at each other here. Brown with a couple of rights trying to come over the top. Fitzgerald's got him tied up. Now Fitzgerald swings a right, swings another right. Fitzgerald's got the right hand free, and he's feeding Patrick Brown. Now they come along the boards. Oh, Brown got him with a big right hand. Fitzgerald was feeding Amelash. Now Abate and Walcott getting into it. Riley Tufte gets the assist. Walcott unable to keep that in. Out to center, Pouliot. Now Robrick, are they going to go? Abate and Walcott. Abate is going to drop the gloves after giving Walcott a slash, and now Walcott wants some too. Walcott wrestles down Abate, and that'll bring everybody on the Wolfpack bench up.
Well, Abate threw an elbow, and it was a swing and a miss.
And that's knocked away and swept to the near side. Big hit by Brandstad Nygaard on Gunler. And now we got Gustafsson going after Gunler, and he's just dropped the gloves and throwing punches right now.
He's incensed. I've never seen Eric Gustafsson like that.
What did Gunler do? He did something there, Lair.
Oh, he sure did. I think.
Rolls it deep into the Islanders zone, and Tikkanen out of the net to play it.
He'll sky it around the glass and it will go out of play. Into the first row, and we're going to have a scrap. Dylan Peterson and Luke Rowe. While the puck was going out of play, Peterson and Rowe had their sights set on one another. Petey already 2/3 of the way to the Gordie Howe hat trick, starts firing rights over the top. Rowe comes back with one of his own, but Petey connects very heavily. Rowe hanging in there pretty well. Peterson now trying to grab the helmet of Rowe. Peterson's lost his helmet and Rowe's toppled down to the ice. And Peterson gives him the stare down.
After the save, just took a seat. Josh Brown wants to dance and he's gonna go. Brown and Huntington in the Condors defensive zone. Here we go deep in the Condors end. They're lockout in the left wing circle. Brown the reach advantage. Brown over the top of the right. Holding. Big stiff right from Josh Brown right on the cheek. He got another one on the chin. Uppercut from Huntington missed. Brown over the top again. Brown again. Couple of jabs. Big overhand right. Throws him into the glass. Pulls him back up. Pounding away. They gotta break this up. They don't. Brown still throwing. Uncle. This will be a delayed offside against the Condors, and now someone's involved. It's Clattenburg. He's got the gloves off. He grabbed Hache along the back wall, and now they want to go. There's a couple of fights sparking up here. Clattenburg has his gloves off. Inamoto's got a man wrapped up. Clattenburg an uppercut, overhand right. They're going to go here. Clattenburg chopping at the right arm. The linesman trying to separate. Clattenburg again throws an overhand right. The linesmen separate those two. Inamoto's has calmed down as Clattenburg and Hache having a long discussion. Clattenburg will make him flinch with 5:33 to go in the second. Game, Capone side of the net, tucked it short side, save made. Skaric, where's that puck? Skaric has it covered up off the apron of the cage, and then some glove punches come. That will perk the ears up of the Doberman pitcher, Connor Clattenburg on the bench, and then Kleppman, he wants a little bit more here. D'Amato will grab his man. Kempman's gonna pull Furlong and just start throwing punches here. Kempman over the top of the light, Furlong turtles, and down to the ice they go.
Years of age, Gulls get one, another one to the front. Here's a stop by on Washi. They still get the puck loose. Back in from Mijanovic, turned aside. Another one from Mijanovic didn't get through. Washi looking for it. This will draw a crowd as he's taken down to the ice. He gets right back up to get in the fight. He was jumped with the two Firebirds, and the Gulls quickly get in to protect their teammate.
Tim Washi took a cross check right to the head.
See a couple of white helmets allowed, and that will mean those are to the Gulls. As now Solberg's mixed up. And they're going to drop the gloves. And he goes right at him. And he's just dragging around Goyette, swinging him around like a rag doll. And they both fall down to the ice.
This was started by the netminder.
Rolls over the line for Onsens. Bumped by Chafee. In his skates, he gets now knocked down by Boko and Mama. Tenorti and Mama now drop the gloves. Here we go. Up at center ice, Boko and Mama and Jared Tenorti. Couple of heavyweights. Near the red line, Tenorti and Imama. Right at center ice. They come together now. A quick right by Tenorti. A couple lefts by Imama. He comes across the right. Tenorti now gets a right and falls down, gets back up. Imama falls as well. The officials hop in. So a quick scrap once they came together. It in. Rolled around to the far boards. New power. Oh, a hard check along the far wall. That's a penalty. My goodness, that was a dangerous check. And now Tristan Allard comes to his defense. Dropping the gloves of the Penguin there in the corner. Trying to get his arms free. Wrestling him along the glass right now. It is Max Graham who gets an uppercut on Allard. Officials hop in. Boy, that was a tough check by Graham on the far boards. They're in. A shot saved made by Halverson. The rebound is swept away by the Crunch. It's available at the circle. Knocked free by Gauthier. Oh, he got clipped to the penalty upcoming. And gloves are going to drop again. Petronero comes in after his man. A couple of hard checks. Couple of rights. Petronero jostling along the wall. It's on Renwick. He's really wrestling him hard now. The officials hop in. Gauthier is down on the ice still. He was getting the initial penalty. Boy, Renwick is cut. He is bloodied and bruised. And he heads to the dressing room.
La combat engagé. Brian Alonen face à Florian Jacquin. On est au point central.
Alonen n'a pas apprécié que Jacquin termine ainsi sa mise en échec sur Xavier Parent.
Jacquin, les deux joueurs s'agrippent. Alonen et Jacquin. 2-3, bonne droite de la part de Jacquin. Alonen tente de répliquer. On neutralise le vétéran chez les Comets dans le cas de Jacquin. Une droite. Pour l'instant, il n'y a pas d'avantage d'un côté ou de l'autre.
Les bras sont barrés de part et d'autre.
Ah, une solide droite de la part d'Alonen et Jacquin a tombé suite à ça. Il perdait son casque.
Hershey's forecheck has caused issues for defensemen, particularly young defensemen in the AHL. We're going to see a fight here. It's going to be Benton and Andrew Parrott. Parrott returns to Hershey and says, let's dance. Spent last year with the Bears and did this plenty. And Sam Benton, we have seen him chuck him. He is good in that department. Couple of roundhouse rights. They're both throwing him right at center, spinning each other around. Benton gets the right arm free. Lands one right to the chops of Parrott. Those two duking it out. An early scrap.
Couple of tough customers.
Parrott gets the yank down of Benton to the ice to end the fight. And
try and deke around him, Zach.
So we go back to 5-on-5 and another fight here. Dalton Smith at center. How about this to start the new year? Milbach is going to go with Dalton Smith. Heavyweight bout here for Dalton, but Milbach gives up a little bit. 6'1", 205, and Dalton Smith says, let's go. Milbach's fought all the big guys, and Smith over the top with a couple of big rights. Haymaker and an uppercut there from him. One of the most feared customers in the AHL. The wily veteran swinging away. Milbach gets down to a knee. Smith back to his skates. Those two tied up, and that will be it as the guys in stripes jump in to separate. Two fights here in the first period, a goal on each side.
Another bone-crunching check, that one from Vincent. Now Brown is over to have a word with Vincent. Brown and Vincent are going to drop the gloves, and here we go. The Sheriff back out of the quick uppercut to Vincent. Brown will spin him around and then drop him to the ice. Clattenburg's out of the box. He's out of the ice, and look out. Big body check, Clattenburg. He came right out of the box. Haché will slash at him. Clattenburg wants to dance, and here we go. Right out of the box, Clattenburg will go at center ice with LaBerge. He'll lock horns. Clattenburg at center throwing rights. LaBerge trying to get his right arm free. Clattenburg's got it uncorked over the top. Clattenburg to the body. A couple of rib shots from Clattenburg. They tie up at the center dot. Clattenburg an uppercut, wailing away over the top. LaBerge will come over the top, and they go down to the ice. Clattenburg came sprinting out of the box looking for something, and here we go.
A good year last year with Toronto. Some good offensive numbers, though that tracks. That's strange how many players step into Toronto. John Stone plays it back, and now Smith is getting set up here, and we have got ourselves a tilt with Bizot. Smith's got some size. He steps out of the way of one, and an elbow up from Bizot as they turn it around, and now the helmet off of Smith. Couple of flailing punches, looked like it was off balance, and one right on the beak. As they get into the clinch, Bizot recognizes the depth got a little too deep.
It's Uchast over the Firebirds line, right wing side, a save by Coco as he steals it against his left side. 9:31 remaining in the second period. We have a fight. Ian McKinnon dropping the gloves with Joe Fleming. McKinnon trying to get a hand loose on Fleming, throws some rights on him. Fleming goes down to a knee. McKinnon has his arm free and throws a couple of overhand rights and a couple of late ones as the linesmen try to break things up.
right time, right place, right time. One of those things, right, Joe?
Absolutely. And here comes Ethan Edwards darting through center. Comets. And we have a scrum behind the play. Bordelot going at it with Hugh McGing. Roughing it up along the far boards. Bordelot and McGing tackle each other to the ice. Thomas
ends up in the corner for Mueller. Back to the line for Waugh. And he took a hit, didn't see it coming. And now Clattenburg getting challenged by Arnston, and they're going to have a dance. Two big boys going toe-to-toe. Arnston and Clattenburg. Here we go. They tie up along the glass. Both looking to get a right free. Clattenburg leads the team in penalty minutes. Arnston has been in a few fights tonight, getting some body shots in, and now misses a right hand there. And now delivering more towards the kidneys of Clattenburg. Both teams appreciating the effort, and Arnston still throwing some rights. Clattenburg in a little bit of trouble here. And Arnston still throwing, and Clattenburg wants this to end. And look at that, Joe Arnston taking on the rookie Clattenburg. Dumps it around the net, but nobody's there because Mueller is changing with Ulrichsen. And the Condors get it, flick it out as Waters lowers the shoulder on Anke. And we're gonna have another fight. Waters and Feist drop the gloves as Feist stands up for his teammate this time around. Now Feist has a height advantage, throwing some rights on Waters, who's hanging in there. And now Waters down on both knees, and the officials break it up. That was a big mismatch there, and Waters, to his credit, knew that was coming after.
Seeger with Curtis McKenzie down on top of the puck, trying to drag it out from under him. As the scrum continues along the near corner boards with 6:52 to go in the second period, and Texas on top. Now we got some horseplay in the near circle. Carson Bantle going at it. He takes his man down, and now we're going to get a fight. Bantle drops the gloves with his number 21 counterpart. That's Gustafson will play it up the right wing. Angle makes the good play to corral the pass. Now we're going to get a penalty here to Austin Watson. And we're going to get a fight. Watson and Curtis McKenzie. A rematch of the scrap they had down in Austin. That was the game the Griffins were humiliating Texas, and McKenzie, the captain, such a great leader, came out and challenged Watson. He did what he had to do, and that was try and spark his team. Not out. Cameron Hughes has it. They work it right in, a shot and a save. And corralling the rebound is Kosa to hold on with 6.6 seconds to go. And now Fracas in behind the Griffin net. Cole Lynn being worked over far side by, is that Belinder, I believe? They're going to drop the gloves. Belinder going after Cole Lynn and throwing punches. And Lynn comes back with a couple of rights, but Belinder had enough of Cole Lynn. And the two of them still standing toe-to-toe. This might be Belinder's first scrap. And he's shown himself well against a guy that can throw him pretty good. And finally
the crowd appreciates this, eh, Bob?
Shot that's off a body and over top the net. Bauer battles into the corners. The defenseman playing low in the zone. Crash and bang, frees up the puck, absorbs a pretty good cross check from Englund. Now the gloves are going to drop. It's going to be Bauer and Englund as the crowd will come to its feet here. Sizing each other up in the Milwaukee zone. Now they'll engage, and Bauer starts to unload. Englund gets one over the top. Tied up for now. Englund comes with a right. Now Bauer uncorks one, and now they're going to go. Bauer starts to tee off. Uppercut from Englund. Bauer taking a look. Englund goes down. Now Bauer an uppercut. Now he'll start to swing. Englund misses, and Bauer drops him.
All the opportunities been to the outside. Comets are pretty content with that. You're going to have to weather. Oh, here we go.
There we go. We're going to have a bout between Nathan Legare and Cooper Flynn. Right inside the Comets defensive zone. Legare trying to get that right hand free. Flynn with a right. Legare returning with a jab, and he knocks Flynn to the ice. To Schmelzer. Hallinan was calling for it. Schmelzer had his pass picked off by Grosjev. Rolling to the line. We're going to have another bout here. It's going to be Xavier Perron and Connor Geeky. And Perron with the takedown. Then Geeky threw an extra right hand when he was on the ice. As we approach the final minute of the second period, big hit by Gruden. Lumbering back in, left circle shot. Fanned on by Legre and dropping the gloves. Again on the ice as going after Gruden was Tenorti. A green light hit on Connor Geeky, who's in some discomfort as he heads back to his skates. A green light hit there from Gruden. And now he's going to drop the gloves to Tenorti right in front of Ryan Fanti. Gruden trying to tackle Tenorti to the ice. He does.
Rich get richer.
Yeah.
Shai Bouillon.
Look
Now
out.
we got a fight. Curtis McKenzie and Kanik Liepert have dropped the gloves at center ice. Couple of tough customers right here. Kanik Liepert to a punch over top of McKenzie.
Ooh,
now
got
a
him
couple of
short.
uppercuts, and he got him with another one.
Yikes.
McKenzie, the helmet comes off.
Uh-oh.
McKenzie just trying to get in tight.
Yeah,
McKenzie's a tough guy.
Yeah, I don't know if he hurt something or the right hand was loose and he was grabbing on.
Twice, and it's a shooting gallery for Henderson. And Iso guy takes a big check from Uchaz, and Booth wants a piece of him. Booth and Uchaz, here we go, baby, right at center. Booth did not like the hit that Uchaz delivered on Iso guy, and they're going to swing at center ice. Booth able to get the helmet off of Uchaz, no punches yet, and Booth will bring Uchaz down.
With Crotty down the right side, tip there, and Blake Smith crushed his man to the boards, and now he and Crotty are set up, and Blake Smith trying to land one here as the two of them get after it. Just nothing quite landing there, and Crotty finally got his glove off, and Reese is down, and the crowd loves the fact that Crotty went down as well. Reese took a huge hit there.
Two seconds to go. Boucher standing, and he's out of the box. And here we go. Bauer and Boucher, round number 2. This time, Rock Vegas edition. They just fought 3 weeks ago, and they're yapping back and forth at one another. Still waiting a few seconds to grab hold of one another. Boucher starts going with left-hand jabs. Bauer almost off edge. Boucher gets back up. Starts throwing some hardcore rights. Shucking and ducking in Rockford. Boucher goes right back with the southpaw jabs. Bauer got over top. Oh, he lost the lid. His hair is flowing in the wind as Boucher lands rights. Bauer ducks down. Comes back over top for the left. They're swinging around the center logo. Throwing back and forth, back and forth. Boucher with the left. They tie up. They want to push the lines people away and keep going. Bauer connecting with a right. Boucher countering back. Both face red. They're face painting each other with one color only. Boys, take a bow.
Tried to send it towards the
Here
cage,
we go, here we
broken up
go.
in a fight,
Yeah,
and Travis Howe and Keaton Middleton drop the gloves. Back in that Colorado zone.
Sizing each other up in between the circles. Now grabs hold. Middleton spins around. Right hand by Middleton. Trying to lock him in closer. A couple of jabs by Middleton. Body shot there by Howe. Coming over the top, glancing shot. Middleton trying to go back and forth as Howe takes his helmet off. Right hand by Middleton. Now a missing uppercut by Howe. Lands a right himself. They'll go spinning down to the ice. And Colorado and San Diego, an early tilt in this one.
And the gloves are going to drop. And we've got a fight brewing here at center ice. It looks like it's McCartney, and he's going to be taking on Juracek. McCartney-Juracek waiting for the first battle. Or excuse me, it's going to be McCartney and Merrick. Merrick and McCartney going at it. They're holding each other's jersey. Merrick fires 1 and 2, one more. And now McCartney retaliates. Merrick's got McCartney, and they're going to get wrestled up in front. The officials staying out of it. Merrick and McCartney still going. Right hand fire from Merrick. McCartney retaliating. Merrick's got him by the top of the jersey, and McCartney goes down.
A nifty little move here and works it to the far right wing side. Barracuda 2 and the Condors nothing. Here we go. Vincent and Brown, they're going to drop the gloves again. They went toe-to-toe this past weekend. It's certainly a size disadvantage for Vincent. He stands in there, though. A couple of rights from Brown. Vincent trying to get back to his feet, and Brown feeding him with uppercuts. Vincent back up top to his feet, and the linesman getting in between those two.
Good for Anthony Vincent. That's a tough matchup, without a doubt.
Off the Asher board, back into the Bakersfield third. Hard hit is putting the pressure on was Vincent.
Here we go.
Here we go. Feist and Van Roboys rather are going to be the two dropping the gloves. Holding on to each other for now. Van Roboy's trying to get his right hand free, and he lost his footing. He slips down to the ice.
Buschinger trying to change that momentum when he takes a huge hit at the offensive blue line and is down. And back the other way, we're going to have a scrap, and the T-Birds are very fortunate. The Phantoms would have had a 3-on-1, but Dylan Peterson taking it upon himself to stand up for his teammate Michael Buschinger as he takes Ty Murchison down, and Buschinger very slow to get on all fours as he got drilled.
To Berg, he's got a lane. Berg holds up. He's got Hunter Drew going with him. Oh, a big collision. And down on the ice, and they weren't happy with that. Drew's not got a hold of Dion. They're going to go. Gloves are off. We got a fight here. Drew trying to get the right hand free. Throws one. Another one. Well, I'd love to. But you know, here's Larson. Now Keithler, oh my goodness, Keithler, and there's no call on that. A dangerous hit on Keithler, bounces back up. A stick went flying, now we got a fight. Luke Rowe and Mackey are gonna go. They're tied up, they're gonna get locked up in a second here. Both benches standing. Rowe. Trying to get that right arm free. Once. Both with right hands. Now lefts from Rowan. Right hand. Back he throws a right. A right from Rowan. Takes one. Gives one. Once. Twice. 3 times. Oh! He gives him another one. Now left hand. They're still going. I don't know how, but they're going. And the linesmen step in.
He's won a Stanley Cup with Pittsburgh, and of course the Calder Cup, and then a few more Calder Cups in management. Andrew Crystal taking a beating at center, and that's going to draw a crowd. And McDonald for Cleveland going to drop the gloves, and Dalton Smith is swinging away. Couple haymakers, and a milestone for Dalton Smith here. Over 1,000 penalty minutes now in the American Hockey League. Taking McDonald to task. Up over the top. Smith as good as it comes in this. His 5th fight of the season. McDonald winds up getting the last shot to knock him off balance, but McDonald a little extra liberties there along the far side boards.
By Dean, so Charlotte
headed to a power play. As Dean picks it up, and Foot goes right after him along the near side half board. Foot with a punch to Dean with the glove on. That's going to eliminate the Checkers power play as Smith held up by Burns, who I mentioned had 385 penalty minutes in junior hockey. And those two have dropped the gloves. Nate Smith trying to get a right hand on Burns. Burns in his AHL debut. Burns with an uppercut. And a right for Smith. Nothing quite landing so far. Smith, 2 quick rights. Trying to get the elbow hard off. Smith, another right. Burns with a left. Smith trying to tie him down. And an uppercut by Burns. Oh, and a right hand by Smith. Over the top on Burns. One to the left ear. Smith isn't done. Neither is Burns, who goes down to the ice.
Rookie protecting it below the Ice Hogs goal line, sealing away from pressure. Now we got a fight coming up. It's Tyson Empey and Andrew Perry. 2 guys that are no stranger to 5-minute penalties. They're engaging at center ice. Parrott, the righty, goes in with his left hand and then yanks Empey to the ground at the blue line.
Puck is fired in deep. They whistle it for an icing. Although the officials are going to look out. Now the gloves drop. Mercury and Legare. They wrestle at the far circle, and Mercury takes him down.
Briard streaking into his own right side. Gaucher into the corner. He'll take this one. And Briard paid for that one. A penalty coming up. I believe it was behind the play. Briard does not like the hit that he took. He's going to drop him. He goes right after Waters. And they're going to trade blows behind the net. Drop the gloves. A couple of rights. Trying to get his footing again is Nick Briard. Tied up as Waters gets loose with the right hand. Takes him into the corner. They spin as the helmet is dislodged. And Waters is now. Briard wanting to throw one more. The linesman will step in.
Played it to the far side of the ice. Haltonen pushes it back down in towards Jackson Stauber. And that's going to be an icing as Lutz and Haltonen to get tied up. Haltonen's glove comes off. Now here's Lutz's. They'll engage. A good right over the top for Lutz. Haltonen tries to get the underhand loose. He can't. A good couple of rights from Haltonen. Lutz keeps him at an arm's length. Haltonen throws a right. Another right over the top. Lutz down on one knee. Gets right back up. A good right from Lutz over the top. At the circle, still tied up in it. Haltonen gets the right hand free. 2 over the top, 1 underneath. Back at the top, he's slugging at Julian Lutz, but falls down, and Lutz wins a great fight.
Strong response from the Ice Hogs, not just for trying to get back into the swing of things and get some momentum here tonight, but you've got the third and final game of a 3 games and 3 day stretch tomorrow afternoon at the BMO Center. You want to make sure that you're building a little bit of momentum going into that game tomorrow afternoon.
Milmock and Turcotte chatting off the face-off. I think Milmock wants one at this stage, and Turcotte's going to give him one. They'll square off at center ice. They drift their way back into the Wolves zone. 2 heavyweights here in Rosemont. Turcotte engages, starts hitting Milmock over top in the side of the helmet. Milmock got down on his knees, pops back up. He jaws off the helmet of Turcotte. Milmock trying to get his hands free to start landing some punches. They moved their way back to center ice. Milmock connecting on an uppercut. Now looking to get his left hand free. He starts going southpaw. Turcotte missed big, and Milmock just pushed away the line. He's saying, I want more. We're clicking towards the 60-second mark of this tilt. Milmock gets him with a big, big uppercut. Oh, he's landing huge. And he just got Turcotte as he went down.
There's it down to the Wolfpack zone. Tung, the goaltender, will play it. Meanwhile, the gloves drop back at center ice. Hietala and Dorrington grapple with one another. They grab a hold. Pietola wants the uppercut. Dorrington lands a right hand. Now Pietola switches up to a left-handed grip. Dorrington swinging away with some quick hands. Not sure how much contact he's making on those. Now he switches to the southpaw, popping Pietola. Helmet off on the Penguins rookie defenseman. They wrestle one another down to the ice. And that's the end of that bout.
A physical play. Here's Skoog, top of the right circle. Nice move. He scores! Wilbur Skoog and some physicality after the play as Nakbar drops Heward, who drops the gloves and swings against Nakbar behind the net. Oh, a right from Nakbar against Heward, who stays on his feet. Heward, the rookie, standing up for his teammate. And Nakbar can really throw him. But Heward continuing with the left hand over the top right. Nakbar gets one in. As Heward, his helmet off, but still firing. Nakbar with another right. And the officials separate. It's a 1-1 game. Colton Heward back in Charlotte.
Turns over the puck by the Bruins bench. Warner missed the hit. McCown gets up. And this is a wobbly puck moving over to the near wall. We're going to get a fight. Fisticuffs underneath the trapezoid. McCown going to town, rather not McCown. That's James Malatesta.
Condors, so the third line putting in some work there. Oh, and here we go. Wilkie and Millman, you could see this one from a mile away as not really the usual suspects for getting in a fight. Carter Wilkie, for his part, trying to get some energy in this crowd. 6'2", 205 pounds. And for Millman, 6'1", 174, and he gets the takedown. But good job from both of them. A little bit of a scrap here to get the second period going.
All year for Abbotsford, and he ties Ben Berard for the team lead. They each have 9. And now we're going to have a fight. Arnston drops the gloves of Thorpe. Two big boys, toe-to-toe as they line up at center. Thorpe 6'5", 231. Arnston 6'3", 210. And they are throwing some rights. Look at them go. Rock 'em, sock 'em, robots. Thorpe loses his helmet. Arnston still throwing rights. Thorpe, uppercut. Arnston responds. Both teams showing their appreciation, banging their sticks. They're not done. And finally, the officials get between them. What a scrap! Behind the net, leaves it for Del Gaizo. Kaukonen ran into Kara. Play goes on now. Condata wants a word with Kara. We might have a fight here between two veterans. They're still talking, and they're going to drop the gloves. Kara and Condata, two big boys going head to head. They size each other up, and now they latch onto each other. Jujar Kara, 6'5", 214. Lucas Condata, 6'1", 220, and down goes Kara. That wasn't much of a fight. His own end. Oman around the net, running out of time, and he gets thrown to the end boards. Rocket have it, tuck. And now we're gonna have a fight. Clayton drops the gloves. He's going toe-to-toe with Deneen. They are throwing rights. It's the second fight of this period as Clayton stands up for Niels Oman. Clayton gets a right free. Deneen responds. Now Clayton trying to knock his helmet off. Look at these two go. A good scrap between Clayton and Deneen, and they're not done. Deneen with some left jabs. And finally, the officials get between them. Welcome to Abbotsford, Cole Clayton.
Something hit the iron, now it's center ice. We're gonna have a fight here. Gallant and Nakbar. Justin Nakbar dropping the gloves, the main bout, right in center, swinging with a big right. Down goes Gallant, lost his footing after Nakbar caught him with one. 55 seconds left of the first period.
Jugnauth shot on net and a save made by Portillo with 13:36 to go in the second period as we're going to have a fight. Ian McKinnon drops the gloves with Jacob Doty.
No surprise here.
Waiting the first punch, they grapple. McKinnon an overhand right. Doty gets a right on McKinnon. They scrap in the corner. McKinnon uses the boards, trying to get an advantage on Doty. Gets the helmet off of Doty. Overhand rights for both. Doty gets the hand free. So does McKinnon. He lands a couple. as does Doty. McKinnon got a right, and now they grapple up, and the linesmen step in.
Yeah, that's two big boys right there that both know their job. Both.
One down, it's poked out to the neutral zone. Furcus then clips. He gets shown a seat, and the Firebirds will go to the power play as Newman now goes after Pinelli. And they're going to drop the gloves. Yanni throwing some lefts on Pinelli and takes him down. The Firebirds did not like that hit on Jagger Furcus. Yanni Newman stepping up.
3 up through the ring. Cates will backhand down, and a penalty's coming up here. And I think it was drawn by Savoie. He starts throwing punches against Semenov. Semenov grabs him with a right. Savoie tangling as they roll towards the boards. Savoie getting some uppercuts in. Ooh, he tagged him up high. Savoie's working his arms free. Jersey a-flying, bringing this BMO crowd to its feet. Savoie just teeing off, and Semenov can do nothing but just take it. He's turtling, and Savoie's just hammering him over top and over top.
Sharp along the near side. McGing centers to the front. Loof a one-time bid. He's kind of on the inside of his back foot, so he couldn't get much on the shot. Actiemo off the save, and now we get more rough stuff after the whistle. It's amazing how you can play 10 or 12 games against the same opponent. Now we're going to get a scrap. Rafai dropped the mitts and started firing on Robertson and kept firing punches after Robertson had already fallen to the ice. And that drew the attention of multiple teamers. And Robertson slow to get up.
And now away from the play, gloves are off, and Mitch McLean is squaring off with Montana Onyebuchi.
Onyebuchi's led AHL defenseman in penalty minutes a couple of times in his career. Only had 18, now has at least 23.
But this is a scoreboard that really does reflect how the night has played out for the most part.
And here we go.
Off the center ice faceoff, McCartney and Mitch McLean. And McLean goes down to the ice, and absolutely, Mitch McLean figured the 2 minutes served for the UChaz hit was not enough.
Again, it's the
opening face-off. Garrett Wilson lined up with Justin Knackbauer, and we're going to do it again here. And Wisdom wins the opening draw. Sawyer Bolton is out there as well. And then we will drop the gloves. Yeah, we knew this was coming. Sawyer Bolton and Justin Knackbauer are going to... This is Roman Schmidt, I beg your pardon, and Justin Knackbauer square off and agree to go. They're pawing at each other. Now they grab each other. Roman Schmidt, I think he tagged him pretty good with a right. Now another right, Knackbauer coming back. Schmidt getting little left jabs there while holding his jersey. Big right swing, Roman Schmidt again. Now some big throws from both sides. Knackbauer might have connected. Roman Schmidt coming back, throwing a couple rights onto his helmet. They're still going. The officials will let him continue to throw. Oh yeah, this is a long bout. And now they decide that that's enough. Take the face-off for Grant Cruikshank, got tossed out of there, and he wins it clean from Zayd Wisdom. Louis Belpedio is 9th among AHL defensemen. Oh yeah, it's another fight. Yeah, I told you so. Sawyer Bolton and Dalton Smith will have another fight. 2 fights in the first 13 seconds. Let's party. And Sawyer Bolton charges at him, throwing a right, grabbing him in tight. Dalton Smith coming back with a right and an overhand. Sawyer Bolton staying tough. Dalton Smith's helmet comes off. Couple more rights connected on Sawyer Bolton, who's trying to pull himself free. Now Bolton comes back up. He's throwing a right on Dalton Smith. Oh yeah, Sawyer got him a couple of times there. And another left and a right. And now a right to the back of his head. Oh, Sawyer Bolton fired up. They're still going. I thought they were about to stop, and now they won't. Dalton Smith coming back again. And finally, they will wrap it up. Oh, Sawyer Bolton's nose is bloodied there.
Rice. Recovered again by Cleveland, right back in the right. Just no whistle down and an offside whistle.
no, we've got
out at center ice, gloves are dropped. And that is Joshua with a left hand jabbing away as he takes a couple of whacks at Singleton. They tie up in front of the Rochester bench. Linesman will step in, but Joshua got a couple of left-handed jabs in to start out.
Maneuvered over the line by the Crunch. Rimmed in deep by Curtis Douglas. Now more pushing and shoving. Casey and Duke. And they drop the gloves. Former college teammates. Couple of hefty lefts and rights. Duke with a hard right. Casey's helmet is popped off. Couple of right jabs by Duke. They're swinging away wildly here. Big uppercut by Duke. He's hammering away down.
They jockey for possession of the puck. Jammed up the near side, swept back around the boards by LaChance. Pinching was Addison. We're gonna have a scrap here. It's Hallinan and Newpower. Hallinan defending Xavier Perron for that previous hit by Newpower. Newpower with a couple of rights. Hallinan with an overhand right. Trying to work his way free. Hallinan trying to get a couple left-hand jabs on Newpower. Throw some uppercuts. Newpower with some heavy right hands. Hallinan hanging in there though. Hallinan took a body shot. And absolutely gas for the two combatants here as the linesmen step in. And a spirited scrap there between Wyatt Newpower and Brian Hallinan. Edwards pinching was Harper. Kicked out by Malik. Another save on the follow-up chance. And he's able to mop it up. Oh, and Malik throwing some gloves, getting into it here with Mercury, Antonorti. Oh, then Mercury dumps Squires to the ice. And then coming over to engage him was Dylan Wendt. Here's Ozapov, he's gonna have a go with Tommy Miller. Ozapov unloading on Miller with some right hands. Second fight here in this first period. Ozapov with some big rights. Miller, oh, and Miller goes down. Ozapov turning Tommy Miller into a human punching bag.
As it slides to the goal line, Milmuck hits Molendijk and then Boucher, and Marino's going to talk it over with Boucher, and now they're going to drop the gloves. This is going to be Marino's 10th fight of the year. Marino and Boucher in the far circle as they sandwich the Admirals rookie Molendijk. Heavyweight bout here. Marino and Boucher above the far circle in the Admirals zone. Now they clutch on, each with their left hands. Marino throws her right. Boucher throws her right. Neither have landed. Marino and Boucher both with their helmets on. Still trying to fight. Marino throws her right. Doesn't land. The second one does, however. And Boucher falls to his belly. Fighting Majors at 3:03. From him by Harding. Puck sent behind the goal. Bouncing to the far hash marks. Another gloves drop as Parrott goes after Element. Element and Parrott at neutral. Element throwing a couple of left jabs. Sean Element's first fight with the Admirals. Element and Parrott. Element throws a left, didn't land, and Element will fall on top of him, and that'll be that at 5:16 of the third.
Put a good shoulder into Inamoto in the process as well. Puck comes out to the right point. Cormier has it there. Long shot save. Tompkins juggled for a moment, but he's able to get the glove over top and get the whistle. As right there was Mitch McLean, and now away from the play. Fists are flying between Joe Fleming and Tyson Feist. Two heavyweights in the lineup. You figure they'd find each other sooner or later. This time it took 9 minutes and 13 seconds. And they are throwing haymakers with the rights.
Cleveland zone, long shot from the near point by Sheldon Dries. Blocked, oh, big hit by Dries as he hammered his man, and then the Monsters go after Dries, and we're going to have a fight. Sheldon Dries has dropped the gloves with Hunter McCown. Boy, three Monsters go after Dries. The first two was like running into a brick wall.
Rabinet's in the corner, has a little bit of time and finds space. McKenzie and Setoff mixing it up away from the puck. They're going to fight. Curtis McKenzie and Christopher Setoff. And the Stars captain takes a couple of right hands. He'll deliver a couple of lefts as well. Right now they're tangled up and neither player can really get their arms free. McKenzie gets his left
over the top with the right a couple of times. Set off underneath with a couple of rights. And now they hit the deck. And that'll put an end to it.
On with it. Wisdom to the left wing corner. Around the T-Bird net. Burns with a solid check. Puts him to the end wall, but Wisdom stays under control for a moment. Now it's Picarchi. Across the D zone. Peterson anchored in center. Helga Grans sending it back to the T-Bird zone. And behind the play, we have a scrap. Wisdom and Burns, who never did get separated after that sequence. And Burns with a quick right. Knocked Wisdom down to the ice as Zaid lost his balance.
Back over the line, Stonehouse. Left wing corner, body check there. Stick got up high on Stonehouse. And out to center, now we're gonna get a fight behind the play. Kempin's gonna go. Ethan Kempin is going with Arntzen in the Abbotsford defensive end. Arntzen to the body, Kempin will shield him off. Kempin over the top of right, Arntzen answered back. Kempin answers with a couple of rights. Arntzen answers with a right over the top. They tie up again. Arntzen with an uppercut to the body. A couple of rib shots there. Kempin trying to get the right loose. Big rights from both men. Down to the ice goes Arntzen off a heavy right. Kempin caught him clean with 15:28 to go in the second. That was
by Calgary, pushed in deep by Poirier. Hey, Cagnoni just got crumpled on the end wall. Here we go. Allen going after him. Gloves are off, and Allen has hit the eject button. They are chucking knucks right now. Parker Bell and Nolan Allen after the hit on Luca Cagnoni. First time we've seen Allen drop the gloves in the Barracuda sweater, and he's throwing the lefts right now. Uppercuts. Third fight of the season for Allen, and talk about introducing yourself to the fan base. The spirited bout from Nolan Allen.
Cross ice it comes, broken up by Mermis. He'll challenge at the boards and a big hit, and Davidson unloads as he tries to get some shots in on Mermis. Davidson didn't even hesitate, but that was as clean a hit as it gets. And Mermis lets one land on the cheek, and down he goes. Halfway into this third period, 35 seconds more. Collision at the blue line between Sam Stevens and Joshua Waugh. And then a fight develops here between Trudeau and Johnson. Shot there as he caught him. And now right back behind, Trudeau comes up with a couple of decent shots.
Well, that talks about the depth in this team. If you call that your third line, that's rolling three lines for me. Here we go.
We're going to go from center ice. As advertised, a heavyweight tilt. Travis Howe, Jacob Doty from the center ice circle. They'll square up. They have done this a handful of times before as they get a hold of each other. A right from Doty. Howe gets loose with his right. Couple body shots. Comes over the top. Doty delivers a right to the helmet. Couple of jabs with their lefts as they're tied up. Doty gets loose a little bit with his right. One from Travis Howe connects. Now Howe's going to lose the helmet and throw another right to the body. Tries to come across the left. Connects with a right. Travis Howe with one. Doty returns as one of his own as his lid is knocked off. The shoulder pad goes. Elbow pad gone for Howe. Twisting away in the neutral zone. A Howe right from Doty connects. Howe comes over the top with two to the top of the dome. And now Travis Howe waving off the officials. Ball stumbles to the ice and gets right back up. Delivers another right. Continues to tell the referees, back off. We're still going here. But both men, the left from Doty. Another one from Howe. Now to the blue line they dance. A hot right over the top. Doty connects one on the button. Howe just throwing hammers. Punching down on top. Doty delivers another one. These guys are gassed. And now another right, and now another right from Howe to deliver as Doty thought he had the final one.
Wilson chasing after it. Kyrie had stepped all the way up there. And now we're dropping the glove. Sawyer Bolton is going to go with Boko Imama. And they don't come any tougher than Boko Imama, but Bolton's pretty tough too. Here we go. And those guys meet at center. Now they're grabbing each other. Bolton might have tagged him pretty good with the right there. Imama is trying to come back at him. Bolton throwing a couple of tight rights in on Boko Imama. They're too tight. They can't get apart right now to really throw on each other. And now Bolton kind of lands on top of Bokachi Imama. And they both fall down to the ice and take a tumble there.
Lee down the right wing. Lee muscles the defender down, and Price with a reverse hit up top. Hicketts pumps it off the shin pad of Hayden, who's now going after Lee, and they're going to drop him. Andre Lee and John Hayden squaring off. Hayden over the top on Lee. Hayden with a couple of punches. Now Lee going to get one in. These are two big customers right in front of the Coachella crease. Andre Lee with that reverse hit on Caden Price, and he's brought down by John Hayden.
Grishnikov has to scale it back to the red, and he'll go across the neutral zone with it. Now we're going to get a fight out at center, as in the neutral zone, this is Siona. He's locked up out at center ice. Is that Stonehouse on the other side of him? I think that's Brady Stonehouse. Siona's grabbed him, and they just kind of wrestle each other to the ice. We'll see if this ends up being a 5 for fighting, but Stonehouse dropping the gloves. If it is 5 for fighting, that's his first pro fight.
On the near boards. One by the Griffins, Justin Hall on the near wall. He's pounded to the boards, first by Marino and then Mutter, and then everybody's jumping in. As a big pile at the Admirals bench. Marino is really, who does he got? Lagesson, Seeger, and Englund. Seeger doesn't want any part of Andreas Englund. He's going to get some, however. Austin Roost and Andre Becker. Englund is uncorking on Seeger. Line brawl here. Roost is uncorking on Becker. Mutter and Angle are just holding on to one another as Marino is bashing the back of the head of Lagesson. Kosa's trying to reach in to grab Marino. Krona comes over to cut off Kosa. And now Hall popped Krona from behind. So Justin Hall at the Admirals bench is getting it from the Admirals' Krona and Ratcliffe. And now Angle is hauled to the ice. I believe, no, check that. Lagesson is hauled down from behind by the Admirals' Roost as he was trying to spin back in. Kosa's mask is off. Englund holding back Seeger. The jersey of, I believe it's Becker, is completely off. Hall is on the ice. Lagesson got his head bashed in from behind. Angle. The period has come to an end.
Back into the San Jose zone. 3:50 left here in this first period. Here we go. Gloves are off. It's going to be John Hayden and Oliver Wahlstrom. Those two were having a chat earlier in the period. Hayden with a couple of uppercuts. Might have caught Wahlstrom, who's trying to keep his balance. Wahlstrom with an over-the-top right. And then Hayden wrestles him down to the ice. A spirited bout between John Hayden and Oliver Wahlstrom.
Battle for it. Floated out to the point. Set off. Another shot coming. Stop. The rebound. It looked like it may have leaked through. It draws a crowd. Kelly Klang comes and throws a blocker in after the whistle sounds. As they are going hard to the paint of Kelly Klang. He takes exception.
Yeah, Kelly Klang can't be too happy. He's been getting pushed around and bumped, and there's a lot of pushing and punching going on.
Oh, look out. Tristan Luno has taken the mitts off as he goes with one of the Silver Knights. He'll get the takedown. I never got the number of the train that went down. McKay, it looks like, will change. Closing in on a minute to go as now the Gulls will throw the body around. Delivering a hit was Connor Smith, and the Gulls run it the other side. Here's Phillips, drop pass, Cedoroff into the slot, McEwen back in front, directed towards the net, but we're going to have a fight out of neutral ice as the puck trickles wide the cage. Fleming will get his fight, and it's against Connor Smith. We know what Connor Smith can do. Emerling comes in for the tie-up. Smith gets open with the rights, knocks the helmet off. Throws another right, Connor Smith, as he brings size at 6'6", 216 pounds. Smith, Emerling gets a couple. Down goes Fleming, and Smith.
L'échec sur le défenseur Strand avant de quitter au banc. Et il y a un dégagement. Attention, combat qui éclate entre Légaré et Tuch. En zone neutre. Tout près du banc des Comets. Tuch et Légaré, on s'empoigne. Ah, quelques coups de la part de Légaré. Tuch qui se défend.
Évidemment que Légaré veut créer quelque chose pour les Comets.
Tuch maintient, mais Légaré est très grand et très fort aussi. Les deux s'empoignent et j'ai l'impression qu'on va mettre un terme à tout ça chez les officiels. On y va d'un peu de lutte. Et voilà, les officiels s'interposent. Légaré envoie le message.
Dans les rangs juniors, tu te rappelles?
Oui.
Et pas mal.
Un autre combat, cette fois, c'est Arsenault qui fait face à Jackson Vandely. Son est au point central.
C'est les poids lourds.
Oh oui. Oh là, des gauches. Et on réplique. Arsenault sans le casque de Vandely. C'est Vandely qui décide de se protéger. Et les officiels vont s'en mêler. On va... Un des deux buts du côté de Utica. Ekstrom est frappé par Groden et Condotta via la défense de son jeune défenseur. C'était dans l'angle mort.
Ouais, évidemment, tu ne peux pas voir ton...
Quel message du capitaine là-dessus. Ouais. Ne jamais hésiter. Et chapeau au capitaine parce que la mise en échec sur Engstrom...
Non, tu ne peux pas voir ça.
Non.
4 minutes and 18 seconds away from the end of this second period. Ethan Bear, center. Hunter Drew shoots it, and DiPietro makes a save. Beremiev knocked down. Drew gives a cross check. Oh, to a body. They're going to go. Oh, Drew with a right hand. Another one. Drew takes a right. Gives one right back. Once, twice. Both benches standing. And the Lions will break it up. Phenomenal fight.
That's right there. Anyway. 6-3 Penguins. Here comes Wilkes again. A shot. Nicely blocked by Helga Grounds on a try for Hughlin. There's a Penguins player who was spilled in the corner, and now a fight coming up. And Kemp is going to go up to Eklund, who got him there, and Eklund doesn't want him. And now another fight, and they are really throwing back there behind the goal as Zach Gallant charges at Garrett Wilson.
And we've got a scrap. We saw this one coming after a heavy hit earlier in this second period. A tilt at center ice. Lucas Siona and Montagna Onyebuchi. And for Siona, well, he's a big boy too. 6'2", 210 pounds. Onyebuchi, 6'3", 220 as they grapple. And the linesmen get in there before any punches are really thrown. But a tussle and maybe some energy for the Wranglers. The bench needs it.
Yeah, Lucas Siona coming in, the former WHLer with the Seattle Thunderbirds. 20.
Line, feed by Johnson on top of the shot in off the blocker of Romanov coming down the corner. Another hit by Gertson. Oh, he's a stonewall. Now the gloves are dropped. As Gertson is going to be challenged there.
That's against Burns. Don't forget, this is the guy who hit Roseanne in the first.
Now as they square off, as Gertson gets a left hand in, now they lock horns. Gertson over the top, and now an uppercut with the right. Throws back over the top again. Burns holding on, and poked away left hand by Gertson, and he connects. Again, they get tied up, and more lefts for Gertson. Coming back, Burns with a couple of rights. Over the top, Gertson nails it. That guy has to be still having his helmet on. He's still standing, taking the shots from Gertson, who takes his own helmet off. Now an uppercut nails him again. Finally, the mercy roll, the linesmen step in, and boy, was there some snapshots right there.
One marker, the lead pass to center, deflected by Aloy, but it went off the leg of Harrington, turned back ahead by the Sens, and gloves drop. It's Lucas Mercury with a couple of quick left jabs, a hard right, my goodness! Mercury is rocking his man. It is unique for Belleville, who's just got overmatched by Lucas Mercury. A one-sided fight, and Lucas Mercury is incensed.
Off the face-off, Allen. Vincent wants a piece of Cambites, and now Cambites drops the gloves, and we're gonna have a scrap. Vincent just scored, and now he's gonna fight Cambites as those two are on the ice and gonna be broken up. The fight didn't last long, but both players got some blows in. And Vincent still hasn't given up, despite Cambites laying on the ice with his helmet off. That's always dangerous. And those two separate. Really use that Mancini go-ahead goal in the third as a wake-up call because they were unstoppable. Now we're gonna have a fight. Arnston dropping the gloves with Haché. How about this to start the game? Arnston been dropping the gloves a lot lately. Ties up Haché, and we'll see who gets their arm free first. A couple body shots from Joe, which he likes to do. Now over the top, and down goes Haché, and this fight is over. We saw a fight late last night between Cambites and Vincent. In this day and age of goaltending, where it's pretty unheard of, especially in the NHL, to play back-to-back, but here in the AHL, a little more common, obviously. Now we're gonna have another fight, it looks like, in front of the San Jose bench. Bowers drops the gloves of Jet Wu. Now Waters trying to get involved as Wu and Bowers try to separate, and now Wu gets a right free, so does Bowers. Helmets stay on. Fists are still flying, and Bowers is in trouble. Jet Wu with some uppercuts, and now he's got Bowers in a headlock. Bowers in trouble, and he needs help, and the officials noticed that, and that scrap is over.
Johnstone on the initial faceoff, and right away, Kessie makes a beeline right to Rafai. So it was very clear what Steve Ott and Cale Kessie's message was right away. As Rafai leaps to try to get into a scrap, Kessie with a couple of right hands over the top. Kessie keeps firing with uppercuts. Rafai trying to hang in there. He hasn't gotten one off yet. Kessie fires again, gets a couple more rights and takes Rafai straight down. Tangled against Thrun back in their collegiate days, and they are gonna go. Peterson went right after Henry Thrun, and now they're firing away deep in the Toronto zone. Saturday night fights up here north of the border as Peterson gets a couple of right hands in. Finally, Thrun was able to get back with a right of his own. Peterson keeps firing. Thrun finally able to wrestle his arm loose, but Peterson keeps firing. Thrun gets a couple of right hands in, but Peterson still hanging in there. Oh, we got a good uppercut in on Thrun that time. And now the linesmen jump in to intercept. Well, the Johnstone and Wagner on the neutral zone face-off. Tell you what, for two teams that play each other twice every 2 years, this feels a lot more like a rivalry. And there is another scrap as jumping Wagner in the neutral zone was Pezzetta. Blake Smith in there as well, and this is devolving into total nonsense now. Blake Smith jumped Wagner. Wagner didn't even have a chance to get his gloves off, and the T-Birds were quick to jump to their alternate captain's defense.
30 seconds of the game last night that resulted in a misconduct, and here we go. It is Connor Mackey and Joey Abate. Mackey gets the right hand free. Abate lost a bucket. Couple of big shots from Mackey and then a few jabs from Abate just inside the Hartford zone on the right wing side. Mackey another big hit on Abate. Abate an uppercut. Mackey a jab with the right. Now Abate has him pinned against the boards. Abate a jab with the right. Mackey 2, 3, 4, firing away. Now they're at arm's length with each other and dancing to the blue line, and that'll do it. Good tilt between Connor Mackey and Joey Abate, two tough customers. Has it, left wing for Patra, back up to the line for Wolanin. Wolanin, Patra, back up top. Wolanin a drive off of Martin, who gets run over by Brown. That's going to be a penalty, and Brown's going to hear it, and Spencer Martin gets right in there, and here comes Luke Gavelin. Martin's down, Brown's on top of him. Luke Gavelin across center. Scanlon is furious. Martin and Gavelin ready to go. The linesmen get in the middle. Now Sikora firing away on Merkulov. Well, it seems like every Providence Bruin except for Victor Soderstrom's ready to stand up tonight. Patra and Scanlon going at it. There along the right wing boards. Patrick Brown started this when he and Martin ran over each other, and now Patra gets down by Scanlon. Game for the Wolfpack. Can't make the playoffs in the month of February, but you can certainly put yourself in a hole. And now Frederick Brunet is going to take a penalty for a high hit on Hamelash. And now Hamelash and Tufte are going to go. And Hamelash with a couple of rights. Now Tufte responds, and Tufte scores the takedown. Oh, Tufte well afterwards. Hamelash got a shot after, and then even further after it was Tufte. So my guess is that's going to even out.
Son cas. Pas de temps. Laisse Didier ensuite à Engstrom qui veut s'amener. Alors engage le combat Sillinger et Condota encore une patinoire, un furieux combat au cercle à la droite de Fowler. Condota et là Sillinger qui abdique et met le genou au sol face au capitaine du Rocket. Coolmans. Circuler, Delgaiso qui intercepte le Jacky et Pearson. Est-ce qu'on va y aller? Et là, Jacky qui engage le combat avec Pearson.
Est-ce que Pearson a jeté les gants?
Je pense pas.
Convaincu.
Et là, tout le monde s'en mêle sur la glace. Sanchenko s'avance un peu de son côté.
Sanchenko semble...
Ah, c'est simplement sa bouteille.
Voilà. Je me demandais s'il était en discussion avec
là,
le
ça
BAM.
se poursuit encore entre Jacky et Pearson. Les officiels semblent avoir calmé tout, mais je ne sais pas qu'est-ce que Pearson a dit.
Blocker save Kaiser. Fed up two-handed. Prishapov will track it down. Right wing side, and now a fight breaking out. Turcotte and Middleton going at it. Will pop back down as they fell to the ice, trying to get up, and a linesman will come in. And Yannick Turcotte, who leads Chicago with 99 penalty minutes. He spent most of his career in the ECHL.
Admiral's goal, followed by Boucher in the near corner. The puck rolled away from Mateer. And now Mateer ties up Boucher. A cross-check against Oasis Weisblatt on the near boards. He and Engelbert get into a shove. They stare one another down. Engelbert got away with a massive slash, and now they drop the gloves at center. Engelbert and Weisblatt are going to get going right away. And then another fight between Milmuck and Englund going on. At the blue line on the far side, you got Englund and Milmuck. On the near side of the Admirals' blue line, you have Engelbert and Weisblatt. Engelbert throwing a right. He missed as he came over the top. The linesman jump in the way. On the other side, Englund and Milmuck are just throwing hands. Nobody's there watching them, monitoring that situation. So now as the two Admirals, oh my goodness, Englund's on his back, and Milmuck landed two heavy shots with the right hand to Englund's head while he was lying down on his back. Admiral's goal, followed by Boucher in the near corner. The puck rolled away from Mateer. And now Mateer ties up Boucher. A cross-check against Oasis Weisblatt on the near boards. He and Engelbert get into a shove. They stare one another down. Engelbert got away with a massive slash, and now they drop the gloves at center. Engelbert and Weisblatt are going to get going right away. And then another fight between Milmuck and Englund going on. At the blue line on the far side, you got Englund and Milmuck. On the near side of the Admirals' blue line, you have Engelbert and Weisblatt. Engelbert throwing a right. He missed as he came over the top. The linesman jump in the way. On the other side, Englund and Milmuck are just throwing hands. Nobody's there watching them, monitoring that situation. So now as the two Admirals, oh my goodness, Englund's on his back, and Milmuck landed two heavy shots with the right hand to Englund's head while he was lying down on his back. Englund in the Admiral's far corner, chasing it down, sends it around. Big hit by Harding. How is that not a charge? And now the gloves are going to drop as Mateer goes after Tage Harding. That Harding came flying in. Mateer's helmet has popped off. Harding throwing right. Now they bear hug. And Mateer trying to, I think both of them are looking for it to end. Oh, Harding came with a good uppercut there as they were starting to separate. And now the linesman will step in the way here at 8:43. Rockford corrals. Andrew Parrott from the red line will bounce one in. Murray will nudge it away off his blocker. And now the gloves are going to drop again. This will be Marino's 11th fight. He and Dylan Boucher at center ice. Fourth fight of this first period. It's coming at 13:55. Marino and Boucher squaring each other up. Boucher leans with a couple of lefts that miss. Marino with a couple of rights. A third one. They are swinging wildly. Now Boucher down to a knee. Marino continues to uncork. Continuing Marino with the uppercuts. He turns to yell at the bench. He turns to fire up the crowd. And now Mutter is going to go with Parrott. Mutter and Parrott at the red line. Mutter lands a right. Parrott lands a right. Mutter falls backwards. Parrott comes over the top, and they tumble to the ice.
Coup de chiardé en jeu. Il réussit vers son coéquipier. Ensuite, Trudeau à la ligne bleue. Intercepte cependant. Trudeau à Jacky. Son tir qui a dévié sur Tuck, j'ai bien l'impression. Ouais. Et là, on fonce au filet. Attention, Thorpe engage le combat. Thorpe, il est avec, je vois pas le joueur des Bears. Pour l'instant, c'est Gucciardi. Ouais. Et Thorpe, c'est lui qui a provoqué le tout. Et là, 2-3, bonne droite. Thorpe, oh! Et c'est Thorpe finalement qui tombe sur la glace, mais Gucciardi.
Out of North Reading, Massachusetts. For Dorrington at the end of his shift, he was cleaned out by Entwistle. And look out, Fitzgerald grabs Entwistle. They're going to drop the gloves at center ice. Fitzgerald, the former checker. Entwistle, an uppercut over the top. Another uppercut. Fitzgerald has lost his helmet, and Entwistle teeing away. Some body jabs from Fitzgerald. Entwistle, a right hand to the back of the skull of Fitzgerald. The jersey over Fitzgerald's head, and Entwistle drags him down to the ice at 2:53 of the second period.
League real soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, 4 points in 9 games with the Sabres this season for Constellenius. And we're going to have a bout here between Gruden and Mason Gertson right inside the Rochester blue line. Gruden has the jersey over the head of Gertson. Gertson with a couple blind right hands. And then the linesmen step in and quickly separate things.
Puck thrown in by Mikey Milne. Hits the feet of Murashov behind the net. Now he's knocked down behind the cage as Kemp is going to drop the gloves. Wrestles the offender for the crunch down to the ice after that contact with Sergei Murashov. The Penguins captain incensed, showing no mercy, no opportunity for a defense, a jury of one, and that is number 52 in black and gold.
Pull the trigger on the shot. And Furlong grabs it out of the circle, tries to push it up the boards. There's a whistle and an Admirals player down behind. Davies trying to drop the gloves with Andrew Parrott and does. They're twirling in the ISO circle. Parrott got the helmet off of Davies and chucks him to the ground. From the neutral zone. Tage Harding just scored his first pro goal back in the first period. And he takes down Austin Roos down low. And Mutter just slashed at him. And Mutter's dropped the gloves. And Harding's ready to oblige. Tage Harding with back-to-back games where he is throwing fists. They engage in the Rockford D-zone. Harding loading up the rush and hitting Mutter with undercuts. Harding has got Mutter's head in a chokehold, taking his helmet off. They tie up, and the officials get in.
Voici il a reçu le bâton ou le patin. Là, c'est Smith et Thorpe. Les deux veulent engager le combat.
C'est Smith qui envoie l'invitation à Tyler Thorpe, mais les juges de ligne les séparent.
Engstrom ensuite avec
et Arsenault.
Pezzetta est là avec Arsenault. Oh! Et c'est parti! Thorpe et Smith en zone centrale, au point central. L'invitation a été lancée. Thorpe et Smith. Oh, il est solide ce Blake Smith, l'Ontarien. Et là, pour l'instant, aucune réponse de Thorpe qui va finalement chuter. Mais...
Et Thorpe n'a pas eu le meilleur dans ce combat-là, qu'on le veuille ou non. Smith, très, très solide dans cette bagarre.
He's looking for a way out, goes high off the glass, and then drifts off the glove of Pickering, falls down on the Penguins bench, and now we've got a big-time scrum. Checks in front of the Penguins bench. Avery Hayes is going to drop the gloves. Hayes and Aston Reese, and Hayes is throwing big right hands, knocks the helmet off of Aston Reese's head, and that's incensed Hayes. A big final blow landed by Avery Hayes after he and Aston Reese.
Vandesappel, 15 seconds to go. Entwistle, the checkers up 3-0. Scanlon all over Entwistle now. Fight at center. Skoog right at the blue line. A right hand against Brisson, who does not drop them very often. And Skoog ragdolling Brisson, an uppercut, and over the top in front of Hartford's bench. And now the third man came in. That was Anton Bleed, and Avorka grabs him. But Anton Bleed jumping in to protect his teammate Brisson. And now it's center again. Hunter St. Martin pushed by Dorrington. Two rookies there. And Dorrington continuing to jab St. Martin, who comes at him with a slash. Too many men on the ice for the Wolfpack as Fix-Wolanski chips it around Skoog. And now Fix-Wolanski goes right after Skoog. Uppercuts on Skoog, who didn't drop his gloves. So Fix-Wolanski out of control. But those two did not drop the gloves. It was Fix-Wolanski jumping Skoog at the Hartford blue line.
Here at Scotiabank Arena. And right away, Jacki and Johnstone at center ice. Johnstone never backs down. Jacki is a strong fighter in this league. And both of them start throwing early. And Johnstone in with the jabs, tries to get one across the chops, but it breaks apart early. And what looked like was determined to get involved.
Face off to the left of Lindbaum. Face off win for the Silver Knights as Cormier will work his way up the near wall. Backhands it off the glass and out, and now gloves are off. Nikolai Knizhov and Joe Fleming. Fleming was looking for a taker throughout the night, and he has one in Nikolai Knizhov as they square up. Cautious approach, both fighters waiting for a reach. And now Fleming reaches, and Knizhov gone with the left. Now Fleming with his bearings, throwing with the right. Two big bodies, and Fleming got a right on Knizhov. They pop back up. They're not done. Both helmets are gone. Fleming caught Knizhov with a right, sending him down to the ice. They both pop right back up. Now Fleming's got Knizhov again, and now the officials will step in.
He got a stickful from Donovan there. It's going to be a delayed penalty, and Torre's going to go at it. Bancroft drops the gloves. They're going at it. Right hands from Torre. Bancroft mixes in. Bancroft another haymaker. He goes to the torso. Torre lays two in there. And now Bancroft a single shot. A trio of blasts from Torre. These two continue to exchange in the ring. Torre, one last grab of Bancroft's sweater. These officials continuing to let them go at it. And now they'll stop the fight.
Kaplan on the forward check. High on Mugli. Holding his face there. And we're going to have a fight as a response. Kaplan and Cruikshank. Kaplan's got a size advantage and gets a quick right in. Cruikshank hanging in there as Kaplan down on his knees and gets the takedown. As Grant Cruikshank did not like that hit by 6'3", 204. Devin Kaplan.
Not there.
Here we go. We're going to have a fight. Wilson and Smith are going to go. Two wily veterans that can really throw them. Dalton Smith. Haymaker. Couple of big rights. Heavyweight bout right behind the net. This boiled over. Smith with that long reach to the button of Wilson, who weighs and misses. Both guys tiring here at the end of their shift. Wilson with an uppercut on Smith, who's lost his bucket, grabbing the back of his head. Dalton Smith stays on his skates, and the guys in stripes will separate him. For the Bears in Toronto, coming home, getting point number 1 in the AHL. Hunter McDonald, the cross-check on Dalton Smith. Hunter McDonald puts him in a headlock. And those two still going out in front of the net. Delayed penalty call, McDonald. Dalton Smith gonna pop him with one. And with 5 seconds left, the clock stops. And Dalton Smith is now teeing off the second fight of the night. Has had enough of McDonald right in front of the net. Those two will both go down. And Dalton Smith, you know, is not gonna go without a fight.
Get towards center, where the Reign will skate backwards with it. Now in the neutral zone, being pushed forward by Jack Hughes. He sends this one around Stauber, and the gloves are down. It's Onyebuchi and Doty in front. This will be their 4th fight of the season, just shy of center ice. They get tied up, going back and forth. Doty's gonna land a few. Onyebuchi with a retaliation. And now we've got a little bit of a standstill. The referees are gonna let them feel this one out. Onyebuchi with a couple of rights. Doty responds. They get tied up once again, holding each other at an arm's length. Doty fires in one more. And this might be fizzling out here, but we thought these two may be going at it. They came into the game already fighting with each other 3 times. Doty with a couple of final jabs. And Onyebuchi looks like he's content here, but Doty wants a little bit more. They go all the way into the Ontario zone. The ice is littered with equipment. Couple of gloves scattered around. Onyebuchi throws a few more, and now the officials are going to say that's enough. But it didn't take long for those two.
Burst of speed, he leaves Villeneuve in the dust. Puta alone, and it's stopped by Hildeby as it just stays out, and he's got it under control on the goal line as King, afterward here, grabs a hold of it. Looks like James Malatesta, and they're going full bore over in the corner in the Marley zone. Devastating right for Malatesta. King an overhand right. Malatesta hammering with right crosses. Another sweeping right. Oh, Jimmy's getting his money's worth tonight. Trying to rip the helmet off King, and they're grappling to the bitter end as this place is electric.
Field in Charlotte and in Belleville. back in the 23-24 season. Oh, a big hit at center ice. Dennis Gilbert just crushed Zachary Karpa, who's slow to get up. Scanlon wants to go with Gilbert at the other end to break for Bongiovanni. He missed the net, and now there's going to be a tilt. And Bongiovanni's not happy as Scanlon takes down Gilbert with ease. Down goes Gilbert. Chipped off the left wing boards and out to center ice. Donovan will chase after it, and here we go. It's going to be Zachary Karpa, his first career fight against Landon Hookie, and Karpa lands an early one. Hookie over the top, and then Hookie wrestles him down and throws a couple with Karpa down on the ice.
A real sense of how things are going to shake out, whether he has the puck on his stick or he's the guy awaiting a pass. Now we're going to see gloves drop here. Kiefler and Bros start swinging. Bros lost his balance trying to get back to his feet. Kiefler just grappling, and now the linesman's going to step in before any more punches get thrown.
Side! Playing the stop and a fight at center ice to boot. Travis Howe and Montana Onyebuchi. Right at the center ice logo. They'll lock horns. On the tie-up, couple lefts for each men. Howe with a body punch in the right. Onyebuchi trying to get loose. Howe trying to do the same. He throws another left, connects with that. Couple of body punches again for Travis Howe. Onyebuchi comes over the top. Now Howe comes over the top. Couple more underneath. Body shots again for Travis Howe. He reaches over the top, delivers another right. Onyebuchi, one of his own. They'll touch helmets and head off.
At the left point, kept in Jones with the wrister, but that hits something in front. Return shot, Fiddler Schultz on his knees. Kakkonen finds it. Has it in the blue paint. Net knocked off as players go flying whichever direction. They got Delgado going after the Rochester player in the near corner, and everybody else starting to crowd in. As Blaze takes a shot at Fiddler Schultz. Now behind the net, gloves are dropped. Punches being thrown. This is Kandata for the Rocket.
Joshua.
It's Joshua for the Amerks. As they lock horns, and there are really no punches thrown, maybe a couple over the top, and the linesmen step in.
Kuzman trying to weave through traffic just in front of the blue line. This one offside as Milmock's going to drop the gloves now. Milmock wants a response for that hit on Toninato, and he'll drop him with Dalton Smith. Smith with a couple of right-handers. Milmock trying to get loose. He connects with a right-hander. Now Smith with a combo. Milmock responds with an uppercut, and then Smith with an opportunity. Milmock's helmet's off. He's trying to get back to his skates. And we continue. These two fought back on the third in Hershey. Milmock with a knock. Big knock by Connor Milmock will send Smith down to the ice. And a spirited bout between two big customers. On his tail. Now Toninato picks it up. Takes a hit after the whistle, and that's going to draw the ire of Tage Harding. Harding dropping the gloves. Oh, and he connects with a massive right. Harding going up against Justin Nachbauer. And an uppercut by Harding that time. 6'7" Tage Harding trying to get loose. Nachbauer comes back with a left. Still, they're tied up back behind the cage. They move toward the circle. Ref's not moving in just yet. Nachbauer tried one time. Got the shoulder of Harding. Only 5 points behind him. So we talk about a great season that Grand Rapids has been having. As this is a save in the final 2 seconds. And now Harding will drop the gloves again. He very quickly gets two right-hand shots in on Justin Nachbauer. Now Nachbauer responds with the hook himself. Harding trying to get loose over that right side. Responds with a couple of jabs. Gets uppercut. Harding, his second fight tonight, trying to take out some final frustrations on this weekend, and he'll get Nachbauer down. We'll send the BMO crowd that remains to their feet.
Wing, Weisblatt with speed, stops above the right circle. Behind the play, Englund and Empey are going to drop the gloves. Englund and Empey the middle of the blue line. So Empey's going to have himself a Gordie Howe hat trick tonight. As Empey and Englund clutch together. Englund throws a couple. Oh, big uppercut from Englund. Empey hanging on. He's stumbling a bit. Another big one to the jaw of Empey. Empey comes back with a couple to the back of the head. Englund then with a haymaker. That rattled the big Empey. Empey comes back with 3-4. Englund with a big hit that knocked the helmet off. Englund trying to find position. Empey comes back with lefts as Englund tries to tie him up. That was an entertaining tilt as they get separated.
How about the fact that when here comes a penalty?
Yeah, look out. It's going to start getting ugly now.
Boy, what a hit from behind there. And now everybody mixing it up. The gloves are going to come off somewhere. There's 5 different scrums going on right now.
Oh, no,
and here's Canik
Leapert.
Leapert. He's dropped him with Bradley Merrick.
He
That's
wanted to
center
go.
ice.
Oh, look at this. Everybody else has stopped to watch.
Merrick and Canik Leapert looking for the left, throws a good one and another. Well, Merrick comes back with a couple of roundhouses.
It's all left hands.
Yeah.
All left hand bombs. Oh.
Merrick comes in with a pretty good one.
Wow.
Now they switch to rights and down they go.
Oh, that's a tap him on the backside. Nice go, buddy. And get up. That was pretty neat and good exchange. Yes, it was.
Drop the gloves, and he does so, and now he and McGroarty will be allowed to fight. They're tied up, and a shot with a quick takedown shows some remarkable restraint there to not hammer with a punch he could have delivered as once they went to the ice.
When you're craving delicious, crunchy snacks, reach for the brand you grew up with, Utz.
10 seconds remaining, and now we're going to get more rough stuff. Cranley grabs one of the checker players. Domingue is at the red line. Domingue's ready to go. Cranley's going to come out. We're going to get a goalie scrap. Domingue and Cranley. Cranley lost his balance. Louis fires a right hand, rips the jersey off of Cranley. Will's hanging in there, though. Will trying to get a right hand back. Domingue is now switched to the left. Cranley fires a right over the top. Cranley really hanging in there. Domingue finally wrestles him down to the ice. Well, there's a first in year 10 of T-Birds hockey.
To Jeremy Poirier, high slot into the left circle. Poirier, sharp angle shot, fought off by Sekanik. The shoulder save, and Kyle McDonald is in some pain in front of the net as he was knocked down there. We're going to get a fight. Roland McEwen and Sean Chisholm. Chisholm was sticking up for McDonald, and he got McEwen to drop the gloves. Couple of big rights by Chisholm. He rips the helmet off and now lands a right over the top. They'll continue to go. Chisholm and McEwen. McEwen whiffs on a right, and Chisholm takes him down. How about that for the rookie out of Dartmouth? That's
left of the red line, Osterley pushed it to the far boards where Tyrell Bauer will dump it in. He got tripped up by Ratcliffe. Bauer trying to grab a hold of Ratcliffe. Marino and Bauer are going to drop him at center ice. This is a true heavyweight bout. Marino and Bauer, they make their way back inside the Manitoba blue line. Marino and Bauer. Marino clutches up with the left. They both throw a right. Marino throws a second right, a third right. Now Bauer with one. Now they're exchanging. Marino has 5 shots to Bauer's 3, 6, 7, 8. Bauer comes back with a couple of lefts. Marino with a hard right and another one. Bauer remains standing. These are 2 of the toughest customers in all of hockey. Marino wobbled on that shot as Bauer starts to throw rights. Marino holding on. Now he comes back with a right. Marino's helmet on. Good uppercut from Bauer. A left over the top, trying to rip Marino's helmet off. It finally comes off. Marino and Bauer, as Marino throws a right over the top, the linesmen step in. What a fight.
Is going to get an assist on that, his 13th of the season. Here's Hildeby. And here we go. Smith lining up with Michael Pezzetta. Some guys who are familiar with this bit of the sport as they come together. Trying to land a couple of punches. They get spinning around, and Pezzetta gets in close, and Smith trying to tear the helmet off, and Pezzetta takes another round. they go.
Cody scales it ahead. Cohen-Zemer, a nifty move. Right circle, a wrist shot into the belly of Pickert. And here we go. Lawrence was crashing the net. Stillman now arriving. And the officials quickly in there as Stillman and Lawrence go tumbling down to the ground. So Lawrence on his backside here. Stillman still wants a piece of him.
Hammers Donovan Houle, and in transition, now here we go. We're going to get a scrap at center. Connaughton's going to drop the gloves with Jimmy Huntington, and I believe that's in response to the hit thrown by Huntington earlier in the period on Max Zuber. We have not seen Zuber since. Connaughton, the veteran defender, coming to the aid of his teammate, and those two drop the gloves at center ice. Referee did not make the call. Probably should have been a penalty against Lipkin. Now the two are going to go behind the play. So Vincent didn't want to take a penalty. Now he's just speed bagging Lipkin. Vincent was trying to draw a penalty, and good on him for showing some restraint.
5th of the year. Kepin getting involved. The gloves came off. We're going to get a fight now in the left wing corner as the gloves come off on both ends. He and Bradley come together at the side of Tompkins' net. They push to the half wall, and now Kepin, couple uppercuts. Linesman trying to step in. Kepin shoos him away. Bradley has him tied up along the glass here. Kepin still trying to work loose. Kepin over the top of the right. He'll take it down to the ice.
To the red line where Pavlichev will dump it deep. Osterley hammered by Turcotte crashing in. Mutter goes after Turcotte. They're going to throw hands. Mutter and Turcotte in the far corner. Turcotte throws rights. Mutter comes back with a good one. Mutter's helmet is flown off. Turcotte just tosses Mutter to the ice.
Game show is listed as day-to-day. This is Victor Soderstrom on the right wing side. Up ahead for Schmaltz, and now we got to tilt that center ice. And it's going to be Brandon Scanlon and Dalton Bancroft as they drift into the Bruins zone. Sizing each other up here. Now they've got the right hands on each other. Scanlon trying to get the first shot of this fight in. Still no punches exchanged. Now a couple from Bancroft, and a big right from Scanlon. Knocks Bancroft off balance. Bancroft able to regain his balance now. Bancroft with an uppercut. Scanlon absorbs it. Scanlon gets the right hand free. Throws an uppercut and an undercut. Bancroft and Scanlon all tied up now, and they'll wrestle each other down to the ice. Brandon Scanlon dropping the gloves once again here for the Wolfpack. Across the ice, Sakura, he'll rim it around. They gotta hurry. That gets out of the zone, and that might be it. Big hit from Hoffman on Callahan, and now Sweezy wants to go with Hoffman, who really doesn't need to drop the gloves, and then Callahan jumps in. As everybody in the mix now just inside of the blue line. Well, I'll tell you what, Sean, there's a lot of irony as Sweezy wrestles down Hoffman. The Bruins weren't happy with Brandon Scanlon fighting Matt Poitras the last time these two teams were here on February the 7th. Well, I'm going to give you a little history lesson here. The reason why Scanlon fought Poitras is because Victor Soderstrom turtled and refused to fight Brett Berard.
This has been...
And now the Bruins want to ask for the Wolfpack to answer a call. That's rich.
Just like that, Ontario stretches the lead to 3-1. And now we've got a fight. It's Cohen-Zemer and Mikko Matika. Gloves are dropped down to our right in the Reign defensive end. Zemer on Matika. Matika over the top. Now Zemer underneath. Catches Matika.
Fighting Majors are presented by Jack Cortez.
Behind his own net, backhands up the near wall and out to center, and there's a whistle and a penalty called. And like we said, the temperature rising as Joe Fleming and Ian McKinnon have found themselves in the Henderson zone, and McKinnon with the right landed a couple on Fleming. Fleming's just trying to get loose, and the linesman trying to pull them apart. Fleming is up.
Clearing.
Well, we're going to have a fight now, perhaps with Weisblatt getting tangled up here with Lucas Carlson now. Those two getting tangled up. Meanwhile, fight in the right wing circle. Element with a couple of right-hand hooks.
Was in the process of changing, so no real chance to forecheck that time. Behind the play, we got a scrap. Roman Schmidt and Dylan Peterson. Maybe this is what the doctor ordered for the T-Birds. 3:25 left in the second. Cale Kessie is on the ice, funny enough, but he's not the participant. Peterson and Schmidt, two big bodies of their own. Schmidt with a couple of right hands over the top. Peterson comes back with one of his own. Real spirited scrap, not much defense between these two guys as they start chucking rights back and forth. Boy, they both landed some strong ones. They both stay on their feet. Peterson's now lost his helmet. Schmidt still has his, but Peterson keeps swinging. And they're not interested in stopping just yet. Peterson trying to get one more uppercut in there. He drills Schmidt in tight, but Schmidt hangs in there himself. And they have finally had enough.
Terrific game for that Schmelzer line as they combine for the first 2 goals in the contest. We're going to have a scrap here. Legare and Donovan squaring off. Here in the Comets defensive zone, they grab a hold of one another. Legare with a nice overhand right on Donovan. Legare getting some right hands from Donovan, then he wrestles him down partially as the linesmen come in and separate the two combatants.
Goes wide left. Jared Tenori plays it back down low off a Penguin stick near the front of the net. Comes to the near wall, and the gloves are going to drop here. It's Jared Tenori and Boko Amama. They square off at center ice. That center ice logo having to gauge it. Now they come together. Oh, a quick right by Tenori. Now Amama comes back with one. A couple of left jabs. Amama tries to get a right. Tenori lands another good one. Amama staying in there strong. Hard rights by Tenori. Amama was rocked, but he stays on his skates. Comes across to the right. They tangle up again, trying to wrestle free. Linespersons are skating by. Now Amama able to topple Tenori as he kind of took him off balance a bit.
Dévié en territoire du Rocket. Un solide coup d'épaule de la part de Tuck à l'endroit de Riley Fiddler-Schultz.
Ouais, il reprend ses esprits, ouais.
Non, il s'en va les reprendre. Oh, c'est son épaule, je crois bien, hein, avoir sa réaction.
Et Tuck est venu supporter.
Et attention, le combat éclate entre Tuck et Gertson qui vient à la défense de Fiddler-Schultz. Tout près du banc du Rocket et Gertson, c'est un solide gaillard. Hein? Et Tuck n'a jamais hésité et a répondu à l'appel de Gertson.
This is not the Bridgeport Islanders of years past. It's a much improved team, a team that plays with a lot of grit, and this is a real big statement made tonight.
Here we go again as Martin will cover it up, and Hunter Drew, who's been looking all night long for a fight, is mixing it up. With 10:10 to go in regulation time, this is our first media timeout. Drew trying to get free on Dorrington, and here we go. Dorrington and Drew were tied up. Linesman trying to get in there.
Drew took a swing at Martin. I think Martin had his stick inadvertently in there, and he's just punching over the linesman. What is he doing?
Dorrington gets him back with the right, and Drew just tossed away the linesman. That might get Drew a suspension. Drew with a right, and he wrestles Dorrington down. You know, I know it wasn't a lot, Sean, but he just shoved the linesman out of the way. You can't do that. And now Drew wants to go with Martin. He is unhinged. Hunter Drew is unhinged. That's got to be supplemental discipline. That's gutless from Hunter Drew. And now Martin fired away with rights, and Hogberg wants nothing to do with it. The Islander bench just pointed at Hogberg, and he shook his head, no thank you. And good on Spencer Martin. That was gutless from Hunter Drew to go after the goaltender. And he's going to get a chorus of boos.
Fires, and that one high and wide.
I think he had time to grab that puck and continue on towards the net.
Nice move to skip to his left there and get free to shoot. Now Pinelli pushed there by Lagesson. Lagesson out of control. Pinelli's got no helmet. Morelli had a chance to shoot. They're going to fight. Lagesson and Pinelli come together in the corner. Crowd is into it here as Pinelli trying to shake his hand free. Lagesson with a couple of right hands. Now an uppercut over the top. Pinelli hanging tough. Jersey's over over his head. Lagesson goes for the takedown and pins his head to the ice there with no helmet. That can be dangerous, but regardless of the outcome here, Brad, Pinelli's going to score a lot of points with his teammates, and this is the kind of player he is. No hesitation to drop the gloves.
En échec à l'endroit de Kopp, la poule apprécie. Un tir dévié et goal! La bagarre éclate entre Jacky et Gertson en coin de patinoire après le but. Oh, une bonne droite de la part de Gertson et fait coucher Jacky. Mais qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? C'est pas coutume de voir ça, un but au même moment qu'on...
Phillips for Anderson Dolan. Sees pressure coming off the point, and Stillman hammers him. Oh my goodness. Anderson Dolan didn't see him coming, and Stillman buried him, and Anderson Dolan wants a piece of him, and they're gonna have a fight. Stillman against Anderson Dolan. Going toe to toe. They tie each other up against the boards. And Stillman gets a takedown, and that fight is over. Stillman had his helmet knock off early in that scrap. Got a ton of blows were exchanged. It was more of a wrestling match. And now Bartow behind his net, chips it around the corner. And Stillman through the body. They're on for it. That took a high stick. That'll be a penalty. And now there's going to be a fight. Stillman getting to his second fight of the game. That's him and Shaw are going at it. Stillman loses his helmet. Those two get back up off the ice, and now Shaw with some body shots. And Stillman throws him down after grabbing his leg. Stillman drew the initial penalty. And the team doctors right now. Moose have the puck after the face-off, and now we're gonna have a fight. Joe Arnston's gonna drop the gloves with Empey. Here we go. They're gonna line up at center. Empey 6'2", 193, Arnston 6'3", 210, pretty even. They size each other up, and now they lock horns. Empey getting a couple rights free. Arnston protecting, loses his helmet. Now Arnston replies with the right. Empey still throwing. Arnston grabs on with his left, and now Empey switches to his left. Delivering some blows to Arnston as he hangs in there. Both benches banging their sticks against the boards. They're loving it. Arnston with an uppercut. And now overhand right. Empey tried an uppercut and missed. Look at them go. They got to be tired right now. And finally the officials separate them. The third fight over the last two games between these two teams. Get down low. Bauer playing it to center after Chase Waters delivered a big hit. He might have to fight Ashton Sautner. Former teammates are gonna have a fight. Here we go, another one. Sautner and Waters, teammates in the inaugural season, and the fight didn't last long. They go down. Wednesday night's all right for fighting.
Line, King with his shot, save made by Halverson, and he holds on. King ends up down on the ice. Collision with Matteo Petronero. And now pushing and shoving, and gloves drop. It's Sim and Newkirk. They wrestle around. There's a stick rate lodged in between them as well. A couple of rights by Sim. It's a wrestling match, and they go down. Maurice Newkirk trying to get his team energized.
Bradley gets it away to Ivan. Nesterenko and Solberg come over and knock him down right at the blue line. This play is a delayed offside. We'll get a whistle, and then we'll get a greeting over on the far half wall. Drew Elliott mixing it up in his first game here with the Gulls this season as they get tangled up. He and Bradley grabbing jerseys up high. Seen a couple of punches thrown, but nothing really landed so far, and now they're just kind of doing the tango, spinning around. Elliott trying to get that hand up underneath Bradley with a little gut punch as he goes toward the kidneys. Then he went up top, trying to pull the jersey over the head of Elliott. He's just going with a lot of body shots here, and the linesmen say that's enough.
The Gates. Phantoms have control of their own zone. 6:25 to go. Gone by. Hard check by Lucas Mercury. Stuns a Phantom. Puck is back across the ice, and look out with the gloves drop. Mercury and Gannett, and Mercury is pumping him. Gannett challenged Mercury. Now Gannett getting back on him a bit. Mercury staying strong. Now it's more of a wrestling match. Mercury trying to get free. He rips off the helmet of Gannett. Now he gets him in a headlock, and now the officials will hop in.
By Lowen, out to center ice. Emerson will chase back. Getting over to Johnson. Long pass up the left side. Gloves are dropped back out at center ice. Newcomer Caleb Lawrence for the Amherst tangling up with the Toronto player. Trying to pick out who that is. It's Smith. And they are across the way on the far boards and throwing some right hands over the top. Lawrence comes back with a right. Is a little bit short on the shot. And it's taken again. Smith over the top, reaching in. Lawrence with those long arms has him at arm's length and pretty well protected. Now he brings back a right over the top himself, and the linesman finally will step in as those guys are played out.
Through Caleb McDonald. Now the other way, Gauntz on the right wing side behind the play. McDonald and Berard are going to go. That's Pinelli rather. And Berard and Pinelli with a couple of shots. They're both off balance here. Pinelli with a couple of rights. Now they're tangled up. The helmet comes off of Pinelli. Berard with a right, and then Pinelli will wrestle him down.
Felt that coming, Alex.
They're still going.
13:55 to go, second period. Rockford 2, Chicago 1. Back at a flash for the BMO Center in a moment on the Ice Hogs Broadcast Network. Powered by BMO. We're not going to go to break because Jake Furlong is throwing down with Legault along the near boards. Half minutes into this third period. Milmock forces a turnover in the corner. Boucher has it in between his skates. Philp trying to dig it free. And we're going to get a fight here with Smith and Milmock. They'll meet in the Wolves zone, right in between the hash marks. Smith getting a couple of rights free on Milmock as they glide over to the far circle. Milmock with a huge uppercut in on Smith. Two heavyweights in the third period. Milmock's lost his lid, but he starts throwing lefty jabs. Smith trying to get back into an attacking position, goes over top of Milmock, who's got his head in between the jersey. They want to keep going. Milmock with an uppercut, hitting the helmet over top. Milmock landing big rights, coming back in a massive way. Good bout between these two. Swipes it away. This is going to get nasty quickly. There was a penalty coming on. Parrott and Smith are trying to drop the gloves in the corner, and they have. Parrott without his lid, and Parrott trying to cock back some rights. Mishak helping out along the corner too. Smith's second fight of the third period. Both trying to get themselves a little more space to throw punches. They're tied up real quickly, and they'll just hug each other to the glass.
Off the glass and out. Might be having some technical difficulties, but no technical difficulties here at the Scotiabank Saddle Dome as we're going to get an early tilt. Alex Gallant and Tyrell Bauer surveying each other at center. We'll see who bites first. A little bob and a weave, and now punches being exchanged. Alex getting that right hand free, but Tyrell, a product of Cochrane, he's got some family and friends here at the Scotiabank Saddle Dome as they tussle near the Manitoba blue line, pushing into that zone. Oh, this is some bomb chucking here on a Friday night at the Saddle Dome. They must be exhausted. Stick taps, and they're still going. Buckets on their heads. Wow, what a tilt as they continue now grappling. Still some punches flying, and that'll do it. Good job, boys.
Dump it in. Bain, Stillman, and Oman coming back on as we have a fight at center. Jimmy Schultz drops the gloves with Kai Uchas. First fight of the night. They latch onto each other. Uchas trying to give Schultz a couple of jabs with his left, and down goes Uchas. Fans on their feet. Behind the play, Schultz going toe-to-toe.
Minutes of play. Paddock right back to it. Sim dropping the gloves here with Lawrence. This almost looked organized up pre-game. They both have a toss to it. Now Sim going after the much larger Lawrence here and getting in close on him. That's the only way if you're the smaller player to try and make things happen here. And then he is taken to the ice as he lost his balance and went down, gets right back up. But the tenacious Sim will be separated out here, and he and Lawrence will spend 5 minutes. The other night, last night, as they were down 3-1. And they were down 2-1. Then in the third period, a third goal that seemed like that was going to be tough. Now we got a problem here at the benches as there's got to be a bunch of players out here on the ice, but here comes Murmas back the other way, draws in Dakota Murmas, and now we got a fight here between Cedric Pare and Joshua, and he gets one on the overhand. Joshua with the helmet off. There's one that lands, and now Cedric Pare, boy, he got tied up there. I thought he was going to go down, and he still has him. And a couple of shots and a short jab. Couldn't quite get to it. He's got him off balance, and now the jersey off as Cedric Pare doesn't quite have a hold on him again. And they separate out. Lots of throws from Joshua, not lots of connection, and Cedric Pare gets a rousing applause.
Captain to wind it down the right wing boards. The Checkers. Oh, a hard hit, a board on Van de Soppel by Drew, and Trevor Carrick takes exception behind the Checkers net. Carrick trying to get his left hand free on Drew, who's top 10 in the AHL in penalty minutes. An ugly hit on Van de Soppel, and the Checkers captain coming to his aid. Carrick wrapping up Drew behind the net, or rather Beckman. That was Beckman with that hit on Van de Soppel, tying him up and swinging him along the backboards. Carrick holding on to him, giving Beckman some mercy, but it was
with those powerful Denver Pioneer teams. Ooh, a big hit just inside the blue line, and now
challenged. Look out!
We got Andrew Gibson going after. Is that Seager? Yeah.
Seager laid a pretty good hit. Ooh, Gibson just caught Seager square with a right.
And Seager obviously stunned by it, but hangs in there and trying to come back with some rights of his own.
Yeah, give him credit. He took one solid on the chin or the jaw. He's hanging in there with a pretty tough customer.
Night for the Penguins. They're doing their best Irish jig throughout this one. And now we're seeing the gloves drop. Phil Kemp chasing down one of the Phantoms who took down Pickering. That's Powell in just his second game. And Kemp, the captain, feeding right hands to Noah Powell. Well, the crowd couldn't celebrate that third goal, but they're on their feet for Phil Kemp.
Gendron, another fresh clear here, but kept on side by Hartford in a flash. Now it's Gendron. He gets leveled. And we're going to get the gloves dropped. It's Gallagher going for a bout. He drops the gloves here with Scott Morrow at center ice. Morrow hammering the right hands. Gallagher gets knotted up and he's dropped in a dime. The Bruins have had enough. Be their highest scoring home game this season. A matchup at center ice. Lysell fell down, evenly matched. It was just a shove, and now Lysell going at it. He's going to throw the gloves with Dorrington, and they're going to town. Lysell gets a fistful. Not much of a match there with Dorrington, but it's still going to be fighting majors for both.
Siak had his pocket picked, and we got a fight here at center. It's Dylan Boucher going up against Roman Schmidt. Boucher connects with a right to start things off. He dodges a few hooks from Schmidt, tries to connect with Boucher, got all shoulder pads. Now Boucher connects with 2-3 consecutive haymakers, and he sends Schmidt down. Dylan Boucher giving up quite a bit of height.
Left circle, spins back to the half wall. Here's a shot, McKenzie. That's blocked in front. Then McKenzie bulldozes a Bakersfield defender, gets wrapped up by Brown. He's going to fight Curtis McKenzie, but he lost his footing. It hits the deck as Brown got a good one in. Curtis might have got a left in before that, but he kind of stumbled backwards. The two veterans. On the right wing, it's blocked. Backdoor feed to Kiro. He scores as he was falling down. He's going to fight. The goal scorer, Carroll, wants a piece of Keppen. You felt like that was coming. Keppen took a couple of liberties and caught Jeremy Poirier late, twice earlier in the shift. The Stars score at the other end. Carroll, as he was getting tripped up, and those two dropped the gloves right after the fight. Carroll and Keppen at 12:06. Poirier wants to fight Stillman, and they're going to drop the gloves. Stillman comes across with a big right. He connects on a second right, and Poirier hits the deck. But Jeremy Poirier wanted to step up and defend Lind, who caught one up high.
Been over 90 years. Oh! A big check there, Gustafson. He is grabbed by Pavlichev. Play's going to continue, and Neuchev fires as we're going to get a fight now. Gustafson will answer the call with Pavlichev. Pavlichev trying to throw some big rights. He's got his glove on, and he is getting that right free. I don't know. I think if he's going to get extra penalty minutes for that. By Gustafson. Pavlichev, that is his second fight of the season. Yeah, foot gets clipped, and now we got another fight. Giovanni Smith is going to fight for the third time this weekend, and he's up against Austin Watson, who's lost his helmet already. Two big boys grappling for position, as you definitely want to be defensive. And it's Smith who comes out firing, and Watson will wrestle onto the ice.
Clay Stevenson still week to week with a lower body injury. He did not dress here today. Mitch Gibson, who played the previous two, one on Friday in Wilkes-Barre, is in front of that. DJ King's going to drop the glove with Boucher, and they both fall to the ice. And then Boucher, couple shots with King down, and the Bears not happy with that. Piling on top is Belpedio. As Boucher taking liberties with DJ King on a battle, there is going to be at least one penalty at the net front. Been dropped by Schumann. Put back in. Bitten's going to go with Hodgson at center. Bitten's first fight since returning from injury, and you knew this might happen. Hodgson running around a little bit. Bitten will answer the bell. Grappling in neutral. Bitten trying to get his arms free. Hodgson with the left. Bitten's lost his helmet. Bitten returning the blows and absorbing some here. Hodgson gets him down to his knees. Bitten back on his skates. Still wants to keep going as the linesmen step in. Hodgson certainly had the volume of punches there, but good on Bitten for standing up for his team.
It's a shot off a shin pad. Kudryavtsev hustles after it. Silver Knights team up to get it. Now we're going to have a fight. Dropping the gloves is Hickey and Brimmer. Austin Brimmer in his first career fight in the AHL, and he's throwing rights on Hickey as they tie up in front of the Canucks bench. They're not done just yet, as Hickey's holding on to Brimmer, and this fight is in the books. How about the new guy? He's a goal away from the Gordie Howe hat trick. Head's gonna stop it. Hands off to Cormier. Around the boards, and a big hit by Waters as he hammers Cormier. Now a chance in front. Group shoots, and it hit the goal stick of Whitehead and goes out of play. And now Magna's gonna make Waters hear about it as the two captains tie up, and now more players get involved. 30 seconds ago, his tempers start to boil over, and now we got some gloves on the ice and a wrestling match between Magna and Waters. A huge size mismatch here as those two go down on the ice.
Morton, Osman, nice little move to the middle, but Phillips doing good work at both ends of the ice. He's having himself a shift here.
Osman and Phillips are going to go.
Oh, as Osman gets tangled up with the net, and yes, they are going to go. So forward, blue liner, Phillips just scored a goal. Osman, game number 4 as a Calgary Wrangler, coming over on the trade deadline as they take a spin and grapple here in Manitoba territory along the glass near side of the wall. Is Osman trying to get that hand free. Osman's 6 feet tall, 185 pounds, and we've got the takedown.
Yeah, the takedown there coming from Isaac Phillips, 6'3", 205.
Burning into the zone, trying to drive to the goal. Gets a backhander away, but it's wide of the net. And chipped back down the ice. And back behind the play, Lind all tied up with Jokin. And now the gloves are going to drop. Kalen Lind and Danny Jokin are going to go for a twirl. They're all tangled up right now. Lind gets the right free. Jokin, a little bit more mixed martial arts there as he quickly executed the spin onto the back there. And
Canucks moving right to left in white as they head in on the forecheck. Booth upended from behind by Waters. Behind the cage of Copley. Took Angus Booth a couple of seconds to get to his feet, and now Pinelli is going to answer the bell, and he's going to drop him with Chase Waters. Pinelli and Waters square up. Pinelli locks arms. Waters over the top, knocks the bucket off of Pinelli. Pinelli now grabbing onto Waters, moves in with a left. Pinelli and Waters going at it after Waters delivered the check on Booth behind the cage of Copley, and the officials come in to separate it.
Nadeau, the last 9 games, now 3 goals and an assist for 4 points. And we have a little discussion across the way as Joshua nose to nose with Flinton. Linesman steps in, and
he's asking. I think he's asking him if he wants to do it.
You know what? If they drop the puck, ooh, there's a whack at the ankles of Kuntar, and that was by Peck. I think now the gloves are dropped. Joshua, he's teeing it up over the top as Flinton came over but missed. Flinton's helmet knocked off. As Joshua looked back over the top of the right, now a couple of left jabs. Looking for an uppercut. He nails that one. As Flinton trying to come back with that. Oh, he's nailed and decked by Joshua. Right hand finds the mark, and down on his back hard goes Flinton.
Malheureusement, évidemment, il n'y avait pas de doute, cette passe était exécutée avec la main. On aurait pu s'installer et générer quelque chose tout de même de qualité avec ce trio de Mécheur, Beck et Davidson.
2 quatrièmes trio sur la glace, entre autres Arsenault et Kessy. Et il tombe au centre de la glace. Vincent Arsenault et Kel Kessy. 2 solides gaillards. Les 200 points. Quelques gauches de la part d'Arsenault. De la droite. Et quelle gauche d'Arsenault. Et qu'est-ce qu'il est ébranlé. Il est très, très, très ébranlé. Et Arsenault, oh, quel combat. Et là, finalement, qu'est-ce qui va perdre de pied. Oh, mais c'est la première gauche d'Arsenault qui l'a sonné.
Ouais.
Toc. Il reprend cette rondelle, la laisse à Arsenault, cherche les options. Veut remettre vers Jacquin. Il l'avait vu, mais
ouais.
c'est le combat qui est engagé. Burns et Toc. On est entre les oreilles et Toc qui va chuter devant Quinton Burns. Et Toc qui veut se relever.
Ouais, pas vraiment eu de combat là-dessus. Juste après qu'un corridor de passe intéressant là, se soit ouvert entre Arsenault et Jacquin.
For this Reign team, and welcome to the American Hockey League. Didn't even get to introduce him yet. He'll make his own introduction. Braden Simmons Fisher, who signed a PTO on Sunday, taking on one of the true gladiators of the American League in Jacob Doty. A grand entrance for Simmons Fisher. He's taken a few right off the kisser to start. And down goes Simmons Fisher. Should not be surprised, John, to see Big 29 in red with a bout early, although he'll get up a little frustrated from that one.
Yeah. His net for Boltman. Boltman up the near side. Hard hit by Arnston as he crumples Vincent. Here we go. Those two are going to drop the glove, so Vincent didn't like the hit. Arnston and Anthony Vincent are going to square off here in the second period. Both players sizing each other up. Vincent, who's done a lot more of this season. Those two connect. Vincent over the top of the couple of rights. Arnston holding on. While Arnston with an uppercut. Vincent dropped to a knee, back to his feet. Arnston trying to rip the helmet off, and those two wrestled down to the ice. And that will end that altercation.
Job by Vincent to stand up for himself.
Forward right wing side, Chalet with it. Dips out of the way of a hit there from Stjernberg, who will come in and get a little shove from Hayden after the fact.
Oh, yeah.
And now Stjernberg dropping the gloves. And Stjernberg and Hayden going to go at it. Hayden with a couple of left hands onto the helmet. Gets the jersey up over the head. Now Stjernberg coming back with some right hands. And the linesman getting in between the two.
Oh, tarps off.
Nice. Just as a group. Small little things. Yeah, here we go.
We're going to get a fight. The Candyman and Millimak and Smith and Boucher were locked up, but they'll wait for another time. Millimak lands a couple shots. Turcotte will come back with the right. Turcotte firing another right. Millimak trying to get the right free. They're both going for the big blows. Couple jabs by Millimak. Turcotte knocks off the helmet of Millimak, and now Turcotte lands a right. He's got more to work with, but Millimak stout on his skates trying to readjust the angles. A lot of heavy punches and a lot of scrapping. Both call off the line staff. They want more.
Yeah, they're kind of just getting their batteries operated right now.
They shake away the line personnel once again. Two guys going a full round, and they end up on the ice. Another dandy between Millimak and the Candyman. Now, here's Defoe forechecking. He got the 2-0 goal. Millimak throwing his weight around, and we're going to fight.
Another one.
Well, earlier, when Turcotte and Millimak dropped the gloves, Boucher and Smith almost went at it. They realized they'd be kicked out of the game if they fought, so they'll settle the score here. Giovanni Smith and Dylan Boucher are nose-to-nose, eyeing each other up. And Boucher comes in, and Boucher helmet pops off. He's throwing some roundhouses, slips that right arm free. Smith trying to get some position, and a left sneaks in, and they tumble to the ice.
Tucson territory, though it's quickly knocked out, and the Roadrunners moving ahead. Pass just doesn't quite find Lutz. Otherwise, might have been a 2-on-1 for Tucson. And as the puck gets down the ice, we're going to get a tilted center, and Onyebuchi and Bauer are going to go for a heavyweight twirl here. Onyebuchi here in his home province, finds a dance partner, and this should be a good one. They're still looking to tangle up. Now they'll engage on Yabuchi. Couple of big swings over the top. He's got that arm loose, and he is firing away. Now Bauer trying to get in there, and he'll start teeing off. They're just going to go here. Rock'em sock'em right at center ice. Bauer connects on a big one. On Yabuchi fires back. Bauer getting a left away. Now he's going to start with the quick jabs on Yabuchi. Still has that right free, and he is teeing off. Bauer comes back with a quick shot. On the left now, they'll take a pause. Bauer with a swipe on Yabuchi, trying to grab the helmet. Now he'll knock it off. Bauer on Yabuchi, still chucking here to lengthy tilt. Bauer connects. Now he switches to the left. On Yabuchi with the right. The Lockhorns again. Another big swing from on Yabuchi. Bauer with one more. They're still going. And finally, they'll run out of gas here at center. And a tap either way for the two combatants. And a titanic tilt here at Canada Life Center to get things going.
Like Leon Mugli is. He scores to tie this game at 1, and Trinier with a huge hit on George, and the Islanders are going to jump him. Keepler and Trinier fight now back in the Bears zone. Keepler's got some rights on Trinier, who's off balance. They both go down, and Keepler's still trying to fire away. George got pasted by Trinier, and the Islanders immediately respond.
Side of the goal, this one comes. Avery Hayes picks it up there. Through the middle it comes, and now Sim is tied up behind the play with Pietla as the two of them exchange some blows. There's one that comes across the visor, and now Sim throwing in here as he tries to keep him away. Pietla has landed some, and then there's a couple from Sim as he tries to get in close and get one on the uppercut. Well, I think he caught one right across the visor. A couple of good shots from both guys in that fight.
From there, we'll chip it up the boards to center. Genborg trying to get at it. Knocked away by the Admirals. Big hit by Lagesson there as he...
Oh, he's getting challenged, too.
Now they're going to drop the gloves, and Weisblatt has challenged Lagesson, so they're going to drop the gloves. William Lagesson, he's no stranger to squaring off, and Weisblatt, this is the area where I like Oasis Weisblatt, where he's not afraid to go after people, even though he's very small in stature. And now they're trading punches out in front of the Grand Rapids net, and Weisblatt threw a couple of roundhouse rights.
I don't know if the rights are getting through. A little jab might have, and he's got a little bit of a reach difference, but did himself well.
You know, you got so many of those little guys that stir it up, never drop the gloves.
Right pad, the rebound picked up by Ziemer on the far wall. Lives it high in the air and out to center, landing right in front of the Henderson bench. Hickey bumped it back out to center behind the play. Gloves are off. Riley McKay and Cohen Ziemer collided, had words, and now McKay has the right arm free. Ziemer just now getting his bearings. Cohen Ziemer took a couple of heavy rights off the start of that bout before he was able to get his defensive posture together, and then just now the linesman stepping in after.
Don't go for Ewens. Got clipped, and a penalty upcoming against the Wranglers. Touched up by Moran. There's a fight on the play. It's Ciona dropping the mitts with Zach Ewens. Ciona still trying to land some rights as the linesmen are looking to break it up. Zach Ewens is not too happy with Lucas Ciona. We'll see if the Firebirds still have their power play.
Else's help. Huma getting through center, wrapped up by Brooklyn Kalmakov, the recent ECHL call-up, and behind the play we have a scrap. And it's not the people you would expect. It's Wyatt Newpower for the T-Birds and Navrin Mutter for Providence. And Newpower lost his balance almost immediately, neither man really able to get a punch in. Those two familiar from their days in the Central Division.
Is coming from Heward. Now we have a fight at center ice. Hunter Drew's going to go. Heward and him at center ice. Here we go. Drew and Heward. Gloves are off. They're locked up. Drew left hand. Right hand. Heward with once, twice. Now throws some lefts. Drew with a right hand. An uppercut. Another one. Another right hand. Oh, Hunter Drew knocks him down.
Side, Petronero, 4 minutes to play the third. A steal by the Crunch. Mateo slips in, down low off a skate, rebound, score! It's Pekka! It's 4-3! And now Moore pushing and shoving, and Petronero getting punched. Now he gets his gloves off. It's Leeson and Petronero at the left goal line. Leeson with some uppercuts. Hard hit by Leeson. Petronero hanging in there. Another right by Leeson. And now the officials step in. I don't know what sparked that.
Turning back is Cole McWard. Forced by Condana. Made a good play to Sean Day. Oh, look out. We got a fight coming at center ice. Jared Davidson and Dalen Keither. The gloves are off. Here we go. Right hands from Davidson. Right hands from Keither. They're throwing it. They keep throwing it. And the linesmen step in. Good job by both those men. Shot saved by Tikkanen. And he'll soak that puck up, and there's no rebound. And now we got Travis Mitchell going. Mitchell and Condana. And the linesmen step in right away. Now they let him go. Condana with rights. Mitchell with rights. Mitchell another one. Throwing bombs. Mitchell trying to get that arm free. Condana swinging at him. And they go down. Oh, baby. But swatted off his stick. It'll come back to Clermont. There's a fight again. Here we go. Luke Rowe's going to go. He's going with Will Dineen. Dineen with right hands. Once. Twice. Now throw some lefts. Rowe with the right. Another one. To the body. Rowe's helmet's off. He's throwing a couple of right hands up high. Dineen tries a left. Now a right. And the linesmen are going to step in, I think. Yes, they will.
This is it. Eagles right off the draw. McDonald fires that wide.
I think what started this is Jedlička.
Oh,
yeah,
here we go. Yeah, Cicek getting into the thick of it right now with Maros Jedlička. As they continue to tussle. Gloves are off, so let's check some bombs between the circles in the Calgary end as their teammates clear out some of that equipment. They're dancing right now.
Ooh.
Arms trying to get free. Cicek without a bucket. He's grappling, and he's got the takedown.
Yeah, big slam of Jedlička there. Jedlička was the one that got Ottenbright in the offensive zone and then went the other way and scored. So,
man. A goal and an assist last Saturday in Toronto, 2 helpers Sunday, and Fix-Wolanski is hammered by Entwistle, and the other way, here comes St. Martin to the forehand, a save made by Tong, and Entwistle met immediately by Dylan Robrick. They'll drop the gloves at the blue line of the Hartford zone. There was a big hit from Entwistle on Hartford's top puck producer, and Trey Fix-Wolanski, the second-year man. Robrick wants the veteran to answer. Couple of rights from Dylan Robrick, both still standing steady. Good right from Robrick, now an uppercut. Entwistle down to his knees. Robrick is going to score the decision on that one.
He's looking for a call. He's not going to get one. Here comes Texas in over the blue line. Pass across, intercepted by Howard. Condor's able to recoil. They poke check it. Can they get it out of the zone? They can't. Everyone falling down everywhere. Now we're going to get a fight at center ice. Regula is throwing overhand rights with authority. Regula at center ice with Becker. They got tied up at the red line. There's still more jousting away from this. The linesman will separate those two. By Klattenberg, past Tiefensee. Puck thrown to the blue line. Condor's able to keep in left point. This is D'Amato. Klattenberg chasing after a couple of white jerseys. Now he's going to get an answer partner. Klattenberg was looking for one. He's going to get one with the Chisholm. Uppercut to the body. Over the top, Klanberg took one to the chops. Another uppercut to the body. Down to the ice they go. It'll be his 9th fighting major of the season. Klanberg was looking for one all period.
Last couple of games, tonight it's Ethan Gauthier, and Gauthier strikes right away. Now the gloves drop. Off his face-off, Jared Tenardi and Mason Gertson squaring up with a crunch defensive zone now. Haven't engaged yet. They're drifting all the way to the bottom of the far circle. Now they get together. Tenardi getting his right arm free, tries to land a body blow. Now Gertson gets a right. No one's really thrown a punch. Now Gertson gets a right across to Tenardi. Tenardi still has his right kind of tied up and now loose again. Wild blow by Gertson. Gets it right across the face of Tenardi. Tenardi defending hard here against Mason Gertson. Now a couple of rights. Now Tenardi gets his elbow guard off, and now he gets Gertson with a right. He went down to his knee, gets back up, and the officials hop in.
And now the gloves are going to drop at neutral. Kalen Lind and Joe Fleming are going to go at it here. Lind and Fleming. Fleming, as Lind came in, Fleming popped him. It didn't really land anything. Lind and Fleming spinning around. Fleming with a couple of over-the-top rights. Lind trying to reach in. Lind's sweater pulled over his head as Fleming unloads a couple to the back of the skull of Lind. And that'll be it as the linesmen separate the two.
Carries it to center ice for Ian McKinnon. Throws a heavy shoulder into Nolan Allen. Allen and McKinnon shed the gloves. And a fight here in the opening 2.5 minutes. McKinnon throws a right. The AHL's penalty minute leader this season. Some overhand rights, some uppercuts from McKinnon. Allen got one in as well. Allen with a right, and they still continue to throw him at the blue line. McKinnon gets the left-hand three. Throws him at Allen and takes him down to the ice. Wing side. Cooper Maroney behind the net. Circles, throws it in front in search of Avon as we have a fight right in front. John Hayden throwing some punches on Braden Hachey. They tango up. Hayden rips the jersey right off the back of Hachey, and now they're starting to throw some punches. Hayden over top the lines. People step in. We'll love to see how this one started. John Hayden, a veteran forward. 4 seconds left of your team's power play.
Took a year off from hockey to travel Europe, and we're going to fight. Gleb Trikozov is going to drop the mitts with Davies. Josh Davies and Gleb Trikozov. Trikozov grabs, throws a left. Davies trying to shift back, and the takedown. We're in a Russian bear hug as Gleb Trikozov is not done yet.
Wolanin, the lone defender. Tufte slides it upstairs. Wolanin creeps in, fake shot. Tufte in front, and a stop made. Gloves are dropped. Tufte involved there with Wagner. They're going to let him go. Tufte, a right hand, throws a goose in there and drops Wags. A roar of the crowd at the amp. Back up to Wagner, and it's deflected out of play. 5 straight chances for Springfield. And now some shoving on the other side. Skinner and Mutter. This is the 3rd scrap in 10 days for Navarrete Mutter. Gets a right hand from Skinner and pummels him.
Away and down ice. 5 seconds to go with the remaining penalty. Now the gloves are dropped at center ice. Lawrence for the Amerks. Teeing up with, got to pick up who that Syracuse player is, and that is Grondin, the newcomer.
Second pro game.
Is over the top. Lawrence trying to get that right hand loose as they battle right along the Rochester blue line, have each other pretty well locked up. Neither one can get that arm loose. Now Lawrence got an uppercut. They spin around. Lawrence goes down, and Grondin lands on top.
prospects, Bill, but also you wanted to be here for Shaky Kraus, and someone who you've known for a very long time, as I'm going to have to interrupt my own question again here, is Roman Schmidt and Noah Philp are going to get after it behind the net here. Matt Kierstead took a hit on the forecheck from Philp there. Partner, what'd you see on that one?
Yeah, that was a tough hit from Philp on Kierstead.
Packers now dig it out and bring it away. Rochester, that one is upended, and it should be an interference penalty. I think it's being called as we have a little hugging match going on with.
And now we got a fight.
Gabert, behind the net. Behind the net. Now, gloves are dropped. They're down on the ice. That's Beliveau for the Amerks. They tie up and behind. The players are on the ice.
It's blocked again by McCartney. That's at least 4 shot blocks for McCartney, and with no stick, a sliding play to kick a puck away and clear it out. Tanner Lazinski has gone to the bench, and he's being tended to by Todd Richardson. The Roadrunners right now, there's 6 players on the ice, but gloves are off. Joe Fleming and Ben McCartney dropped the gloves. It was McCartney who had the hit on Lazinski, and Fleming coming over to make him answer for it. I'll tell you what, folks, before this, as McCartney hits Fleming with a right, they both pop back up. McCartney's lost his helmet. Fleming has the right arm free. Now Fleming's taking his bucket off, and he's swinging over top with the right. McCartney giving it right back. This is haymakers galore as the linesmen finally step in. Brabenet's into the right circle, back to the blue line. Cormier, wrist shot blocked in front. Rattles to the far corner again. Pagansky with a hit on Fleming. Out to the right point. Cormier held up, and now gloves are off again. Mitch McLean and Maverick Lamoureux are throwing, and McLean is spun down to the ice quickly.
And here we go. Roman Schmidt is going to dance here with Andrew Parrott, trying to settle things down. Meanwhile, at the blue line, Furlong and Height got into it a bit. Schmidt and Parrott, 2 tough customers here, going toe-to-toe. A big right from Parrott. Schmidt hammering rights, all offense. Parrott switches lefty here. Schmidt's got him in a headlock, trying to bear hug him here. Both helmets are off. And a big boy bout there.
Gibbs to check. Check defenseman. Short pass to Lane Peterson. Got hit hard by Rivas Ansons. And now Jurčicek tries to step up. Ansons and Jurčicek jockeying here. Referee has his arm up. Ansons drops his gloves. And Jurčicek accepts the invitation. Both players grappling in tight right now. No punches thrown. Ansons tries to catch him with a right, but Jurčicek holds firm. Kulisov just stretching in his crease right now. Anson swinging away. Now a big jab connects on the right cheek. Jurčicek goes down. Ansons continues to push him to the ice as the officials step in.
Center, Mayo finds McCown. Handoff. Richard dumps in this one into the glove of Murray as it bounced over to that right post, and now afterward, Oasis Weissblatt and Richard going at it, and Mayo comes in to check on Weissblatt, and now Milwaukee has several guys in the mix here as we've got an early tone set. Dyson Mayo has his hands full with Kalen Lind right now at center, and the officials look like they're going to let them go. Oh, and down tumbles Mayo, a swiping blow after the 2 players hit the ice there from Dice, and so some early energy injected into this matchup.
Yeah, Ozzy Weissblatt, or Oasis Weissblatt, sorry.
Up ice, this is Pearson now dragging, and he'll shoot, hit hard as he released one that went wide. And afterwards, Element and Pearson want to go, and they're going to drop the gloves and fight. Oh, Pearson down early. I don't know if he stepped on his stick or what, but this one ends quickly. But certainly, Gachet's free. This is now McCown. A little hit on Marino as Gravel steps up to have a word with McCown. I think Marino can handle it if he really was that offended. And now you've got Bizzo over to join the party against Gravel. Marino continues to be locked up here, and now Gravel drops the gloves. He wants to go, and we're going to have a fight. Riley Bizzo has his man. It's Gravel, the captain for Milwaukee. Couple of head fakes, they latch. Oh, a quick swiping left. A nice connection from Bezos, staggering the veteran Gravel. Bezos got the right loose. Goes for a body shot over the top with a right cross. Now another one stinging to the body. Gravel hanging in, an uppercut lands an overhand right. They're up against the wall. Bezos trying to get body position, and now this one fizzles after some haymakers thrown as center carried ahead by Milwaukee. O'Hara tried to get around the corner on Richard, and now we'll have a fight behind the play out in the neutral zone. How about this? It's Osterley and Hunter McCown, not known for this sort of thing. Latches together, a couple of quick right jabs from McCown. Osterley measures in and waiting for their opening. The two trade swiping rights. Now Osterley with a couple that connected, but the takedown to McCown, and it's a split decision. Play. Weisblatt and Sillinger going to drop the gloves. Another fight here, and they're on center stage at Rocket Arena. Weisblatt and Sillinger sizing each other up. Sillinger, with a big sweeping left for Weisblatt. He overcommits, so Sillinger latches together. Weisblatt has experience doing this. Sillinger holds him at arm's length there. A couple of body shots from Weisblatt, trying that right uppercut. Couple of lefts from Sillinger, shaking the elbow pad loose. And a big uppercut there with the left. Left cross from Weisblatt, and they are trading some good shots here. Uppercut from Weisblatt, uppercut from Sillinger, over the top, as they are starting to lose their balance and run out of gas here. The linesman will step in, but a good, honest fight there, Jock, and you can put some coleslaw on that belt.
Sergeyev. Ensuite, Mac. La combat qui éclate entre Jacky et est-ce que c'est Siona, en fait, tout près du banc des Wranglers, et Jacky lance son message dès le début du match. Jacky et Siona, ça y va qui mieux. Et Siona va y aller avec la tombée.
Siona avait perdu son casque de bonheur.
Bitton able to get away from Fitzgerald, so we'll bookmark that one, and now Bitton hears it in the corner from Cooper Moore, who turns and slashes Bitton. And they're going to take them both. And now here we go. They'll drop the gloves inside the Hartford zone as Bitton, and it looks like it's Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald firing away with rights. Bitton will get a bit of a takedown as Fitzgerald was off balance, but Fitzgerald landed some good shots on Bitton. And good on the Wolfpack captain. It was a dirty spear from Sam Bitton in the last meeting on March the 7th.
The center ice face-off draw between Tynan and Huntington. It was chippy to close things out last night, and now we're going to get a scrap. Huntington's going to go with the much larger Middleton, and he is absolutely teeing off on him. Good on Huntington for standing in there. Both players nearly lost their footing. They reset. Middleton with a couple straight lefts. Huntington over the top, and the two crumble down.
Heavily into Ethan Sampson. Burns giving up size in that battle. Then Burns drilled up high by Tenorti, or Dean rather, drilled by Tenorti in the neutral zone. Tenorti's made his living playing the game that way. Skinner and Allard now toe-to-toe, and behind the play we're going to have a scrap, and boy, how's this for a heavyweight tilt. Tenorti and Cale Kessie, two veterans north of age 30 who can still absolutely chuck them. Tenorti with the size advantage, but we know Cale Kessie fears nobody. The former crunch forward tees off with rights against Tenorti. Tenorti with a right over the top. Kessie comes back with one of his own. Tenorti trying to use his reach advantage. Kessie lost an edge and fell down as two of the better heavyweights in the league.
Jacob Doty wins the ozone draw back for Ontario. Hicketts launches it to the net, and here we go. Doty's going to drop him with Sam Poulin right at center ice. Poulin 6'2", 213. Jacob Doty 6'4", 230, and Doty is swinging him over the top on Poulin, and he landed one right on his face, and now he knocks off his bucket. We've got blood spilled everywhere. Right at the top of the crease and spin it past Tompkins. And Connors, oh baby, Connors is going to go toe-to-toe with Josh Brown, and about everyone in this building is on their feet. Connors grabs onto Brown, and they go toe-to-toe here. Brown over the top on Connors. Brown gets a big one in on Connors. Bucket knocked off of the rookie. The veteran defender on the rookie forward. Right after the goal from Alexandrov. Brown over the top again, and they'll be separated by the officiating crew.
By Murray, and the Moose just couldn't find the loose puck in front of the net. Then a big hit down low by Anderson Dolan. And that's going to see the gloves hit the ice as Mateer goes after the Moose forward. Anderson Dolan trying to free up the right, but they'll both just topple to the ice. That was a heavy hit down to the corner by Jared Anderson Dolan, who will notch himself the Gordie Howe hat trick this evening.
Crosses center and gets it into the Texas zone before he's stood up by Tristan Bertucci, and those two are not going to separate. The officials will put an end to this. Gleason now without a helmet, and Bertucci trying to get his hands free. Gleason wants to fight, and Bertucci will get a couple of jabs in. Gleason's got him in a headlock and body slams him to the ice. So that one was kind of a zone entry that didn't get deep into the zone.
The Comets trying to make a change, and now a little bit of a conversation in front of the bench of the Marlies that goes back and forth, and now Sim squaring up here as a couple of shots early, back and forth, one that glances off, and Sim with some confidence pops one straight off the beak, and down goes Squires.
Wraps it around the end boards. Philman battling far corner for the Comets. And we're going to have a scrap here. It's going to be Sim and Dylan Wendt. Yeah, that one ends quickly as Dylan Wendt had Sim in a headlock and wrestled him down to the ice.
45 seconds into the game. And the puck gets dropped, and here we go. So this one's been brewing for about a week after Lewinsky sucker punched the Ice Hogs captain last weekend. Milmock going to start teeing off on Lewinsky in the zone. Lewinsky's lost his lid, and he mashes him in. Connor Milmock with a decisive decision as he crumbles Lewinsky to the ice. They want to keep throwing. Lewinsky didn't play the day after he suckered Cini. And Connor Milmock sent a message that he wanted him, and he's going to go right after him. Because the one rule of Milmock Fight Club is that if you're going to ask the question, you better be ready for the answer. And Milmock just wants more and more of this guy. It's requiring 3 officials to get in between the two. And I believe Milmock's night is done.
Avec l'aide du numéro 14, assisté par le numéro 5.
Et là, il y aura attroupement avec Tuck qui rentre en contact avec Saugaard. C'est Harrington qui s'en mêle. Il y a mêlé général sur la glace. Tous les joueurs, dont Saugaard qui s'en mêle avec Delgaiso. Wow. Est-ce que ça va tirer Kakkonen, ça, Vincent?
Kakkonen ne semble pas prêt de bouger.
Oh! Et il va s'avancer. Je pense que Kakkonen s'avance. Est-ce qu'on aura une bagarre de gardien de but, mesdames et messieurs?
Je pense que Kakkonen vient de réaliser qu'il n'a pas trop le choix.
Et pendant ce temps-là, ça se poursuit. Harrington et Tuck sont séparés. Kakkonen est aux oreilles. Pas de réponse de la part de Saugaard qui est resté dans sa cage.
Ouais, exact.
Une question de temps avant qu'il s'établisse dans la Ligue nationale.
Ouais, il y a des responsabilités plus accrues qu'il doit prendre avec la rondelle, éviter les revirements, mais il est prêt.
Et là, Thorpe vient. Et là, combat qui est engagé. Thorpe et Donovan. Suite à la mise en échec, Thorpe, quelques droites. Oh, et Donovan essuie. Il couche au sol. Et Tyler Thorpe qui vient de...
Ouais, il était furieux.
Vient de venir frapper le capitaine. Bisson s'avance. Là, c'est Arsenault qui est venu distribuer la mise en échec au dépens. Et là, Hutchin qui est venu frapper Arsenault dans l'angle mort et Arsenault est ébranlé. Et il passe et vient lui donner un coup de patin. C'est parti, mesdames et messieurs! Et là, Arsenault qui se relève et vient se venger au dépens d'Hutchin. Quel!
Là, il y a une première pénalité à Hutchin, c'est assez clair.
Et là, c'est parti entre les deux. À qui mieux mieux? Arsenault et Hodgson dégauche et Hodgson. Ah, moi, j'aime pas ça. Vincent, là, il a attendu de voir Arsenault dans une position vulnérable pour venir les frapper dans un angle mort.
Il est furieux, Vincent Arsenault.
Et avec raison. Et moi, c'est quand il passe à côté d'Arsenault et le patin pas loin du visage.
Arsenault veut aller voir Hodgson au banc.
Et la Thorpe peut s'en mêler avec Washkerack. Jack a la même chose, ça va se poursuivre sur la glace. Tous les joueurs sur la glace. Vincent, Jack, Washkerack, Donovan avec Clermont. Ça sera ce type de samedi, j'ai l'impression.
Ouais, un long match peut-être à prévoir.
That found White instead, and Colin White's into the offensive zone. Vincent fumbled it at the blue line. He'll backhand it in. He took a hit from McLean, and a penalty upcoming against Mitch McLean. And now McLean and Ashe drop the gloves. McLean caught Vincent awkwardly along the near wall in the neutral zone. Ashe came right over, and McLean with a heavy right goes over top of Ashe as they tumble down to the ice and the linesmen step in.
John Federici also a scratch for the Bruins as well. Tufty is leveled. And here come the Amerks now down the near wall. Waiting. Warren, a drop off and shot. That one blocked. Warner took it off the wrist, rather Brunet, as it's now tied up in the trapezoid. It's Brunet. We're going to drop the gloves. Warren, 3 right hands and absolutely levels Abate. Abate gets up, throws a pair. He's now going to town. An absolute bout from Warren and Abate. Another right from Abate. 2 more. Haymakers from both. Abate now grabs the collar and they will end the fight. The other way. Helenius took a huge hit from Navrin Mutter, and some more gloves are dropped. Hudson's gonna go at it. A pair of jabs. He's going at it with Bayreuther. Hudson getting smothered inside that right slot. Trying to fight for a breath here. Bayreuther's got the leverage on the shoulder pads. Lays another right. And now Hudson coming back at it. He's now dropped, and they're gonna wave this one off.
To their feet here in Syracuse. Pushing and shoving near the benches. Final seconds taken away. Sour grapes from the Comets. A fight one win for the clutch. We got wrestling taking place between White and Steen. Well, it's now the referee hopping in, trying to now. Look out, here we go. This is really escalating in a hurry. Now Petronero and Dion drop the gloves. A lot of skaters in the far corner. Well, it started out at center, then it carried over in the defensive zone.
Got knocked in by Terry. Grans gets up. He shoots, and it's right on Katai. Oh, and Helga Grans doesn't care for Chris Terry, and they are mixing it up after the whistle. Here we go. Grans is ready to go after the old veteran Chris Terry is pawing at him through the linesman there. And Grans is fired up too. Well, they come apart now, and the officials will take a moment to sort this out.
Texas zone. Jacob Julian had to get a new stick. Here's a massive hit by Tyson Empey as he just trucks over his man. And then he's just going to get grabbed by Curtis McKenzie. And now they're going to drop the gloves and go. And Tyson Empey starts to tee off. McKenzie gets in a couple swings. McKenzie pins Empey to the boards. And then Empey drives off the wall. And he'll get settled into this one now. Empey in his first game back in a month here, and he has made his presence felt. And now he's got the left free. Will try a swing. Doesn't connect. McKenzie over the top. Both swinging and missing here. And now Empey frees up the right. Now he's going to start to swing, but the Lions folk will get in there to tie up the 2 forwards. And that will bring that to a close. And
face-off win. Rushing into the Lehigh Valley and Knuble. Found an exit, connected with Robertson, who just got elbowed up high by Dyson Mayo. And Anthony Richard is going to come and step up for his teammate. So these two undersized guys going. Mayo and Anthony Richard off with the gloves. Mayo on the right, Richard trying to come back at him along the glass of the penalty box doors, kind of over from the back on the back of his helmet. Richard might be doing more damage to his knuckles there, into the back of Dyson Mayo's helmet. And then he got one more lick in and takes him down to the ice. Anthony Richard stepping up for his
cross. Weisblatt on his backside as he was bumped by Aubé-Kubel, held the zone for a moment, but Iowa does get possession, and now Kalen Lind wants to go with Aubé-Kubel, and they're going to drop gloves. Aubé-Kubel and Kalen Lind back to the middle of the Iowa line. Lind is game. Aubé-Kubel with a right. Another one that doesn't land. There's one that does to the left temple. Both helmets still on as Lind tries to get his right arm free. Aubé-Kubel throws another right and another. Lind hasn't thrown one yet, trying to get his balance. Aubé-Kubel trying to shake his collar a bit with the left hand. Lind comes with a right. Aubé-Kubel, as they got close, Aubé-Kubel landed a couple of rights. They hang on to one another, and if this was college wrestling, Aubé-Kubel would get the takedown as he ended up behind Lind.
Cleared. Hogberg out to stop it. He missed it completely, and it comes back now. We got a fight here. We got a fight going here. Luke Rowe and Casey Fitzgerald at center ice. This is the way you start a game. They're locked up. Fitzgerald with the left hand. Rowe trying to get the right arm free. Rowe with left takes him down, and the linesmen come in and break him up.
Wrapped up this past spring as the puck is centered into the high slot, and we're going to get a scrap behind the play. David Goyette and Lucas Van Roboys are going to drop the gloves behind the play. A couple of minutes into this opening period, Goyette with a couple of rights over the top. Both players sizing each other up. Straight by Van Roboys, and then a takedown from Goyette. So both players will go to the respective penalty boxes.
Far corner, Bonk and Dean after it there. Dean wins the puck control, but oh, he got ridden into the boards, a penalty coming. And McGing is going to stand up and answer the bell against Jack Berglund. McGing giving up a lot of size, but standing up for his line mate there.
Kick back up. Scooped and a big hit along the right wing wall. Stjernberg gets jumped by Cicek. Lands a right now. Cicek with a right. Oh, that was a big hit by Gustav Stjernberg, and Cicek went right at him.
Quick with the feet and back the other way come the Rocket. Long shot. Hildeby hangs on to that one. Kundata came into the crease and then takes a bit of a shot there behind the play on Dakota Mermis. Mermis is happy to go, and Kundata too. As they square up. Mermis trying to get free here, and I don't think anybody quite wanted to let go of the jersey and give anybody a free shot here, as Mermis is battling it here. And down he goes as Kundata got him crossed up.
In front, Beliveau lets it fly upstairs, goes over the net. Joshua now knocks down the defender. Engaged there with Owen Pickering. Meanwhile, you got Burroughs stricken away with the puck, and the gloves drop behind the net. Pietila drops the mitts. Swinging away here against Douglas. Some soft rights by Pietila, and then a big bomb landed. Sends them both down to the ice. Pietila tried to jump back up to his feet and do more damage, but the Zebras...
Maybe a decent sign. A jousting on this face-off. It's Brown and it's Flinton. They drop the gloves. Brown got a couple of quick hits in on Flinton. Now here we go. They wrestle around. Brown gets toppled. Well, Brown had that hard check, and now look out. Grondin and Reese going after each other. And Grondin tackles Reese.
Picked up though by Gagne. And Gagne will sweep it down to the corner for Lombardi. Around the Stars net, here's Hislop at the point. There's going to be a fight. Andrew Parrott comes in to fight Jack Anderson for what looked like a harmless hit in the corner. Parrott just beeline for him, tackles him to the ice. And Parrott, who I believe had already had his 10 fighting majors this year.
Second period, Rochester had struggled this season, outscored 84-61. Oh boy, what a hit on the far side by Rathbone, and Schoeneman's going to drop the gloves after Gucciardi got belted. Rathbone gets the takedown as he lost his helmet. No real punches exchanged before both bodies go flying as Jack Rathbone with one heavy hit.
He jumped in. Stillman having a conversation with Fergus. And now we're going to get a fight away from the play. Kepin's throwing bombs. He's got Hamill at center ice. Hamill can really throw him, but Kepin's got him in close. Hamill and Kepin holding at center. Hamill over the top. Kepin trying to hang on now. Has him left arm shouldered. Hamill can't get the right arm free. They're deadlocked at center. The linesman trying to break him up, and now they will. Kepin and Hamill.
Puck loose atop the crease. Nice kick by McCown to himself, then steps out of the way of a Mercury hit, and that's a penalty. Mercury stuck his leg out, and then off the high dive, takes a dive to remember after contact with Fasching. Now Petronero wants Fasching, let's go. They drop the gloves. Petronero with some rights. Fasching holds himself in there, gathers himself, both buckets are off. Fasching's the bigger man. He's got leverage. Those two continue to tangle along the glass. Down they go.
Well, they were chirping at each other earlier in the game.
And having success.
Well, that's important, you know, not only for those players, but also for
Here
the
we go.
organization.
We got a fight. Heavyweight battle. Boko Imama and Dalton Smith. They talked at center in warm-ups. They've fought before, and this is two of the toughest customers in the AHL. Putting on a show in the Calder Cup playoffs. Imama swinging away off balance. Smith catches him with one as he goes down, and the Giant center will love that.
In front of Sawchenko, moves it right corner, slid out, left point, big drive, Thrun! And Sawchenko just got run over by Perret. Did the officials even notice? Out to Thrun, a shot, blocked in front. Monsters poke to center as Richard and Perret are gonna fight behind the net. Richard against a bigger man, defends his netminder. Overhead right, a takedown! Gail Richard, what can't this guy do?
But his pass goes off a leg back to center. Alexiev has to track it down. It's on and on to Boko Imama. Imama hit his own teammate Calvert on the dump and attempt, so New Power now has some time. And now we got a scrap. It's Peterson and Imama. Dylan Peterson's a tough customer, but Boko Imama is in a weight class all his own. You don't see fights in the postseason too often, but here we go. Peterson, a couple of hard rights right away. Imama gets himself free with a right over the top. These two are unafraid. Imama got a right hand that knocked Peterson off balance, but Peterson back to his feet, trying to shake off the elbow pad. Peterson got another right in as they drift toward the boards. Imama with a couple of his own. I don't know who the winner of this one is. A terrific tilt between two tough customers.
Aston Reese. And a cross check there, and Rafai, and then another one, and now everybody being buried here as the Marlies and the Monsters. Turberg involved here at the end of it, and cannot quite get back to it with Sillinger. A shot there on Turberg, and the referee steps in, and this one starts. This could be actually more than just a penalty. Tangled up. Now the puck swings loose. Out front it comes, and at the line it'll hop over. And now here comes the fight. Pietla and Sim. And an early one there. As Pietla caught the early one. Sim has got some experience in this very situation. Kettle not afraid of it either. Trying to get loose here as the two of them got him crossed up pretty good here. And Sim staying with it. He's outmatched in size, but Sim gets close and then tries to pull him in and get one up and pulls him over to the ground. Valimaki turns around, feeds it up, and back the other way, and then racing for it is Bo Grew. He grabs it up, hangs on, and trying to kill it in the corner with 15 seconds left to go. Logan Shaw bats at it. 10 seconds left to go. Long pass ahead. This one on the stick of Nadeau. 5 seconds. Crossing. Shot right on. Played into the corner. Gravity has